Welcome to the full audiobook narration of P.A. Mason's Draft Beers and Drop Bears, Book 3 in the Witchy Cozy Mystery Series, Trouble Down Under. Chapter 1. I caught myself staring at the lacquered, green sign on the shop front as I watered the newly arrived pots from the nursery wholesaler. I hadn't quite decided if it was a monstrosity or not. Bill was too polite to give me feedback, and when pressed had only said it was the right color. Did that mean he didn't care for the new name? Garden Gate Nursery Supplies might not have been all that inventive, but it had to be an improvement from the faded red lettering underneath which had simply read sand and soil when I bought the place. I blinked as I realized the hose was spraying the mesh-wrapped lattice, which served as a border for the nursery instead of the plants on the stand. Distraction was becoming an occupational hazard as the launch date drew near. It wasn't like I was a perfectionist, but somehow I imagined an empty lot come time to fire up the barbecue with limp balloons mocking my dreams. I took a deep breath and cut the hose with a shake of my head. I was being irrational. The people of Myrtleglen had been nothing but supportive since I'd taken over the landscaping supplies business, and I had every reason to believe this new venture would be successful. There was no dedicated nursery in the small town, and the offerings at places like Jim's Hardware were basic, to say the least. Perhaps it was the notion of wasting the capital I'd invested in getting everything set up. It wasn't like I had an outstanding track record as a businesswoman, but putting grandiose expectations of making it all back before the end of the month aside, it was called an investment for a reason. And nothing was without risk. Winding the hose back up, I chided myself for having my head in the clouds and returned to the office to double-check my day planner. I was sure the woman, Vicky, I thought, said she'd be here by 2 p.m. By the time I pulled up a stool at the counter, I saw a white van pull up in the front lot. Thumbing the business card Marlene Pike had given me, I confirmed her name was Vicky Greengrass and watched the woman climb out with an armful of folders. Blonde, shoulder-length hair framed her face, and she wore a loose linen tunic and sandals. With oversized sunglasses, I couldn't tell what her first thoughts of my setup were. I was nervous that she might scoff at the scant products on the shelves inside. Or my attempt to bring the interior up to date with a coat of white paint and neglecting to do anything about the cracked linoleum. The new bell over the door jingled as she let herself in, and I stood with a smile. She perched her sunglasses on top of her head and returned the grin with a cock of her head. "Kat?" she asked. "Sure am. You must be Vicky." I extended my hand as I rounded the counter and Vicky juggled her folders to clasp mine in a brief shake. "Glad you could come out on short notice." "No trouble at all," she beamed. "I'm in Myrtleglen all the time. I make it my business to be available in regional areas. Now, you said you were launching the place this weekend?" I puffed out my cheeks and nodded. I took over the landscape supply 6 months ago, but it's the nursery which is a recent addition. It wasn't going to be a big deal, but Marlene insisted I call you. Vicky set her folders on the counter and pressed her lips into a firm line as she ran her eyes over the collection of wind chimes and succulents in small ceramic pots, which I'd spread out to make the room seem less empty. It hadn't been that long ago that plants completely overran the entire office, but they were now in neat rows in the front lot. I do take care of a nursery or two closer to Melbourne, and they're telling me giftware and coffee make a big difference to their bottom line. "Coffee?" I squeaked. Vicky shrugged. "The longer you can keep customers in the shop, the better. I don't think the two are mutually exclusive, but with something like a launch, you could be leaving money on the table if you don't have knickknacks for people to spend their money on. But that's okay, I've got you covered." I exhaled and waved Vicky to a stool at the counter. I decided to get rid of the velour sofa which usually sat in the corner, and for a moment pictured the office crammed with people sitting at small garden tables with steaming cups of coffee in front of them. Ugh. I couldn't imagine anything worse. "I know this is all very 11th hour, so I understand." "Not at all." Vicky waved a dismissive hand. "I'm in wholesale, but my husband and I keep the warehouse well stocked, and our entire business model runs on getting products out of the city and into shops right across the state. We might not have everything you want this week, but we can make a good start. Now, I was thinking in the van about a few collections which might appeal. Vicky arranged her folders and flicked through them with immaculate French-tipped nails. She started chattering about what people typically see at nurseries nowadays in the city, and I tried to keep up as she pointed out everything from lanterns with candle inserts, infusers, vases and ceramics, and wicker ornaments alongside more rustic metal-worked chicken likenesses. I made the appropriate sounds of appreciation and swallowed, wondering just how much all of it would cost as Vicky took a tablet out of her purse. We deal in both high-end locally manufactured stock as well as your cheaper imports. Some businesses I work with will either have one or the other exclusively to cater to their customers' tastes, but a mix of both is what I usually advise, particularly when you're starting out. I tried to buy myself a little thinking time. There's just a lot of choice. Vicky gave me a shrewd look and glanced over her shoulder at the plants out the front. I'll bet giftware is the last thing you're interested in selling. I completely understand. This business is your baby, and you want to see the pots out the front fly off the shelf. But retail is fickle. You'd be surprised how many people will walk into your nursery with every intention of buying a rose bush, can't find the color they like, and instead walk out with an expensive vase. Oh, I'm sure they do. And these products look super cute. I'm just managing my budget. I spent a good amount of cash getting this far. Vicky folded her hands in front of her and bit her lip. If budget is going to be a big issue, there are some things we can do as a workaround. So long as you're good for getting a modest amount of cheaper items, I can get some boutique stuff on consignment. There's a potter not too far from here who does that kind of thing, and she cleared her throat. Well, I've not long launched my own line of organic cosmetics. I'd have no problem leaving a starter selection here to see if there's an appetite for them. Cosmetics? I wondered. At a nursery? Seemed silly to me, but I didn't want to offend the woman who was trying to help me out. Consignment sounded like a very good way to fill the place up without having to fork over more than I had already on the launch. Sure. That sounds great, actually. It's very generous of you. Vicky smiled. It's really just good business. If we work together long-term, it's in my interest that you succeed. Getting started is tough. So long as you know if you break it, you bought it. I laughed and rolled my eyes. Let's hope I don't get too many clumsy customers. We returned to the discussion of what cheaper items Vicky had in stock that she could get to me by the end of the week, and how they would talk to my point-of-sale system. The end total tallied on Vicky's tablet was still eye-popping by my estimation, close to what I'd paid for the setup out front, but I had money in the bank and a small voice in my mind told me to roll the dice. It's a deal. I offered my hand, which Vicky looked at a little quizzically before shaking it. I'll make sure I pay the invoice this afternoon. Usually I'm a lot more organized than this, I promise. Vicky smirked and went to open her mouth but turned as the bell over the door rang out. I lifted my gaze, surprised I didn't notice someone approaching, and met the eyes of Travis Larkins, the landscaper with a penchant for making my heart skip a beat whenever he came in. Not that he did it on purpose. I didn't think so anyway. He lifted his eyebrows and gave a polite smile to us both. It made his green eyes twinkle, which accentuated his bronzed features. Afternoon. Vicky looked back to me, biting her lip like she was thinking the same thoughts as me, so I cleared my throat and smiled right back. Hey Travis, you want to give me a minute here? I'm almost finished up. No, Vicky interjected. You go ahead. I've got everything I need. I'll be back on Thursday with what I've got in the warehouse ready to go. Sure. Let me see you out. I stood as Vicky slipped her tablet into her purse and gathered her folders. No need. Vicky gave me the subtlest of smirks. I never get in between a customer and, well, a customer. And here, I've got a lip balm here for you to sample. I'll bring out a box of stuff next time. I took the tiny box with a nod and Travis held the door open as Vicky let herself out. My breath caught in my throat as I wondered if I should explain the woman's presence to the hunky landscaper or simply ask what he was after this time. Lip balm? Travis gave me a questioning look as he sauntered over. As much as one could expect to saunter in dusty boots and shorts, he took up the stool Vicky left vacated. Ah, yeah, apparently I'm selling cosmetics now. I chuckled and shook my head. Business that bad? My sister did those party things years ago. I snorted. You won't catch me hounding people for Tupperware parties. No, I just ordered some giftware for the shop and the cosmetics are a side hustle of hers. She kindly offered some on consignment. Here? Travis made a face and looked around the shop. Don't tell me you plan on turning this into some new age place that does coffee and sells crystals. I draw the line at coffee, I countered. And I'm sure Jan Thorpe has the crystal market covered. But why the face? I'm sure a guy like you out in the sun all day could use a good quality lip balm. His eyes widened, and he glanced at the box I proffered. I'll pass. I rolled my eyes theatrically and turned it over to read out the label. Come on, citrus infused with vitamin C. He snatched the small pot from my palm with a playful smile and unscrewed the tiny lid. The scent which escaped reminded me of my morning blend of tea, and I inhaled deeply with an appreciative murmur. Travis held it up to his nose, then reached over the counter to grab my empty mug and, much to my horror, sniffed the dregs. Clever. I wonder how many flavors she had in that bag. You think she was manipulating me based on my tea preference? I giggled and took my mug back to slide it further down the counter out of arm's reach. I was more than a little miffed that Travis had noticed something as personal as that about me. He shrugged and ran a calloused fingertip over the balm. He dabbed his lips with it as I tried to keep my mouth from hanging open, then screwed the lid shut again. No, just a saleswoman. But you're gonna give me a complex if you fill the place up with fancy stuff. I'll have to take my boots off at the door before coming in. It's a nursery, I protested. You're supposed to come in with boots on. Unless they're here for lip balm. He smacked his lips, and I tried not to think inappropriate thoughts of sampling the balm directly. Nevertheless, my cheeks began warming. Well, the jury is still out on the cosmetics. Most likely they'll gather dust on the shelf and Vicky will end up taking them elsewhere. Now, I expect you didn't come here to help me plan a launch, so what is it I can do for you? Busy, huh? Travis slid his phone out of his pocket and tapped away to bring up what I presumed was a list of supplies for a new job he was working on. When is it again? Annoyance flared in my chest, and I tapped the printed leaflet right on the counter which announced in bold and green lettering that the launch was this weekend. Are we really having this conversation again? His face cracked, and he burst out laughing as he handed his phone to me to tally up his order. I'm teasing, Kat. I'll be there. You better be, I smirked as I looked over his list with my hand hovering over the keyboard. I just hoped it wasn't Travis, my employee Bill, and I standing around awkwardly waiting on the cavalry come Sunday. Talk about excruciating on every level. Chapter 2. Really? Candles and ornaments? I don't know, I would have thought gardening gloves, some rakes. Even gumboots would make sense. Kelly dragged a bucket of flowers across my kitchen floor and set a finished bouquet on the counter. I wasn't surprised that my friend and neighbor, who almost exclusively wore rubber boots with a pair of gardening gloves hanging out her back pocket, didn't vibe with giftware. I've got some tools out the front, but you're probably right. Marlene talked me into it when I saw her at the grocery store. I guess I'll just have to see if it sells. Maybe you should put posters up in Goldbury and see if you can coax the tourists over the border. Kelly smirked. I sighed dramatically but grinned at the notion. The Murray River separated Myrtleglen from Goldbury, which marked the state border. I'd never encountered a rivalry quite like the two Australian towns. Myrtleglen belonged to the locals, and despite the abundance of gift shops, folks grumbled about tourists flooding in as soon as the weather got warm, Goldberry, on the other hand, was filled with resorts, venues with poker machines, and franchise retail. Let's leave the launch for the locals. Was your mother able to put the leaflet up in the thrift store? Op shop, Kelly corrected. And yes, but it's the word of mouth you want, and Mum talks the ear off anyone who comes in. Trust me, you put on a sausage sizzle, and everyone will be there. Or maybe some shrimp on the barbie, just for Graham, I teased. That elicited a snort from Kelly, whose husband enjoyed teasing me relentlessly about the misconceptions in the US about Australian culture. I'd been told in no uncertain terms that shrimp were prawns, and you wouldn't find them on his barbecue. Instead, he'd introduced me to yabbies, a small crayfish found locally in rivers and dams. Kelly added a dahlia to the arrangement she was working on, and the rose stalks slid down, causing the arrangement to twist in her grasp. "Ugh," she grunted. "I should never have agreed to this." She was doing better than I was. Green witch or no, playing florist was not in my wheelhouse. Come on, 5 more to go. And yours looks better than mine. I don't. Let's just hope Cheyenne is happy with them. I don't know what happened between her and Justine, but I just hope it doesn't cause me problems down the line. The frantic call I'd received from Kelly the day before had been puzzling, but I'd been too focused on calming my friend by offering an extra set of hands to put together an entire wedding's haul of flowers in 48 hours to wonder what had happened. Maybe Justine is sick or something. You'll find out tomorrow at the wedding, I guess. But it's not your fault if someone calls looking for flowers direct. I won't be at the wedding. Kelly shook her head with wide eyes. I'll drop them off at the wool shed in the morning, and that will be that. Draft beers and drop bears, you mean? I chuckled, knowing Kelly cared little for the name of the new microbrewery come fancy restaurant in town. They could have just called it the wool shed. That's what it actually is. It would have been fitting. But wait, you weren't invited to the wedding? I frowned, thinking back to our previous conversations about the event. Well, I was. But it's awkward. And weddings aren't really my thing anyway. Awkward? I raised an eyebrow. Tell me this isn't about having to wear a dress. Kelly gave me a flat stare. No, I do own some, you know. Then what's the problem? I pressed. Scott K., the groom. I met her stare, confused for a moment before I took her meaning. History there? Ancient history, she grunted, like way back in high school until my early 20s. Oh, I considered that, reminded of my own cringe-worthy early romances. Yeah, I can see why you wouldn't want to go. It's not like there's bad feelings there after all these years, it's just awkward, I finished. Exactly. The conversation fell into a lull as we turned our attention back to systematically arranging white roses and dahlias, light blue hydrangeas, along with wattle leaf stems. The combination was gorgeous and apparently complemented the colors of the wedding party. Gus, my ginger feline familiar, butted up against my leg for a smooch, but my hands were too full to reach down and give him a scratch. If you happen to be going past the refrigerator, he said telepathically into my mind. Yes, Gus, I'll get you some dinner in a minute. Kelly tilted her head to look under the dining table and gave me a knowing look. It was good to know that I wasn't alone in talking to my cat. Even if regular folks didn't know, he spoke right back to me. He's got you right where he wants you. Tell me about it. High maintenance. Requiring sustenance is hardly high maintenance, Gus griped. All of them are. Men, that is. Oh, come on, that's no way to talk while assembling wedding flowers. I snickered and shook my head. Isn't it? Are you looking forward to catching the bouquet tomorrow or something? I laughed, but my mind betrayed me with a mental image of Travis wearing a suit. There were some days I was sure he was flirting with me at the store, but as soon as he left, doubt crept in. It was probably just wishful thinking. I'll leave that to the younger guests. I will not put a big sign on my head saying single in her 30s. Kelly's face crinkled in amusement. You don't know how good you've got it. Sleep when you like, the house stays just as you left it when you go out, being able to go to the toilet by yourself. But that's mostly the kids. Graham knows bathroom privacy is sacrosanct at least. Geez, I hope so. Even Gus knows better than that, I snorted. I'd be scarred for life, he retorted. But you never know, you might meet someone at the wedding who takes your fancy. Kelly's voice had risen a touch. Nonchalance was not her strong suit. You can't just work all the time. I swore off men in California. It wasn't really all that long ago either. I'd not long moved back home when Aunt Tabby died. Then I came out here. I chewed my lip. I don't want to dump my hang-ups on someone for the sake of it. And I'm happy with my lot. While it wasn't exactly true, it wasn't a lie either. I mostly blamed my hormones on what I thought was an inappropriate attraction to a regular customer, and while I wallowed in daydreaming from time to time, I was far from lonely. Bad breakup? Kelly asked. Bad breakup, I concurred. Turned out he was cheating on me. I left out the part about the murder case. The magical intrigue surrounding it was too hard to explain away. But the crux of things was that Damon had cheated on me, and I'd been made the fool. Trusting someone again after that would take time. Pig, Kelly grunted. Your taste in men is diabolical, Gus complained. You should stay away from this wedding. I have a bad feeling about it. It must be a new paramour on the horizon. Again, Travis sprang to mind, and I fixed Gus with a stare, trying to decide whether he was teasing or if this was familiar intuition. But the grouchy cat only sauntered off and threw the cat flap, leaving me to wonder. Travis wasn't diabolical. I didn't think he was, anyway. We finished up the flowers with stifled yawns, and when I looked at the clock hanging on the wall, I saw it was close to midnight. The experience had certainly shown me that cut flowers wasn't a road I wanted to go down at the nursery. If I ever get hitched, remind me I want potted flowers on the table. I pressed my hands to my hips and arched my back as I stood to work out the kinks. So long as you remind me never to take on a job like this again, Kelly countered, I'll stick to wholesale. I chuckled and rubbed my grainy eyes. Do you want to leave these here until morning? I've got a torch somewhere, but I'd hate to drop something in the dark. Yeah, if you don't mind. I'll bring the U2 round after I get the kids off to school. I nodded sleepily and glanced out the glass sliding door to the back patio. I saw a flash of movement beyond the single bulb illuminating the new garden setting, and bit my lip as I remembered the refrigerator by the back door was empty. No trouble. You want me to drive you back? Kelly snorted and held up her phone to press the flashlight button. I'm a big girl. I'll manage. I held my tongue. If only she knew there was a surly bunyip prowling in the night. But it was me who would earn his ire, so I shrugged and opened the door for her. Night, then. Night, Kelly yawned. I stepped out into the cool air with my arms folded as I mostly listened to Kelly's footfalls fade into the distance. It was a minute or two later that a dark shape approached, the outdoor light glinting on his saber-tooth like fangs. Keeping company until the small hours. Kelly needed some help to arrange flowers for the wedding tomorrow. I dragged a garden chair back and sank into it, the chill air quickly dissipating sleepiness. I forgot to get beer tonight, sorry. Billy the bunyip stalked closer and sat on his haunches by the table with a grunt. You've been distracted lately. Is it this human joining ceremony? Explaining the ways of the modern human world to a mythical creature who predated colonization by thousands of years was tough. His vernacular sounded closer to something out of a historical novel, but his attempts at describing human behaviors were often amusing. I'd found my late-night conversations with the bunyip often left me with more clarity about my own feelings, though. No, the wedding is just a celebration of a couple's love for each other. It's the launch of the nursery which has me nervous. Your enterprise. Explain to me again how one launches an establishment. I guessed when Billy heard launch he imagined a boat on the water. Well, my business is now doing something new. The launch is a celebration of that to attract the attention of people who might want to purchase my wares. Billy grumbled low in his throat, which I understood was his way of ruminating on things. Will there be beer at this launch? I rolled my eyes. No, inebriated people stumbling around would not be good for business. I'll pick some up for you tomorrow morning, I promise. That would be kindly appreciated. The waters recede at this time of year. I thirst for a deluge, which may not come for months. The swamp, which was the water spirit's home, had indeed retreated as the weather stayed warm at the end of summer. I hadn't realized beer had been soothing for him in that way. The wedding, on the other hand, would have plenty of beer. It is young May's daughter, is it not? I have not seen her for many years. Calling Auntie May, an Aboriginal elder in the community, young was absurd. Billy had to be the only person on the planet with the justification to refer to her in that way. Yeah, Cheyenne is getting married. She already has young ones, does she not? Yeah, but that was from her first marriage. Kids aren't the only reason people get married. Human customs are impossible to keep apprised of. Billy heaved a deep breath, akin to a sigh. It's been like that for a while now. I'm afraid I need to agree with the bunyip on this one, Gus interjected as he stalked out of the dark and hopped into my lap. The last 50 years have been chaos. Now, we need to discuss this roasted chicken in the fridge. I refrained from making any comments about grumpy old men and puffed out my cheeks. Fine, I'll feed you, and then I'm heading to bed. I need my beauty sleep for tomorrow. Beauty sleep? Billy's deep telepathic voice sounded confused again. Never mind. Good night, Billy. Farewell, he said, standing with a cat-like stretch before slinking off into the night. I swear you two have each other's back more often than not these days, I said to Gus as I carried him inside the house. I shall defend your honor valiantly once I have some chicken. Sure, that or fall into a chicken-induced food coma. Chapter 3. For a second marriage, I had to admit Cheyenne hadn't skimped on the wedding. The ceremony was beautiful, and the bride looked radiant in her white, fishtail wedding dress. With a family as large as Cheyenne's, I stood at the back of the crowded church and slipped out to head to the reception ahead of most of the guests, feeling a touch awkward as a newcomer to town. My saving grace was Raymond Rowlands, local dentist and son of my employee Bill. His partner Marcus was the proprietor of Draft Beers and Drop Bears, and after arriving, I'd offered a set of hands to put the finishing touches together ahead of the wedding party. Kelly did a great job on the flowers, Raymond remarked as he brought over the last of the side plates to stack on a buffet table. She said you helped out last night. Sure did. They look great in here. I scanned the large function room, a refined mix of polish and rustic, with the overhead bare rafters containing stuffed koala likenesses with red glinting LED eyes. Marcus has created something pretty special. Raymond followed my gaze to the rafters and the venue's namesakes. Some people think they're tacky, but I like them. You know about drop bears, don't you? I rolled my eyes. Let me see if I get this right. For tourists, they're koala-like predators who drop on unsuspecting folks and devour them with their great big teeth. For locals, it's a way to wind up people like me when koalas make a commotion in the night and squabble on tin roofs and such. Pretty much. Raymond handed me a flute of champagne and took up one of his own. Just wanted to make sure nobody pulled the wool over your eyes tonight. I'm sure they'll try. I might even play along for a while. You know, the backward gal from the American South. Raymond laughed and shook his head. Well, you certainly don't look backward in that dress. Don't take any guff from people like Dad trying to tease you. I smoothed my hands over the fuchsia pink satin hugging my hips, suddenly self-conscious of the fact I was overdressed by my own standards. I hadn't bothered going to the expense of buying a new outfit after paying the invoice for the giftware, but it felt a little young on me. As a gift from my ex before one of his swanky business dinners, I probably should have burned it, but I didn't see why the dress had to suffer on account of his cheating ways. Just something I had hidden in the closet. And your father is a gentleman. I don't know what I'd do without him. I'm pretty sure he was the one to tell me about drop bears, actually. Must just be me he teases then. Raymond rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Another group of guests made their way in through the large barn doors and past the more modern glass set, then proffered invitations to a server standing by a potted palm. The venue was slowly but surely filling up. I thought by the time the wedding party was done with the photographer, the room would be thick with people. I better get back to the bar, Raymond sighed. Marcus is really nervous about tonight. He wants everything to be absolutely perfect. A dentist barkeep? I cocked my head with a smile. That's commitment. What can I say? Raymond shrugged theatrically. Maybe I can give them lectures about tooth decay if they get too rowdy. I snickered as Raymond excused himself and headed back to the bar where Marcus appeared harried as he stacked glasses and kept the natural slab of highly polished red gum, which served as a bar, pristine. Behind him, a wall of glass separated the function room from the microbrewery equipment, which made up the other half of the establishment's interesting name. I glanced at my champagne flute. If I hoped to sample any of the beer, I'd have to lay off the wine. My sense of social anxiety returned as I realized I was alone again, and the people I knew well were in the wedding party, and would presumably be way too busy to babysit me for the night. Here and there I spotted a few familiar faces, all of whom were in small groups that I didn't feel confident approaching. I should have insisted Kelly be my +1. Ex or no, I doubt anyone would have noticed us in the corner talking shop. My eyes fell on a woman likewise standing alone wearing a fitted bronze cocktail dress which complemented her wavy brown hair. I didn't recognize her, but there was something about the woman's stiff posture which screamed kindred spirit. With a stealing breath, I grabbed another flute of champagne from the side table and strode over with a nervous smile. Hi there, I'm Kat. Thought you might like one of these? I proffered the flute and grinned. Unless you're waiting on someone, of course. I saw you over here and thought you might be in the same boat as me. I lowered my voice to a whisper. No +1 at a wedding. The woman gave me a curious look but took the flute as realization dawned in her eyes. Yeah, I guess I am. Thank you, I'm Justine, are you? Tabitha Crow's niece. Yup. I chuckled as I took a swig of champagne, used to the fact that most people in Myrtleglen knew exactly who I was as soon as I opened my mouth. An Arkansas accent was apparently rare in regional Victoria. Justine smiled. Well, good thing you came over. I run the florist shop in town and have been hearing great things about your sand and soil place. Someone mentioned you've almost got a nursery up and running now. I've been meaning to drop by and check it out. Florist? I clicked my teeth shut and cleared my throat. If the florist was a guest at the wedding, then why had Kelly been called last minute to supply the flowers? I didn't have time to wonder as Justine cocked her head with a smile, waiting for me to rejoin the conversation. Yeah, the nursery will officially launch next weekend, but it's already set up mostly. I've been working up to it for a while now. Finally, I'm surprised nobody had taken a stab at a nursery around here before now. Justine shifted on her heels but her shoulders had loosened. You should do well out of it. A lot of the stock I move in tourist season is the potted kind. Cut flowers don't last long on road trips back to the city. I'll bet. I tried to come up with something to say which veered away from the bouquets littered around the room. How long have you run the florist shop? I apprenticed there, coming up 15 years ago now. When Rhonda retired, I took over the reins. Justine giggled and took a swig of champagne. Seems like a lifetime ago now. So you're a local then? I asked with a quirked eyebrow. No, actually, I came to Myrtleglen for the apprenticeship, My family all live up north in New South Wales. But I liked the town, so I stayed. She shrugged. Something about the place, huh? I snickered and nodded. Sure is. I never thought I'd end up in a small town halfway around the world from home. Just happened, I guess. A steady stream of guests were filing in through the doors, and I thought the wedding party wouldn't be far off. But my eye snagged on one familiar face as he passed the doorman, and suddenly my throat went dry. I'd been unable to bring myself to ask Travis if he was going to the wedding, but I'd hoped he might be there, and it didn't appear there was anyone on his arm. Our eyes locked for a moment, and I smiled mechanically, hoping I didn't look deranged as I gripped the champagne flute in my hand. But he gave me an icy look before turning away, striding over to a group of guys by the bar. My stomach dropped. Had I imagined it, indifference was one thing, but the contempt in his eyes. So, somewhere in the southern states, I imagine, Justine asked. I didn't know your aunt particularly well, but she came in from time to time for flowers. I swallowed and blinked, tuning back into the conversation, trying to thrust aside feelings of shame and hurt blooming in my chest. Arkansas, I managed. Most of the family is from a small town called Tumbling Springs. I guess I got the travel gene like Aunt Tabby. I couldn't wait to get out into the world and away from small-town politics. Justine snorted and drained her champagne in a couple of gulps. And here you are anyway? I love the town, but I'd happily lose the politics. Were you in the nursery business back home? I took a deep breath to soothe my rattled nerves, glad that Justine was asking the questions. If she'd noticed that I'd just taken a mortal wound to my pride, she was kind enough not to let it show, here and there. I've been a keen gardener all my life, but the last store I ran was hydroponics. That was in California, actually. Wow, quite the traveler. Justine tucked a lock of hair behind her ear and hugged an arm over her waist. I've never been out of the country. There was a pinched expression on Justine's features, and I wondered if it was something I said. Perhaps she'd spotted the people she'd intended to hang out with, and was done holding a polite conversation with a stranger. I circumspectly glanced around, expecting to see someone waving her over, but strangely, most backs remained turned to us. Well, I mean, it's not like you're missing out when it comes to jet lag and sleeping on. I halted as the color drained from Justine's face. Hey, are you all right? The florist dropped her champagne flute and clutched at her stomach as she bent forward. Sidestepping, I placed a hand on her back just as she heaved and winced. Vomit splashed on the polished timber floors and spattered over my heels. Awkwardly, I cast around for anyone, who might know what to do in these kinds of situations. It took a moment for the surrounding people to register something was amiss, and Justine was gulping air by the time Marcus elbowed his way through. Too much bubbly already, huh? Marcus' voice came out as a squeak despite the smile on his face. Kat, why don't you bring her out the back and I'll get a bucket? After only one glass of champagne, I wasn't sure I agreed on the prognosis, but I nodded and rubbed Justine's back as I tried to steer her to the right. Come on, let's go someplace a little quieter, huh? Justine groaned, and still bent over her stomach, took a lurching step to the right. Whoa. Hold on. Let me get those heels off first. Breathing through my mouth, I awkwardly squatted down with my knees together to reach for her heels. Justine grunted something that sounded like appreciation, but as I slid the open-toe spikes off, my attention was firmly on the pool of vomit in front of me, where I spotted flecks of blood. Okay now, here we go. I left the heels on the floor and stood to guide Justine toward the bar. Worried, or perhaps scornful, faces watched the spectacle, and I mumbled reassurances at Justine, who kept her head bent. Raymond pointed from the bar to the left, where I spotted a nondescript door, and I met Marcus there as he opened it with a mop and 2 buckets in hand. Pressing one bucket into my arms, he said, I'll go clean this up and bring back some water for her. Just don't let her spew on my desk, okay? I opened my mouth to protest about Justine's state, concerned now there was something wrong, but Marcus had already hurried off. Swallowing, I rubbed Justine's back and coaxed her into the small room toward a two-seater leather couch. Okay, let's sit you down here. Can you tell me what's wrong? Have you been unwell? Justine only sobbed as she sank sideways on the couch, her arms still gripping her stomach. Taking some initiative, I unclasped the zip of her dress and ran it down a little to give her some air. I felt like I should be doing something. Was vomiting blood an ambulance-worthy ailment? I'd never even seen the local doctor since I came to Australia. It wasn't like I had a number for one, let alone an after-hours line. Stepping out of my own ruined shoes, I set the bucket Marcus had given me on the carpeted floor beside Justine and decided to rope Raymond in. But as I turned to the doorway, Justine began to convulse. My chest froze as her body tightened and shook, and the rigidity of her frame caused her to slide from the sofa onto the floor. Warring between staying to help her and seeking help, my feet did the talking, and I ran out of the room shrieking for Raymond. The dentist-cum-barkeep looked up from his post with his mouth hanging open, and guests parted as I leaped forward to clutch the bar. "We need an ambulance," I panted. "Now." Chapter 4. I picked up my phone for the 100th time and scanned the Myrtleglen specific social media group, which served as the gossip mill in town. Nothing, other than Cindy Pike's selfie in front of the ambulance, which arrived at the reception just as the wedding party turned up. What a mess! Raymond had sent me home the minute Justine was loaded up and hauled away, and after realizing just how much vomit had splattered over my legs, I hadn't argued, but it had made for a long night, fitful sleep, and a sense of restlessness come morning. Poor Justine. Raymond had assured me he had it covered and would make the necessary phone calls, but having something like that happen while alone at a wedding, it was downright awful. As a dentist, Raymond had taken it in his stride, and his lack of panic at the seizures made me hope Justine had something like epilepsy, which would explain it. I hadn't even had the chance to congratulate the bride as she watched in shock as the ambulance pulled away. I'm sure it would have put quite the dampener on the night. "Your tension is quite off-putting," Gus drawled from his upside-down position on the couch. "I've hardly slept a wink since you returned." "Well, sorry, Your Highness," I huffed and folded my arms. A good familiar would be concerned for my well-being. "The woman you spoke of is receiving medical care. You are vexed because you don't know the outcome." Gus rolled with a groan. Crow women are notorious for their quest for omniscience. Too curious by far. "Hey," I grunted. "Says the cat. All I'm suggesting is you won't learn of your acquaintance's fate by sitting here fretting." Well, I guess that much was true. Even if Gus had ulterior motives in getting me out the door. Aside from sleeping, he'd been peeved by the lack of chicken in the refrigerator. "Fine. I'll go grab a coffee and swing by the grocery store. That a girl." I grunted irritably at my familiar as I stood and rubbed my leg. I wasn't sure if I was imagining it, but my shins were itchy where I'd scrubbed vomit off the night before. Sliding my phone in the back pocket of my jeans, I tracked to the kitchen to grab my purse and out into the cool morning air where fog had left condensation over every surface. I couldn't see any movement on Kelly's property and made a mental note to check in with her once I got back. If anything, she might tell me more about the florist she supplied flowers to. If it was a fact-finding mission I was on, my best bet was to stop by Shannon's, cafe of the locals, and see if I could spot any wedding guests partaking of a greasy breakfast after a long night. I wasn't sure anyone could tell me much, but I'd promised myself I wouldn't disturb my employee Bill before 9 a.m. to inquire after his son's phone number. The clock on the dash of my older-than-the-hills truck read 7:14 a.m. I sighed as I left down the driveway. I knew the hospital in town was tiny, and suspected they took more serious cases south to the larger town of Rutherfield. The trip would take around 40 minutes, and while I had time to kill, I wasn't certain Justine would be there. For all I knew, they had discharged her overnight and she's sleeping it off at home. And besides, would it be weird if the almost stranger she was talking to for 5 minutes showed up at her bedside? And what did one take to a florist in the hospital anyhow? Balloons, I suspected. When I pulled up in front of Shannon's, I blinked and rubbed my eyes before climbing out of the truck. It was like any Saturday morning in the quaint town of Myrtleglen, with people walking their dogs by cute shop fronts or strolling past with a newspaper tucked under their arm. Coffee, I reminded myself, and crossed the street to let myself into the bustling cafe. And it turned out fortune was smiling on me, because standing beside the counter Marcus Stone stared into space, looking worse for wear. Winding my way through the crowded tables, I sidled up to the restaurateur and put a hand on his arm. "Hey," I said, "I hope things turned out all right last night." Marcus took a shuddering breath and opened his mouth before answering. "The wedding? The show went on after you left. Sorry, I've been up most of the night, and just got a call to go open again." "Really?" "Next, please." A server called from the counter. I waved to signal that I wasn't ready yet, and she shrugged before turning her attention back to the coffee machine. Marcus swallowed. "The police. They're saying draft beers and drop bears is now a crime scene, for goodness sake. Some guy named Wire gave me a hosing about cleaning up the vomit. How was I to know the woman would end up dead?" It was like a slap on the face. I stood there reeling, trying to make sense of what Marcus was saying. "Dead?" I whispered. The server called out Marcus' order, and he accepted the tray of coffee with muttered thanks. Sniffing, he shook his head and bit his lip. "Sorry, my mind is just scattered. I never would have thought in a million years that something like this could happen." "I'll bet. Are they saying, what happened?" I winced at the words. Marcus shook his head. "All I knew is she left in an ambulance, and the cops called half an hour ago to demand I hand over the keys, even the one to the dumpster. I better go. I told them I'd be there as soon as I could." Of course. I held my breath, unsure if I should volunteer to go with him, or if that would seem nosy. "If you need anything at all, you just let me know, okay?" Marcus blinked watery eyes. "Thanks, Kat, I will." I watched Marcus leave with arms folded over my middle, a sudden nausea overwhelming my gut. A sense of irrational panic accompanied it, like maybe Justine's condition was catching, and the room spun. I reached out to put a palm on the counter and brace myself, and the server spoke up again. "You okay?" "Yeah, no, I absolutely wasn't. Thanks, I'll just go." Taking a slow breath through my nose, I held my purse in a vice-like grip and flashed my teeth in what I hoped was a reassuring smile before taking careful steps toward the door. The cafe suddenly felt too warm and crowded, and after stepping outside, I gulped down the fresh, cool air. Glancing around the sidewalk, I spotted a bench seat, but dismissed it in favor of returning to my truck, where at least I'd have a modicum of privacy. Vomit, I reasoned, as I climbed in behind the wheel. Then convulsions. An ambulance. Now a crime scene. If Justine had died of foul play, that could only mean poison. I reached for my phone and once again turned to social media for the answers, but there was bupkis. But I guessed if police vehicles were only just turning up to set up a crime scene, there wasn't much material for the grapevine to work with. Shoot. Did Justine say her family was in another state? I felt a pang in my chest. I know what it was like to be so far removed from the people closest to you. If anything happened to me, well, it would be up to pals like Kelly to help while I waited on international flights to come through. My leg itched, and I blinked dumbly as the dots connected in my mind. If Justine was poisoned and I'd come into contact, I dropped my head down on the steering wheel. Seemed like I was due for my first appointment with a doctor in Australia. Like now? 4 hours later in the town of Rutherfield south of Myrtleglen, whose local doctor's office was closed on weekends, I was feeling the fool as I let myself out of the consulting room. With no tangible information on what may or may not be contaminating my skin, the doc simply inspected my legs and gave me a prescription for some topical ointment just in case. "No blisters or heat coming from the slightly red marks," he'd said. which meant my skin was likely just irritated by what it had come into contact with. My blood pressure and temperature were normal, much to my surprise, given the circumstances, but he cautioned me to get to the emergency department for tests if I had any trouble breathing or if my skin got worse. As a witch with a magical healer for a mother, my faith in the regular medical profession had always been a little hinky. But I felt dismissed on this occasion, and I slunk back to my truck to drive home and wait on some news. Perhaps if I'd called the local constable to get some more details before hightailing it to the doctor's office, I might have had a different experience. But one thing had dawned on me after making the appointment. As I ran through the events of the wedding reception in my mind, I recalled having taken a flute of champagne to Justine when I introduced myself, and then I'd watched her gulp it down minutes before she deteriorated. Of course I had done nothing other than hand her a pre-filled flute among many which had lined that side table. Heck, I'd even been sipping on one myself. I guessed that toxicology would take samples of everything in the venue, but unless anyone else got sick, there was a real possibility that it was only the drink I'd given her which was contaminated. I was not looking to insinuate myself into yet another police investigation in Myrtleglen. Since I'd arrived in Australia, it seemed like there were a plethora of cases which I found myself drawn into. Would that make me seem even more suspicious? My great-aunt Tabby had passed from a self-ingested poison to ease her suffering from cancer, but I reminded myself that the police didn't know that, and that I wasn't even in the country at the time. I ran my hands through my hair as I tried to calm my nerves. Whatever this was, it was up to the police to sort out. The trip back home was dull, and after trudging in through the door, I went straight to the laundry and grabbed a plastic bag to wrap my hand with. The fuchsia pink dress, sheer pantyhose, and strappy heels were bunched on the floor, and I gathered them up carefully and held the bundle at arm's length as I strode outside. A ring of rocks filled with blackened charcoal out on the lawn was my destination, and after dropping the bundle, plastic bag included, into the fire pit, I wiped my hands on my jeans with a grimace. I thought vaguely that I might have looked like a mad woman to a passerby as I gathered up fallen sticks and debris to get a fire going, but I sure as hell wasn't keeping poison-soaked garments lying around the house. Once I'd assembled a decent pile of dead wood, I ran back to the house for some matches and watched in satisfaction as the fire caught and the dress went up in a puff of flames. My mind turned to my ex, Damon, as the fire consumed the items with noxious smoke billowing into the air. Seemed like fate that the dress was destined to burn. Gus came out into the yard as the fire's heat set in, and warmed my cheeks and hopped up on a log to give me a flat stare. I'd ask what you are doing, but I expect I'd rather not know. Oh, just burning a poisoned dress is all. Nothing out of the ordinary. Gus sniffed at the air and scrunched his kitty features in distaste. You really shouldn't burn synthetics. I gather you learned something of the florist's fate. Well, in the absence of contaminated waste disposal, I'm using what I have on hand, unless of course you're happy with having it lying around the house. Justine's dead. I'm putting two and two together. Never a dull moment with you, is there? Gus mused. So are you burning evidence then? I blinked at Gus from over the fire and opened my mouth in protest, but then I stared into the glowing red embers at the bottom of the fire pit and my throat constricted. I suppose I am. Chapter 5. I sat up with a jolt as my phone rang on the coffee table. Blinking, I rubbed my eyes and realized I must have fallen asleep on the couch. I scrambled to pick up the call before it rang out and croaked a greeting as I twitched the curtain open with a toe to get a sense of the time. It was morning. Full sun-up morning. Kat, it's Constable Lewis here. Did I wake you? A sense of dread, greater than the one of being woken by the phone, spurred me to my feet like he had caught me red-handed. Yeah, but that's okay. I swallowed. What can I do for you, Constable? The words tasted like lies. I knew what he wanted, except why was he calling instead of bashing my door down? I'm not sure if you're aware, but Justine Shaw died in the early hours of Saturday morning after attending a reception at Draft Beers and Drop Bears. I understand you spent some time talking to her before the ambulance arrived and would like you to come down to the station to answer some questions about that night. I thought I knew a thing or two about the younger constable after tangling with him on a few occasions. The formal tone of his voice was not reassuring. Sure, I saw Marcus yesterday and knew. I heaved a deep breath. When do you want me to come in? As soon as you can. I mumbled something about getting ready and hung up, panicking while trying to remind myself I had nothing to freak out over. I'd only met Justine that night and had done nothing untoward. But people got wrongfully accused all the time, didn't they? Dragging my hands over my face, I warred with whether I had time to take a shower and decided I better get this over and done with. I might very well need a long soak in the bath afterwards. But when I checked the time on my phone, I noticed a message from Ash, the computer store owner, come tech illusionist on the payroll for the Inquisition. It had come through 5 hours before at 4 a.m., not surprising for the night owl, which simply stated call me. Ash and I weren't exactly best buddies, and I knew if he reached out, he either needed something or had information. I was betting on the latter. I dialed his number right away, bracing myself for griping about calling before midday. Hey! Ash sounded alert. You said you were coming over to drop off that hard drive. Huh? I made a face, perturbed at both the request, which I was sure I knew nothing about, and the fact he wasn't groaning at me like a zombie. What? The hard drive, he continued. I need you to bring it to me right now. How soon can you get here? My mouth hung open as I tried to process the strange demand, but something in his tone kept me from asking what in the world he was talking about. Ash worked with the Inquisition, in what capacity was a little unclear, but it couldn't be coincidence that he was asking me to come over right when I was getting called into the police station. Okay, yeah, you have any news for me? Sure do. He sounded relieved. Those parts for the laptop will arrive any day now. We can talk about the config when you get here. I've got an errand to run near the police station. Should I swing by the shop first, or come past first? I'm in a rush today. I answered in the affirmative and hung up, then stood dumbly as I stared at the screen. 9 a.m. or no, nobody should have to have these kinds of conversations before imbibing a caffeinated beverage. Glancing longingly at the kettle on the bench as I stalked off to the bedroom, I quickly stripped out of sweats and a t-shirt into my usual jeans and button-up blouse. No need to get dressed up on account of Constable Lewis. I needed to be cool. The drive into Myrtleglen was agonizing as I stewed over what Ash had to say, not helped by the fact I was stuck behind an excruciatingly slow vehicle with a boxed trailer transporting some cows. I thrummed my fingers on the steering wheel as I willed myself to patience, and after negotiating my way around Sunday drivers and finding a parking space, made haste for the darkened window of the computer store. The door sign read closed but opened readily enough as I let myself in. To my surprise, Ash stood in front of the counter with his arms folded instead of his usual post behind a screen, and the worry lines around his eyes were more than a little unsettling. Took long enough, he muttered, and strode past me to lock the door before shooing me to a stool. You really need to check your messages more often. I refrained from making a snarky remark about the hours he kept, and instead thumped my purse on the counter and met his gaze. What is this about? Ash remained standing and bit his lip before answering. Well, I mean, I'm not sure if I've told you this before or not, but the Inquisition has done some serious upgrades on their tech in the last few years. Tech illusionists are a priority unit because we can tap into governmental databases and keep tabs on things. Sure, I said impatiently. Real Illuminati stuff. What's your point? Well, Ash swallowed. I don't have access to the Inquisition's interception management system, per se, but I did some coding a while back to see if I could monitor it from afar. I blinked. You're hacking the magical organization you work for? up against an entire team of magical hackers doing the same thing. Ha, Ash huffed. Hacking is such a primitive word. Regular people hack computers. What we do is art. You are so going to lose your job. The tech illusionist jerked his shoulders and sighed, or get offered a better job heading up the department which left a security hole big enough for me to get through, but that's beside the point. The Inquisition has a program which flags registered magic users who are persons of interest in regular investigations. Guess whose name came up? I sagged and cradled my head in my hands. This is not happening. Ash reached over the counter and swung a laptop around. The screen cycled with numbers, but after typing at the speed of light for a moment, he brought up another black page with green text which read, Deceased Justine Shaw. Case status active investigation. Jurisdiction Rutherfield Police Station. Assigned Officer Detective Lawrence Dwyer. Person of interest Katarina Crowe. Registration status active. Classification Green Witch. Priors nil. Alert level medium. Person of interest. I swallowed. How can they even establish that before speaking to me? And what does the alert level mean? At this point, it'll be a desktop review. Basically, it'll be handed to an inquisitor to look over the file and assess whether to monitor or take over the case. Like a creepy big brother looking over the police's shoulder? The inquisitor would have to establish that it was a breach of magical law. The Inquisition doesn't have the resources to be dealing with regular cases just because a witch was involved. Even if you were the culprit, the onus is on the Inquisition to prove you used magical means. To who? They're the Inquisition, for Pete's sake. It's not like there's a judge and jury. Ash gave me a weird look. Your mother is on the Arcane Council in the States, right? Grandmother, I corrected. I don't know how things are done there, but I can't imagine that it's too different. The Arcane Council vets every sentence the High Inquisitor gives. I guessed my assumption that the Council's gossiping accounted for Grandma knowing everyone's business was wrong, which showed how little I cared for witch politics. And how do you know all this? Have they got you working on the Inquisition manual? I like to know the organization I work for from the inside out. Ash held his chin up, particularly when they can throw me into a magically bound cell. Which I guessed was likely if he was infiltrating their systems, but now wasn't the time to be lecturing him, not when I was the suspect in said system. So what now then? I'm guessing from what you said on the phone you've already been called in for questioning? Ash began pacing. I had to let you know before that happened. You should really take a lawyer with you. My code doesn't give me all the details on a case, but if you can stall it out, I can try to breach the Victoria Police database directly and pull the files. I considered the guy who'd always been helpful, but never so eager to dive headfirst into an investigation with me. Is it that bad? I don't know, is the short answer, which is why I'm worried. Then how can you be certain I didn't do it? Ash paused in his pacing and gave me a derisive stare. You? A murderer? Please? Do you know how Justine died, at least? I rubbed my shins absently. Nope. I'm working on something at the moment to get into the hospital records. That'll be quicker to manage. It's a poison, I suspect. I'd just like to know which one. Ash puffed out his cheeks and tapped his fingers against his elbows. A magic user involved in a murder investigation with poison suspected as the cause of death will warrant a diviner called in to inspect the body. So long as the poison wasn't magical, it might only be the regular police to deal with, if you're lucky. That's so reassuring, I said. I didn't even know the woman. I was alone at a wedding and went up to talk to her. Sure, I gave her some champagne, but if it was poisoned, it would have to have been some seriously potent stuff. She started vomiting and had seizures within minutes. That does not sound good. Ash rubbed the bridge of his nose. If this is a magical poisoning, you're screwed. But I didn't do it. I protested. And someone clearly did. It's just a matter of figuring out who, right? Surely they have other suspects? The Inquisition only flags magic users, of which you are the only one. If there are others, that'd be in the police records, which Inquisitors can access on the network. I don't have that authority. But you can get it, right? I'll manage somehow. Okay, I stood on shaky legs. I've agreed to go down to the station, so that's what I'm gonna do. You'll let me know as soon as you have something, right? Ash rolled his eyes and opened his mouth to protest, but I cut in ahead of him. If I stall out now and lawyer up, I'll only look suspicious. I didn't do it, Ash. Fine, he threw up his hands, but don't say I didn't warn you. I grabbed my purse, then paused as I reflected on what he'd said. If you can't get into the system, how will you know if the diviner identifies a magical poison? Trust me, he said. You won't need me to tell you if that happens. Awesome, I groaned. Let's see if I can't just nip this in the bud now then. Good luck. Ash flashed his teeth in what I guessed was supposed to be a reassuring smile. I'd need all the luck I could get. Chapter 6. I sat in my truck for a full few minutes out the front of the police station, gripping the steering wheel. How does one be cool exactly with prior knowledge of being registered as a person of interest? This was serious, super serious, and despite being innocent, I was sure if they hooked me up to a lie detector, the needle would fly right off the page. I swallowed and pulled the keys from the ignition with clammy hands. If I sat out here much longer, the constable might have cuffs waiting for me once I got inside. I slunk toward the glass-paneled door of the small station and smiled nervously at passers-by. Once inside, I took in the tiny waiting area in front of the counter and wondered if I should sit. Constable Lewis spared me the trouble, though, as his head poked round the corner of a hallway which led to the back. Kat. Good, I was about to call. The lanky constable disappeared from view, then strode down the hallway and opened a door to the left. He nodded to whoever was inside, then caught my gaze to wave me in. Okay, I thought. There was a detective listed on Ash's screen, but I couldn't for the life of me recall what the name was as I pinned my purse under my elbow and made my way around the counter. When I stepped into I suppose it was an interview room, my eyes fixed on a middle-aged guy with a receding hairline and prominent nose seated at a small table. He was in a shirt and tie with a lanyard hanging around his neck and closed a laptop in front of him as he looked up. This is Detective Dwyer, Kat, Constable Lewis said over my shoulder. Because Justine's death is being treated as a criminal investigation, Dwyer is handling things. I'm just helping out on the case. Kat Crowe. The detective stood and proffered his hand. Thank you for coming in. Dang it. I shifted my purse from under my arm and used the opportunity to smooth my clammy hand over my jeans before clasping the detective's hand briefly. Pleasure to meet you. After asking me to sit, Detective Dwyer motioned for the constable to close the door and, to my surprise, the young officer stayed in the room and pulled up a seat at the tiny round table. I guessed it was standard to have two officers in an interview. Maybe Dwyer's partner was chasing other leads. In any event, I thought the humble station had likely never seen a murder investigation conducted within its walls if the sofa and potted palm on the far wall were anything to go by. I believe Constable Lewis told you that Justine Shaw died in the early hours of Saturday morning at the Rutherfield Hospital following the reception you both attended. Detective Dwyer rummaged in his laptop bag and placed a small device in the middle of the table. When I nodded, he continued. Time is of the essence with these kinds of investigations, Miss Crowe. As you were the last person to spend time with the deceased before she left in the ambulance, I'm required to let you know we must treat you as a suspect during this interview. Do you understand? My mouth hung open, and it occurred to me a second later that my suspect status should have been surprising. I gasped and held a hand to my mouth. I didn't even. Let's just wait until we start the recording, otherwise you'll just have to repeat yourself. The detective clicked a few buttons on the recording device as I shared a look with the constable. At least he had the decency to look abashed. I must inform you that you do not have to say or do anything, but anything you say or do may be given in evidence. Do you understand that? Detective Dwyer folded his hands on the table, and I uttered an affirmative. I must also inform you of the following rights. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a friend or a relative to inform that person of your whereabouts. You may communicate with or attempt to communicate with a legal practitioner. Would you like to exercise these rights at this time? Ash knew where I was. He'd also said I should take a lawyer with me, but silly old me thought I could explain my way out of this one over a cup of coffee, which only reminded me I hadn't had a single cup of anything since I'd woken. Ah, no. Can I get a glass of water, though? The detective looked to Constable Lewis, who left without a word, and I twiddled my thumbs as I waited for him to come back with a paper cup. I drained it and took some steadying breaths. Dwyer watched me like a hawk the entire time, and I met his eyes when I was ready to proceed. Miss Crowe, can I get your full name, date of birth, and address for the record, please? I rattled off my details while staring at the recording device, which I decided was easier to look at than the detective. And can you tell me about your relationship with the deceased Miss Justine Shaw? I don't have one. On Friday night I met her at the reception. I glanced up and noted the detective's furrowed eyebrows. You'd never met her before? Dwyer asked, a little incredulously. In a small town like Myrtleglen? I decided I didn't much like the detective. Well, I'm not sure if you noticed my accent. I flashed my teeth in a smile. But I'm not a local. In fact, I've lived in Myrtleglen for less than a year. Dwyer grabbed a notebook from his laptop bag and flipped it open before resting it on his lap and peering at the page. Was it a list of questions, I wondered, or notes about me? He pursed his lips as he looked up again, and I met his eye. Tell me how you came to be talking to the deceased at the reception and describe the conversation. It was a wedding. Folks are supposed to mingle, but to tell you the truth, I didn't bring a +1, and when I spotted Justine I thought she was in the same boat. So, I struck up a conversation with her. And then? I frowned as I tried to recall the particulars of our conversation, which was difficult given what I remembered clearly about the night were the events afterward. Chit-chat, really. We spoke about our respective businesses in town and both having come from different places. We didn't really have all that much time to talk before she became unwell. Did you give the deceased a glass of champagne? Dwyer's lips quirked like he was the cat who caught the canary. How the heck did he know that? My nose wrinkled, and I glanced between the constable and Dwyer. Yeah, I think so. Why? I'm the one asking the questions, Miss Crowe. You said you spoke about your businesses. Can you tell me about yours? I sat back in the chair and reckoned with the question. I run the landscape supply store. Is that all? Dwyer cocked his head. And nursery. Soon to be relaunched as the Garden Gate Nursery and Supplies. Dwyer grinned like he'd arrived at the point he'd been angling at. I expect you had a lot to talk about with the deceased given she owned the local florist shop. I frowned. Florists and nurseries aren't exactly alike, if that's what you mean. But sure, we had enough in common. Did the topic of the wedding flowers come up, perhaps? The detective asked in a too cool kind of way. No, it did not, I answered carefully. When I spoke to the owner of the venue, he told me you had a hand in supplying them, which I find odd, given the florist was a guest at the wedding. Care to explain that to me? My throat tightened and I wrung my hands under the table. I didn't supply the flowers. I helped my neighbor, Kelly, put the arrangements together the night before the wedding. Now, as I understand it, he glanced at his notes. Kelly Walters is a flower wholesaler who did business with the deceased. What I want to understand is if this wedding bouquet gig is a new venture you both cooked up, perhaps. No, I gasped. Cheyenne, the bride, asked Kelly to do the flowers at the last minute. I was just helping a friend. The detective's flat stare told me he didn't buy it. I looked at Constable Lewis in entreaty, but he sat like a wallflower with his hands folded in front of him. He was there to make up the numbers, I decided, so I took a deep breath to figure out what I should say which wouldn't dig the hole I was in any deeper. If that's true, it sounds like the bride had a falling out with the deceased. So why would she be at the wedding? How would I know? I threw up my hands. I didn't speak to Cheyenne about the flowers, and I have no idea why she went with Kelly and not Justine. The detective considered me for a moment before tapping a pen against his notebook. Can you tell me, Miss Crowe, about the plant Ricinus communis? I scrunched up my eyes and spoke as I was still madly trying to come up with a satisfying answer to the previous question. Castor oil plant. Used for. I choked and sat bolt upright. The detective wore a smarmy smirk as he tucked his pen into his shirt pocket. He raised his eyebrows as though inviting me to continue, but I had the answer to what had killed Justine that night. And just admitted to the police that I was aware of the properties of the plant in question. She was killed with ricin, I said flatly. That's yet to be formally established by the coroner, but given the toxicology report, I'd say you're right. Now, from what I can see, you have quite the green thumb, Miss Crowe. Did you have formal botany training back in the States? No, I answered, but it sounded wooden in my own ears as my brain felt reduced to the consistency of pudding. You could say gardening runs in the family. And you currently reside on close to 200 acres of land you inherited from your aunt? I'd imagine that's quite a playground for a gardener. It's mostly swamp, but yes. Do you have any Ricinus communis growing on your property, Miss Crowe? Not that I'm aware of. I assumed my resident bunyip would have a conniption if he discovered such an invasive species in his territory, if the ongoing feud with my other neighbor's garden was anything to go by. But I couldn't exactly tell the detective about the mythical creature. And do you have any Ricinus communis at your place of business? No. Do you have any Ricinus communis materials in your possession not limited to seeds, beans, or expired cuttings? No. That'll be all I need for the interview. The detective uttered the time into the recording device and switched it off, then closed his notebook and put it back in his laptop bag. He took his time about it and puffed out his cheeks as he swept his eyes over the room before settling on me. Miss Crowe, I think I have enough here to ask a magistrate for a search warrant for your property, but I'm going to ask you if you would provide consent to proceed without one. If what you said is true, your full cooperation would go a long way to proving it. I gritted my teeth. Now see, I thought it was up to you folks to prove things. Is that a no, then? Again, a smirk crept onto the detective's lips. My mind spun as I considered the situation I was in. I was innocent, and yet the detective had painted a picture which suggested I had a business-related motive and the skills to pull off the murder. If this could straighten things out. Fine, I spat. I have nothing to hide. Good choice. Dwyer pulled a phone from his pocket and tapped the screen. I'll have a specialist team called up from Melbourne. Constable Lewis here will let you know when to expect us. Detective Dwyer stood and left the room without another word with his phone to his ear, presumably to call in the cavalry. My limbs felt too heavy to stand, and I gave the constable an accusatory look. Answer a couple of questions, indeed. He's usually not so. Constable Lewis sighed. It's just that ricin poisoning isn't that common, especially outside of Melbourne. The case is going to get a lot of attention in the media. Now come on, I'll get you a coffee from the place next door. You look like you need one. I stood on shaky legs and told the constable I was fine. He promised to get in touch as I let myself out of the station, but only listened with half an ear. I strode out onto the street with my shoulders hunched, the distance to the truck seeming impossibly far despite only being a few steps away. After climbing into the cab, I allowed myself to sag and tears stung at my eyes. What on earth was happening? And, as shamed as I was about my self-interest, why had fate thrown this at me just a week before the launch of my revamped business? Media attention. The last thing I needed was my mugshot on the news just as I was rolling out the streamers come launch day. I needed to work this out fast, and if the detective had his crosshairs fixed on me, I'd need to find out who was responsible myself to clear my name. Chapter 7. I stopped on the way home to pick up a large coffee and two slices of lemon curd cheesecake from the bakery. If there was another time in my life which had warranted extra cheesecake that much, I couldn't recall it. With firm plans to dive into my bed and hide from the world for at least the next couple of hours, I pulled into the driveway, and my heart sank as I saw Geron's van parked by the shed. I spotted the cultural tours guide on a ride-on lawnmower tidying up the yard. It was the quid pro quo arrangement the Aboriginal Land Council had with my Aunt Tabby to use the land for their tourism enterprise, which I'd readily agreed to continue. Then I spotted Geron's aunt and auntie to the entire community as a respected elder, sitting on the bench seat out by the water of the swamp. Even though I wasn't up for visitors, the sight of Auntie May eased some of the tension in my shoulders as I cut the ignition. She was the closest thing to what I'd call family in Australia by virtue of her friendship with my deceased aunt, and the fact that she frequently stopped in to check on me. Of course I should have been on the phone to Grandma and Mom to let them know what was happening, except being all the way back in Arkansas, I'd only freak them out. Best to hold off until I had something other than panic to share. I detoured past the kitchen to grab some plates and forks, then halved one of the admittedly large slices of cheesecake to share with Auntie May. I left the other slice on the counter for Geron and put the kettle on to make a fresh pot of citrus blend tea. Once I had a loaded tray, I balanced it precariously over to the bench seat where Auntie May gazed over the water. "Hi there, Aunt," I said as I sat beside her. "Afternoon." She gave me a shrewd look, then squinted at the cake on the tray. "Rough day?" I'm not sure I could keep anything from the elder if I tried. Really rough. Auntie May picked up a plate and pushed it into my hands, then started on her own cheesecake, muttering something about her doctor having a fit. "Come on then, tell me all about it." I wasn't sure where to start, so the words came out in a disjointed mess. Auntie May didn't interrupt as she ate quietly, only nodding here and there as I looked at her to check if what I said made sense. The detective made it sound like I had a secret plot going to become some sort of florist mafia. I sighed. I just don't know what to do. Course he did. Auntie May shook her head and took a gulp of tea. They're all slippery bastards who won't let the truth get in the way of a conviction. I frowned, but Auntie May only shrugged. She was always a little unconventional, but I expected something more, reassuring from her. "Look, we've all got to protect our own with this stuff, and the fact of the matter is that Justine should never have been at that wedding to begin with. Wouldn't surprise me if she did herself in just to spite us all." My jaw dropped, and Auntie May gave me a curious look. "Well, I suppose you wouldn't know, would you? Justine was invited to the wedding, right until she broke up with Travis." "Travis?" I blinked and clicked my teeth shut. She couldn't mean. "Travis Larkins is Cheyenne's cousin on her father's side," Auntie May explained. "Now there is all kinds of talk in the community that he had something to do with it, which is absolute rubbish. Cheyenne told Justine she didn't need her rotten flowers and made it clear she wasn't welcome at the wedding. Bloody game of her to turn up after that. Travis. My mind was stuck in a loop. My Travis, who I'd been sure was flirting with me at the store for weeks now. He'd had a girlfriend? "People think Travis might have been involved?" I asked. Most of the family were happy about the split. Auntie May held up a finger, said she was no good. But there's always a couple of troublemakers. If you ask me, it was probably some accident with her nose in that potpourri she peddles. I shook my head and set my uneaten cake aside. You don't get poisoned with ricin by accident. It's not something you'd find lying around a florist shop. "Well, it wasn't Travis, and it wasn't you either. I spoke with his mother, Phyllis, this morning. She was cagey, so I reckon it won't be long before he's hauled in, same as you." I closed my eyes to gather my thoughts with a pang in my heart, for the guy was quite at odds with the rising indignation I felt at being played. How long had they been broken up for, exactly? And was I mistaking the flirting for friendly banter after all? Had my addled wits been perceiving our interactions a little too hopefully? So they've got you on their list for your interest in plants, and I'd say they'll pull the same line with Travis. Auntie May huffed. He went to university, you know, studied environmental science for a while but ended up coming home to start his business. They'll use that against him. I certainly hadn't known that about the landscaper, though I'd thought he had a better eye for plants than the average gardener, but I simply couldn't see the guy as a murderer, and if we were both in hot water. Is there anyone else you think? Someone who might have done it? When I'd left the police station, I'd been hoping there were other leads. But not that one. Buggered if I know. Didn't really know the woman that well. Only saw her here and there at family functions. Auntie May waved her walking stick to encompass the scenery. I prefer my flowers in the ground. I nodded my agreement at the last sentiment. People who knew me well gave me potted flowers if the occasion called for it. Do you know who did? Know her well? Cheyenne might. Those two got along well before the breakup. And Travis's sister Rihanna would have a better sense of things too. Rihanna. The name sounded familiar, and it took a moment for me to recall sitting next to the woman at Cheyenne's birthday. Not someone who I was a regular acquaintance with, but she was kind to me on a night where I knew nobody at the party. I wasn't aware she was Travis's sister either, and given the circumstances, she might be tight-lipped about what she knew to protect her brother. Well, I'd appreciate anything you could find out. I'd hate to think that Detective Dwyer will stop looking if he figures we're likely enough suspects. I'll see what I can do. Auntie May tapped the side of her nose with a solemn expression. Is Cheyenne holding up okay? The mention of her name conjured a wave of sympathetic feelings. This should never have happened on what was supposed to be her day. She'll be all right. Auntie May waved her hand dismissively. The ceremony was perfect, and the drama settled after the ambulance left the reception. It wasn't until Saturday that people heard about Justine passing. The conversation fell into a lull, and it occurred to me the silence was stark. I cast around for Jaron and spotted him dusting his hands on his jeans by the shed. With the mowing done, he made his way over to us, and I stood to tidy up the tray and smiled as he approached. Thanks, Jaron. Can I get you a slice of cake and some iced tea? Nah, thanks, Kat. Got to get going. That'll be my cue then. Auntie May stood with her walking stick in hand. I'll have a yarn with some people and let you know what I find out. I walked the pair back to Jaron's brightly painted tour van and said my farewells. Knowing Auntie May, I guessed the town of Myrtleglen was in for a shakedown, but I'd need all the help I could get to learn more about Justine Shaw and who might have wanted to kill her. And if it turned out to be Travis. No, I decided, it wasn't him. There was no way I'd been fawning over a murderer. I tracked back to the house to do some recon on recent poisoning. I already felt stupid enough knowing I'd been made the fool with the too hunky landscaper. And after Damon, I'd promised myself never to be played again. After letting myself in through the sliding glass door into the kitchen, I stopped short at the mess on the counter. The cheesecake I'd left there had been obliterated, and Gus lay spread out on the dining table. Next time, a plain cheesecake is in order, he drawled. That sticky lemon concoction was dreadful. I narrowed my eyes at the smears of lemon curd over the counter. At least it had forced my troublesome familiar to lick the stuff off his paws. That wasn't for you. No. When do I ever buy you cheesecake? Perhaps you should. I rolled my eyes and carried the tray to the sink. The mess could wait. I didn't know how my familiar could be of assistance in a murder investigation, but Gus usually had an insight or two to share when things went to crap. Usually shortly after they would be useful, but today I decided to get on the front foot for once. Look, I'll buy whatever cheesecake you want after we sort out this mess I'm in. The police have me down as a suspect and are painting a picture which gives me motive to be the killer." Gus sat up and gave me a disdainful look. "What the devil are you talking about?" I sat at the dining table and recalled that Gus had been sound asleep when I'd left that morning. Catching him up as succinctly as I could, I popped open my laptop and arrived at the question I needed answered. "So, have you sniffed out any castor bean plants around?" "No," Gus said, though he didn't sound absolutely certain, "but you should check with the water spirit. He doesn't care for roaming in his territory, not that it bothers me. The scents out there aren't to my tastes." In other words, there was a pecking order, and Gus was staying in his lane. The two magical creatures were getting along a lot better than they used to, but territory was territory. "I'll take the John boat out a little later. What I want to know is what kind of window we're looking at here." I began typing into my browser and brought up the Dr. Google rundown on racin poisoning. Gus shifted to sit where he could see the screen and read alongside me. 4 to 6 hours from the time of poisoning. I slapped my palm on the table. "See? There's no way that the champagne I gave Justine was contaminated. Yet the detective suspects you poisoned her with the beverage." "That's what it sounded like." I frowned. He didn't come right out and say it though. "So, the florist imbibed the poison earlier that day. You should have the illusionist trace her movements with CCTV footage." "You watch way too many cop shows while I'm at work," I scoffed. "I don't think I've seen one camera in Myrtleglen." Gus shifted on his paws. "I do not. If not cameras, then those phones you young people insist on staring at for hours on end." He had a point. Justine's online footprint may have the clues I needed to identify who had it out for her. But Ash was already working on the case files. I'd let him get that part done before asking him to dive deeper. The question was what I could do in the here and now, and whether agreeing to have the police search the property would be to my disadvantage. Crap. I hung my head in my hands. I'm going to have to do some serious work in the greenhouse. That'll be the first place they search. The greenhouse in question held the plants I was working on for various magical uses: writhing purple tradescantia, color-changing liliums, bubblegum-scented bromeliads, and the myriad of air plants which I'd recently instilled with the ability to creep around of their own volition. In fact, the latter had made it inside the house, where they turned up in the most unlikely of places. I was making that much progress with them I'd planned on trying my hand at selling them on the witchy web. "A simple hush spell will do the trick. You really must master that one." "Easier said than done," I griped, "without wiping out the enchantment anyway. We witches live in the modern world. Gone are the times where one could flaunt their magical trinkets for those to see." "Plants aren't trinkets," I sighed and stared at the laptop screen. "But that's beside the point. What else could help me here? Surely there's a spell or two I could try." "Perhaps if we had access to the family grimoires." Gus made a kitty rumble in his throat. "But as it stands, you have an absurd collection of trivia on gardening and Tabitha's tomes at your disposal. I'm not certain Nasir's grimoire holds the knowledge you're looking for." I closed the laptop. There was one family relic I had steered clear of since discovering it among Aunt Tabby's things, and if the look of it was anything to go by, I'd say the bleached human skull etched with runes must have something to do with death. It was worth a shot, anyway. Chapter 8. I sat the other relics on the counter and pulled the wrapped skull from the bottom of the aged leather trunk. I hadn't touched the thing once since discovering it, and the research I'd done on the relic's uses prior to coming out to Australia had yielded next to nothing on that particular item. Gently tugging the linen aside as I set the bundle on the table, I considered the runes etched in rows across the bleached bone. "You're sure you don't know anything about this one?" "Not for certain. During my mortal existence I believe the item was in my grandmother's safekeeping. The family relics tended to be dispersed among the Crows according to affinity with their brand of magic. but those who required the inherent enchantment possessed some relics because they lacked in that department. There were next to no enchanted objects which would be of use for a green witch, for example, but there were some general charms which I had my eye on currently in Grandma's possession. I mean, what's the worst that could happen? Oh, you know, plague, explosions, transportation to a dark realm. Aunt Tabby would have warned me about that in her letter. I hoped she would anyway. The other relics are pretty harmless. You clearly haven't attempted dream walking with the teacup, then. I have not, I agreed. Only because that hasn't come up yet. Dreadful business. Why, my cousin Mildred spent weeks in a deep sleep nobody could rouse her from. I still believe she was never quite the same after that. I'll keep that in mind, I answered, though I fixed my attention on the skull. I wasn't sure if it was because my eyes were too focused on the item, but the runes appeared to glow faintly. Your grandmother was fine with this thing, though. Lived to a ripe old age, then went off into the woods in search of a portal to the Fey realm. Did she find it? I blinked and turned my attention to Gus. We never found her body, he said, non-committally. I could only guess where the skull ended up after that. The Crows were a larger clan in those days. I sat and chewed my lip, knowing I was simply putting off the inevitable. While I was a lot more ambivalent than Gus gave me credit for, I couldn't shake the feeling that the skull could be useful somehow. I'd never had much luck with Aunt Tabby's other relics. The crystal ball was a sphere of fog to my untrained eye. The divination dice never glowed when I tossed them, which told me I had yet to successfully activate them, and the all-seeing spectacles, which should have lent me the ability to see ghosts, only made me look like a crazed Harry Potter fan. Of course, the skeleton key was my go-to item of the collection, and the soldier's canteen, which purified water to holy levels, came in handy with the djinn I faced off a few months back, and from what Gus had said about the Dreamwalker teacup, well, it sounded more dangerous than the skull. Holding my hands out, I took a bracing breath. It wasn't like my situation couldn't get much worse. I was a suspect in a murder investigation a week out from a launch I felt ill-prepared for. The most likely outcome here was that I'd have just as much luck activating the relic as I had with some of the others. Nada. Embracing the thrum of magic deep within my chest, I placed my fingertips lightly on the skull. The runes flared to life, then dissipated, causing me to snatch my hands to my chest and take a step backward. Ah, a feminine voice sounded in my head. It has been some time since somebody did that. I met Gus' wide eyes over the table, and his arched back told me he had heard the telepathic voice. My heart thumped in my chest, and as the silence stretched, my mind ticked over my entire understanding of witchcraft and what on earth I was dealing with. I came up with nothing. Who are you? I stuttered. Why, your grandmother, dear. The voice chuckled in my head, though it sounded sinister. One of them, anyhow. You're a crow. I felt it in your dryoct. My what now? I wiped my hands on my jeans as though they were dirty. My fingertips still tingled from the spark of runic magic. Magic. Dryoct is the power which flows in your veins. You're my ancestor? I frowned and looked at Gus for help. He'd backed up as far as he could on the dining table with hackles up and appeared too fixed on the skull to notice my silent plea. I'd consider myself the ancestor. On this side of the Atlantic, at least, but that was until Tabitha. She perished, I presume. Are we still in the new colonies? Of all the things Aunt Tabby could have warned me about in her letter, this should have been right up there. My first instinct was not to trust the voice coming from that skull, but if it was among the family relics, I had to assume it was important or valuable, which didn't discount the fact it may also be dangerous. You still haven't given me your name, I said dryly. Who's to say you aren't a malevolent spirit? The voice tutted in an amused kind of way before responding. Clever girl. Vigilance is a virtue among witches. I am Sorka Crowe, among the first settlers of this lineage to be birthed in the New World. I swallowed and honed my attention directly on Gus, hoping the direct connection with my familiar would allow me to have a private word with him. What do you think? Is any of this true? It could be, Gus conceded. But it has been some decades since I looked at the family records. I recall the first of the Crows were indentured servants in the mid-1700s. Brendan and Molly, Sorka interrupted. My parents? I blinked and regarded the skull. It looked like telepathic communication was off the table until I figured out where the off switch was. So you ended up stuck in that skull through some unfortunate spell work, and have been kept under wraps by the family for the past 4 centuries. A mishap? Of course not. I chose to exist beyond the mortal boundaries of life and death, she scoffed. I have no business beyond the veil yet. Well, neither does Gus, but here he is. I waved at my familiar, who I estimated must have been born 150 years after Sorka. Ah, but he will return to his death once you have finished with him, to be called on again by a future generation until his soul is too worn and frayed to carry on the work. I grimaced, the words conjuring an unpleasant image in my mind. She seemed to imply I was keeping his soul under duress. There was something cocky about this woman that pricked at my senses. If she was really the benevolent old granny she said she was, why wasn't she venerated on the mantelpiece? At the very least, why didn't I know about her? Now, those who seek me out are either bored and reckless or desperately seeking answers. We've already established you are a cautious witch, so why don't you tell me what troubles you face? I weighed up my situation and opened my mouth to speak, but a wet snout pressed up against the glass sliding door, and I jumped at the sight of Billy glaring into the dining room directly at the skull. You've woken the sorceress, he snarled. Was I not supposed to? I snapped. Could have done with a little warning. Billy bared his teeth, and the glass fogged up. Ah, the native Aukiski. Sorka sneered. Still wallowing in that mud pit, I see. She's poisonous, Billy growled, and unnatural, cheating life itself with her dark arts. What? Like a necro, I sucked in a sharp breath and clicked my teeth shut. If Sorka was an undead necromancer, I immediately understood why she was a literal skeleton in the crow closet. I lowered my voice like the arcane council could be eavesdropping. You work death magic? Witches who are too squeamish to embrace all arts aren't worth their salt, Sorka tutted. That is the problem with this modern world. Okay, I don't have time for this, I dragged a hand over my face. Sorka, it's been nice meeting you and all, but I've got a murder investigation to solve. Is there any place you'd prefer your skull to rest for now? Should I just, zap you to sleep again? She won't, Billy said. We share a psychic connection now, Sorka interrupted. Best keep my remains close by. But murder, you say? It's been centuries since I've enjoyed one of those. I grimaced. I didn't murder anyone, but I need to find out who did. Of course, she said flippantly. All the same, magic is always more potent where blood is spilled. I am at your disposal, if you require counsel. What has happened? Billy asked. Who is dead? I puffed out my cheeks, irritated. Billy was sitting out in full daylight, though, so I opened the glass door and jerked my thumb for him to come in. Next, someone will see you and call animal control out. Stay off the carpets, though. Billy's immense bulk squeezed through the door, and he sat on his haunches in the small space between the dining table and the counter. Already a muddy puddle was forming underneath him, and I pushed the dining table against the wall to give us all some space. Gus leaped over onto the counter and kept a wary eye on Sorka's skull. I was loath to explain myself yet again, but I sank to a chair anyhow, and gave Billy the skinny on what had happened. It occurred to me I hadn't seen the bunyip since before the wedding, but only a few days had passed since then. It seemed like an eternity. I spoke directly to the water spirit, ignoring Sorka's muted exclamations as the story progressed, and arrived at the question I needed answering. So, have you seen any castor bean plants around anywhere? If the police find any, I'll be in for a world of pain." Billy growled in irritation. "Trespassers. I can tear them limb from limb and be done with it." "Please don't." I arched an eyebrow. "I don't need more dead bodies piled at my door, and that'll only bring more officers." "I am not familiar with this castor bean plant from your description. If you have a sample, I may track its scent." "Goodness, no," I groaned. "That's the last thing I want in my possession right now, except—" I stood and strode into the hallway where a closet, which served for all my witchy gear, was located. It was a mixed bag of things Aunt Tabby had lying around along with newer items I'd added, and sure enough there was a small brown bottle of castor oil tucked away. Uncorking it, I tracked back to the kitchen to hold it under Billy's nose. "Does that help?" Billy snuffled and made a low rumbling sound in his throat. "Indeed. I shall scour my territory for such a specimen." "You know, there is such a simple solution to your troubles," Sorka piped up in an overly innocent voice. "Do not listen to her," Billy argued. I squeezed my hands over my ears like that would make a difference with 3 telepathic spirits in the room. "Hear her out," Gus advised. "Without the family grimoires, we are at a disadvantage." Both Billy and I swung our heads around to regard Gus askance. I would have thought he'd be the first to be leery of Sorka. But he held his kitty chin up and didn't shrink under our gaze, and I supposed he had a point. "Well?" I asked, cocking my head at the skull. "Scrying for malicious intent. Of course you'll need the body, but it will reveal the face of he who wished her harm," Sorka said. My eyes narrowed. Surely cracking a case couldn't be that easy. "Gus." "Out of the question. Would a personal effect do?" Gus directed the question at Sorka. "Likely not. Such an item would need to be handled by the person you seek," Sorka replied. "Well, I can't see myself breaking into a morgue." I sighed. "That's beside the point." Gus began pacing. "But if you possess scrying skills, what else may be illuminating in these circumstances? The location of the poisoning may offer echoes of the past. But I shouldn't count on that. The past fades quickly in favor of the present. The vessel of the poison would yield the best results, if it has been untouched. Neither of which I knew anything about, or was likely to find out from the law. I needed more intel before I could pick Sorcha's skull for spells. Opening the door, I let Billy slip out quietly and ran my fingers through my hair. He gave me a look which spoke volumes about his disapproval, then bounded off toward the waterline in a gray streak. "Look," I said as I closed the door and turned to the remaining spirits. "It's been a long day and I need some thinking time in the bath. I'll let you 2 get acquainted and see if you can't come up with something which might be useful." Gus gave me his haughtiest kitty look and a nod, which looked weird coming from a cat. I shall give the dilemma consideration and compare solutions with Sorka. I had misgivings about the pair striking up an accord, but I trusted Gus with my life. He might have been struck with a sense of nostalgia for times gone by with someone closer to his age, but he always had my best interest at heart. And Sorka? Well, of course I'd landed myself with a new mystery to solve. Who didn't have a necromancer or 2 hiding in their family tree, right? Chapter 9. I knew taking a cat to work was weird, but I had little choice. Despite everything, I still had a business to run and a launch to plan, and with Sorka around, there was no other way to have a private word with my familiar. "Billy doesn't trust her," I argued. "And what do we really know about her? That she's a specialist in forbidden magic? At least Billy was around when Sorka was in Aunt Tabby's possession. I trust his instincts." I spoke with her at length about the family, Gus said from his position in a ceramic pot filled with soil. He was going to get a rude awakening later when I brought in a ficus tree for potting up. I have every reason to believe her story. She knows things about the family which even I never guessed at, though they make sense in retrospect. I wasn't up for a history lesson. Unless Sorka had something useful to contribute to the investigation, I was tempted to leave her in the furthest corner of the swamp from the house and hope she was out of telepathic range. Have you two come up with anything at least? I'd left the pair to their nattering and taken a sleeping brew after the bath the evening before to keep their reminiscing from ruining my sleep. It must have been a potent one though, because that morning I'd gotten out of bed barely in time to make a cup of citrus blend tea to go and load a protesting Gus into my truck. Sorka's methods are antiquated, but I believe she may be of use with some more information at hand. So that's a no. I rubbed my eyes and scanned more barcodes into the handheld doodad that had come with my point-of-sale system. Did Billy drop by last night? He couldn't locate any castor bean plants. I spoke with him in the early hours, though he stayed in the shadows. At least that was something. I'd taken a brief call from Constable Lewis on the trip into town, who told me a specialist department would arrive to search the property that afternoon, which meant I had a whole pile of work to get done by midday, so I could leave Bill to man the counter and go home. The last thing I wanted to do was cast a hush spell over my plants and knock out their enchantments, but a witch had to do what a witch had to do. I guess we wait and hope that Ash comes through. Perhaps with the police records there might be an angle My phone rang, and I peered at the screen. The number looked familiar, but not immediately recognizable. I pressed my lips together, then answered. Kat? It's Vicky Greengrass here. Have I got you at a good time? The wholesaler. As much as I wanted to fob her off until my temper had improved, the launch had to be one of my many priorities. Of course, Vicky. Great to hear from you. Now, I know time is of the essence this week, so I've gone ahead and made sure we had the stock you and I spoke about. I received your payment on the invoice, of course, which is much appreciated. Only 1 or 2 things will need to sit on back order, but I've got a few replacements in mind which I can bill you for later if you like. I can get the warehouse items out to you on Thursday, but the items on commission we discussed will be another trip on Saturday. The launch is Sunday, right? I blinked, trying to keep up with Vicky's fast-paced speech. Sure. I'm so grateful you can make this happen. But if Saturday is too much trouble, I'm sure things will keep until. Oh, it's fine, Vicky chortled. I want your big day to be a success as much as you do. You can't sell stock you don't have, which means I can't restock your shelves. And I probably couldn't sell anything if I was locked up or shunned after some expose in the newspapers about my involvement in a murder case. But none of that was Vicky's problem, and the woman was offering to drive around on the weekend to keep my business. Sure, I'll be here on Thursday, and I'll be around getting everything set up on Saturday. Perfect. I'm going to email you some barcodes and the adjusted order so you can get ahead on the inventory side of things. We've got a new website up and running now, so. I'd stopped listening. Namely, because Travis Larkins had stepped through the door looking wretched. His normally smooth brown hair, which was always a touch too long, appeared unkempt and greasy. Red-rimmed eyes told me he'd either been drinking, or up until all hours of the night, maybe both, and his features were an expressionless mask. Justine's death was clearly taking quite a toll on him, which sparked a mix of jealousy and hurt at the feelings I thought we were beginning to share for each other over the past few months. Blinking, I became aware my jaw was hanging open, and Vicky was still chatting away. Vicky, I've got a customer here. I'll, check my emails and get back to you if I have any questions, okay? Vicky assented, and my chest tightened as I put down the phone. I took a deep breath and did my best to plant a smile on my face. Hi, what can I do for you today? Travis eyed me askance. Clearly my fake smile wasn't cutting it. He cast his eye around the office, which was looking more like Santa Claus workshop on Christmas Day than anything else, and sneered. Just after a turf delivery, if you're not too busy. I've got a minute, I replied, bristling at his tone, like he had reason to be uppity with me, of all people, but the turf orders are behind schedule with the distributor. I don't suppose you'd mind scraping your boots before bringing that mud all the way through the shop. He followed my pointed gaze down to his indeed muddy boots, and his lip twitched into a scowl. Rolling his eyes, he yanked the door open and stomped his boots across the rubber doormat. I took the brief reprieve to flex my fingers in an effort to get my temper under control. This was way too tense. Travis was a customer, for Pete's sake. Better? Travis flashed his teeth in a nasty smile as he crossed the distance to the counter and pulled a folded note from his pocket, which he tossed in my general direction. Now that you've turned this place into another gift shop in a tourist town, I might have to call to place orders on account. I set my jaw and felt the mulish tendencies I'd inherited from Grandma come to the fore. Oh, of course. In fact, I was thinking a website should do the trick. That way you wouldn't need to bother speaking to me. His face reddened, but he held my eye and I could tell he was as invested in his outrage as I was. A moment ticked over before he pointed at the crumpled note on the counter. I want that turf on site by Friday. I'll let Janice know. I could imagine my contact at the turf distributor snorting at that. Normally, I would have gone to war with the woman to make sure Travis's order arrived on time. But I wouldn't get your hopes up. I'll have Bill call and let you know when to expect it. Fine, Travis ground out before turning on his heel to stalk out of the office. The door banged closed as he left, sending a shudder up my spine. I suspect there is something you have neglected to tell me. I glared at Gus, who considered me from his makeshift bed. Of course I hadn't told my familiar about Travis. There was no way I could have endured his tirades about my bad choices in men. It figured that he would find out about the landscaper just in time to be proved right. You don't have to know everything about my life, you know. A witch is allowed to have a secret or two. Is that so? Even when said witch has fallen afoul of a murder investigation. This doesn't I started. But that wasn't true. Grunting, I thumped a fist on the counter, then hung my head in my hands. Travis is Justine's ex-boyfriend. I would call that pertinent, no? Gus growled, but after witnessing that exchange, I would hazard a guess there are emotions clouding your judgment when it comes to this. Travis. I clenched my teeth and scrunched up the note Travis left on the counter before throwing it across the office. He might be an inconsiderate pig, but he didn't murder Justine. He didn't. Is that because his guilt would reveal something uncomfortable within yourself? Gus stood and arched his back lazily. Because from where I'm sitting, that man looked as though he had something to hide. I opened my mouth to protest and explain away the relationship I'd built with the guy, but thought better of it. It would only dig the hole I was standing in deeper. I might not think he was a murderer, but I had nothing to back up my conviction other than misplaced feelings. But it grated on me that Gus was once again right about my romantic life, and my mulishness had yet to dissipate. You think I haven't got it in me to see sense like some starry-eyed schoolgirl? Fine. Travis Larkins is a suspect on account of his recent breakup with Justine Shaw. Now what the heck am I supposed to do with that? Gus yawned and hopped down from the pot to stretch both front and back legs at a leisurely pace. I unclenched my teeth to keep from grinding them as I waited for him to leap up onto the stool across the counter, willing myself to calm. It wasn't working. Had we been better prepared, we may have devised a spell to ascertain his guilt. As it stands, I imagine he will avoid this place if he can help it. I closed my eyes as Gus's words rang true in my ears. Groaning, I dragged my hands over my face. It was all too much. Why did all this have to happen a week out from launch day? Why did it have to happen at all? You really think a spell would have worked? Surely something like that would put the Inquisition out of business. The Inquisition has protocols to follow. Involuntary readings are the simplest solution but require approval from the Arcane Council itself. They would need evidence, and any spells applied to the person outside of a formal reading would compromise the case. I mulled it over and figured it made sense. A rogue agent at a dead end might be unscrupulous enough to come up with a spell to assure a conviction. I don't suppose that came from daytime police procedurals on TV? Your grandmother will talk at length about council business if given the opportunity. Didn't I know it? Those were usually the times I'd slipped out the back door of the Crowe ancestral home in Tumbling Springs in favor of some gardening. Her ambition for the family to continue in her political footsteps had instilled an aversion of council talk in me from a young age. But perhaps I should have spent just a little more time listening to her rambling. So, if we started firing spells off, wouldn't I just look more guilty? Casting on regular people could land me in a world of trouble on the best of days. Perhaps I would advise against it if this was an Inquisition matter, but I'm certain a little magical assistance with the local constabulary would go unnoticed. Is Sorka corrupting you already? I narrowed my eyes at the raggedy ginger. You're the one who's supposed to steer me away from bad choices. If it keeps you out of prison and me away from that dreadful facility with all the cages, then I consider my position as your protector fulfilled. Kitty quarantine. Gus's stint in there must still be giving him nightmares. While still a touch self-serving, prison was a sobering thought. Even with a nothing-to-hide attitude, Detective Dwyer had blindsided me when he described a perfectly plausible motive for me to wish harm to a woman I'd only just met. I wondered what else the detective might have up his sleeve. If I didn't put my focus back on what had to happen in the here and now, namely ensuring the guy found nothing incriminating on my property that afternoon, all the fancy spell work Gus and Sorka could dream up might not save me. Chapter 10. I had less time than I thought I did when I arrived home shortly after noon. That was because the police vans weren't on my property but crowding up the driveway next door at Kelly's. Gasping as I pulled up in a hurry, I wrenched my seatbelt off to scramble out of the truck. "What is it?" Gus asked sleepily, roused from his catnap on the passenger seat. "Kelly," I choked. "I haven't. I mean, she should have been the first person I told after the interview." I was a crappy friend. Detective Dwyer had insinuated in the interview that Kelly and I were in cahoots over the murder. She knew Justine better than I did, and all I'd thought about since was saving my own skin. A second suspect. Gus put his front paws on the dash to peer out through the windshield. "No," I glared. "Kelly had nothing to do with Justine's death." "Of course," Gus replied, though I got the feeling he was placating me. "I'm going over there." I turned on my heel and left the truck door open so Gus could head into the house at his own leisure. "I advise against it. We must." "Too bad." I called over my shoulder. "If the tradescantias throttle the detective while he pokes around in the greenhouse, I'll call it a good day." Picking up the pace, I jogged over to the fence line toward Kelly's house, though I suspected the police crew were rummaging through the greenhouse. As I ducked to squeeze through two wires, I noticed Gus following me. "Great. Kat?" Kelly called out. I spotted her behind a water tank with her arms folded. "Kelly, I'm so sorry." I jogged over to her. "I should have given you the heads up." From our position, there was a clear line of sight to the industrial-sized greenhouse entrance. The police had propped the door open with a wheelbarrow, and officers carried trays of seedlings out in a steady stream. "You knew they'd come out here?" "I only went into the station this. Dwyer interviewed me yesterday. They'll be coming to my place next." Kelly made a face and shook her head. "This is the craziest thing that's ever happened to me, Kat." He made it sound like I had a long-standing feud with Justine and a mind to take over her business. "Me too. Well, not the feud part, but I was with Justine at the reception when she, deteriorated, I guess." "With her? That's nuts. They think you killed her?" I scrubbed a hand over my face. It was time to own up. I was kinda bamboozled. Thought I was just in to give a statement about exactly what happened at the reception, and it turned into an interrogation. "They knew about the wedding flowers, Kelly. I should have told you about it right away." Dwyer made it sound like we were in on a murder together. Kelly's lip curled. "Please. and now these idiots are tearing up my greenhouse and taking away every seed and seedling to put them under the microscope. Tell me, if I grew my own castor beans to poison someone with, what do my seeds and seedlings have to do with it? I frowned. How'd you know about the ricin? Kelly arched an eyebrow at me. Don't you read the papers? Doesn't take long for news like this to get out. The story made the front page in Rutherfield's Daily Mail. I was reading it over a cuppa this morning when all of a sudden Chris Lewis comes banging on my door to take me down to the station. Crap. I'm so sorry, Kelly. I should have let you know right away. Doesn't change much. Kelly shrugged. They won't find what they're looking for, so the damage is only a couple of weeks' worth of germination. They've got someone in there who can at least tell the difference between roses and hydrangeas. You're not worried? Why should I be? Kelly threw up her hands. I told the detective the last time I saw Justine was Friday morning when I dropped her order off at the back of the florist shop, and that computer guy next door was emptying his van while I was there. I didn't even go inside. Ash. I supposed he would have a conniption when the police contacted him to verify Kelly's account. I should probably let him know to expect a call. Did she know about the wedding flowers, do you think? If she did, she didn't say anything. I made my usual rounds before taking the bouquets out to the wool shed. They weren't in the van while I was there. I hugged my arms and spotted Detective Dwyer coming out of the greenhouse. He looked as surly as he did during our last encounter, and our eyes met as he looked toward Kelly and I. The way his eyes narrowed was like his suspicions of us were confirmed, which made my skin crawl. He had a quick word with a guy in rubber gloves and a hazmat suit before heading our way. Here we go, Kelly muttered under her breath. Mrs. Walters, we're almost done in the greenhouse, but we'll do a sweep of the house and the grounds before finishing up. The smaller plants and seeds will need to be examined back in Melbourne, but you can pick them up when forensics are finished with them. Consider them a gift. Kelly waved a hand dismissively and scowled. By the time your people are done with them, they'll be ruined anyway. Dwyer gave her a flat stare and turned his attention to me. Miss Crowe, we'll be ready to head to your property shortly. I'd ask you to remain out of the buildings while we complete our search. I've got nothing to hide, I shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing except a bunch of magical plants and relics lying around the house. I wondered whether forensics would cart off Sorka's skull for examination. But, as I recall, I'm allowing this search to be conducted voluntarily, so I think I'll go wherever I please on my property. The muscles in Dwyer's cheeks twitched as he set his jaw, but I could tell he didn't want to go to the trouble of getting a warrant and giving me extra time to carry out nefarious deeds from my busted-up old greenhouse. He gave a curt nod and strode toward one of the police vans. Kelly scoffed. Those idiots think they'll be able to comb through 200 acres of wetlands in a day? Kelly's own parcel of land was considerably smaller than mine and all on dry land. It couldn't take that long to verify the plant life was limited to gum trees and the odd Banksia shrub. But the ecology in Billy's swamp was a lot more complex. If their specialists took it upon themselves to turn over every leaf in search of their quarry, they'd be at it for days. It'd be quicker to look for pressing equipment with traces of the plant in question on it. Of which I certainly had none. Pressing oils from plants had been a hobby of mine a few years back, but thankfully, I'd left the gear safely back in Tumbling Springs. I'm more concerned about them rifling through the house. I made a face. If it's okay, I might make sure my used delicates are in the washing machine before the cavalry turns up. Kelly snorted. Go ahead, I'll be fine. I hope they find a pair of Ben's jocks with skid marks in them. Serve them right for looking in a 5-year-old's bedroom. Gross, but all the same, I likewise hoped they did. Well, Dwyer at least. I'll come over a little later, okay? Kelly nodded her assent, and I spotted Gus slinking back from the greenhouse. I'd forgotten he'd followed me over in my haste, and sincerely hoped he was looking for intel to exonerate us rather than lay blame with my friend. Cutting across the trees which buffered the fence line, I made my way back to the house and pulled the skeleton key from my pocket. The latch on the glass sliding door turned over as I pressed the antiquated carved bone against the lock. "Ah, it's been some time since I've seen that old trinket," Sorka cooed. "I don't have time to chat today. In fact, I'm going to need to find a way to make your remains scarce before the police confiscate them." "Indeed," Gus agreed as he slipped past my legs rather than go through the cat flap. "We must work quickly to obscure any items which might cause the mundane authorities to ask uncomfortable questions. Sorka, do you perhaps know of a simple spell which could be of use? Katerina has never shown much aptitude for incantations." "Pardon me." I slid the door closed with a little extra force. "I don't think my spell-casting skills need critiquing right now." "This search you mentioned, before the days of witch hunts, I would have simply grown brambles too formidable to breach to prevent that kind of intrusion. But yes, after the unpleasantness, the need for secrecy gave rise to many charms to achieve necessary concealment." "Okay." I stopped in my tracks and pulled the velvet cloth from Sorka's skull. If my ancestor had survived the witch hunts and subsequent century of radio silence on magic, then she might have a thing or two to add to my current situation. "I've got magic plants in here and out in the greenhouse. I was going to use a hush spell, but ensorcelled plants do not abide spells applied to them, they simply drop their enchantment," I finished, throwing an "I told you so" look at Gus. "So, what do you suggest?" "I had a favored charm for concealment during my mortal years," she said matter-of-factly. "You're dealing with more than one, I presume? The most efficient manner of bespelling a group is by placing the charm at the threshold. That way you don't have to mess about with muttering incantations under your breath in their presence." My eyes bugged out, and I snatched a hand to my chest. "You mean spell them?" "Why, of course," Sorka tutted. "You modern witches and your silly rules." "Does it leave any lasting damage?" Gus asked, though he stared out the kitchen window like he was expecting an army on our doorstep at any moment. "Not at all. The spell is washed from their minds as they depart by the same threshold." "Really?" I asked, folding my arms. "The two of you are going to talk me into an act which would cost me my registration with the Arcane Council?" "Desperate times," Gus grunted. "Unless you'd like to risk your registration on the grounds of exposing magic to the world at large. And this is completely undetectable, right? If the Inquisition comes sniffing around, they won't see any lingering magic either in their heads or in my doorway." "The charm is subtle. A light touch is all that's needed to coax those without magic to simply ignore items with magical resonance. Their eyes will slide over any such trinket as though it isn't even there. Only a skilled witch delving into their mind would sense there was something amiss with their memories. And we both know the Inquisition isn't in the habit of performing readings on mundane," Gus added. That might have been true, but it put me in mind of Amelia Ward's pen-like instrument, which turned people into agreeable zombies who only remembered what the Inquisitor told them to. If she could do something like that on the spot, what else could they do? As far as double standards, the agents which serve to protect magic and hold magic users to account had plenty of do-as-I-say rules. I wasn't even certain keeping the magical world under its shroud of secrecy would be considered a justifiable defense for bespelling the authorities. "Hurry. We don't have much time," Gus hissed. I weighed my options. It was seeds and seedlings the crew were putting in the back of their vans at Kelly's place. If one of my magical specimens ended up under one of their microscopes, it would cause a whole lot of trouble. I was prepared to perform a bunch of hush spells, but that would take time and would do nothing to hide the family relics, and Sorka's noggin. "Okay," I grunted. "What am I going to need to make this spell work?" Chapter 11. It took longer than I would have liked to get the ingredients for the spell organized, mostly because the plant names Sorka listed weren't familiar to me and required some interrogation to figure out the 21st century name equivalents. There were a few I simply didn't have in the closet, but Sorka seemed satisfied with fennel seeds, celandine oil, milk thistle extract, and witch hazel. The ingredients only invoke the proper mindset. It is your dryoct which activates their properties and bends them to your intended purpose. You're talking to a green witch here, I quipped. Don't go dissing the plants. I do not comprehend your broken English, but those who put more faith in their larder than their talents place limits on their craft. Now, a liberal amount must be applied to the threshold, and you should link with my mind so I can guide the incantation. That gave me pause, and I gripped the ceramic bowl with my concoction and an old pastry brush I'd found in one of the kitchen drawers. Link? To ensure the spell is set properly. My soul is less restricted than those of familiars. I cannot wield dryoct on my own but can link as effectively as the next witch. Gus. I kept my teeth clenched. Linking with a necromancer's bound 17th century soul was not something I'd signed up for. Should I really be doing this? There's no time to quibble, my familiar hissed. Their vehicles are on the move. I looked past Gus out the kitchen window, and my stomach sank like an anchor in turbulent seas. The white vans were indeed on the move, which meant I had minutes to spare. Okay, let's do this. I grasped at my magic, or dryoct as Sorka put it, and took a firm hold before reaching outward. Sorka's presence lingered just beyond my aura, with a surprising clarity to it, unlike the vague blur that was Gus. If I hadn't known any better, I'd have assumed there was a living, breathing witch in front of me. Spooky didn't begin to describe it. Sorka extended herself into my aura and I latched on, completing the link that allowed shared strength and focus to amplify spells. I gasped at the sudden rush of energy and the sheer strength of my ancestors' being. Not that I had time to marvel, but if she was that powerful in life, I could understand her holding on to mortality. Quickly now, she hissed. I sprang into action and squatted by the door to paint a thick line of the herbs across the threshold. I expected a little coaching on Sorka's part, but my throat seized before foreign words began spewing from my mouth. In my flight or fight moment, I wrestled for control of my voice box, but found my body was possessed. I could barely bunch my fists at my sides as the utterings reached a crescendo, and the line across the doorway flared an iridescent green before fading away. Good. Gus leaped down beside me and brushed up against my leg. Now, the greenhouse. My body moved of its own, or Sorka's volition, as I stood and slid the glass door open. My movements were mechanical as she took me for a ride out to the greenhouse, where Sorka repeated the ritual. Paying closer attention the second time around, I hazarded a guess that the language was some kind of Gaelic. There, I said, though the words weren't mine. Simple. I began my feeble protesting again, but as my energy battered at the presence of Sorka's soul possessing my body, the necromancer eased her way out with a disembodied sense of nonchalance. My body shook as I took back control of my faculties, and I bent to grip my knees as I sucked in sharp breaths of air. Get yourself together, Katerina. They're pulling in now, Gus growled. She possessed me, I managed, through gritted teeth. I let her in, and she possessed me. Gus butted against my leg, and his tail tickled my nose. No time, he said. I shall inform the bunyip and ask that he remain stealthy. I watched my familiar bound off toward the waterline and hoped he was in telepathic range. I couldn't see the ginger getting his paws wet, even for this. Straightening, I turned to watch the first of the vans pull in and ambled toward them, and away from the greenhouse. It was time to see if Sorka's spell had worked. After that, her remains might end up buried somewhere. Underground. Detective Dwyer was the first to hop out of the van in front, and I folded my arms as he buttoned his suit jacket and swept his gaze over the property, ignoring me for the moment. If he thought he could make use of my John boat to save his dress shoes, he was sadly mistaken. When his eyes finally settled on me, I raised my eyebrows, and he said something to an associate before making his way over. We're hoping this won't take too long, Miss Crowe. How many acres did you say was yours? Close to 200. I smirked at him. The land opens up toward the back. where it meets an inlet to the river. But I wanted to speak to you about the interview the other day. I think you're overlooking something here which might spare your people from getting soggy in the swamp. Have I? The detective sounded unimpressed. And what would that be? Well, I've been doing my own bit of research on recent poisoning, and the symptoms aren't meant to show up for at least 4 to 6 hours, so. We're not ruling anyone out at this time, Miss Crowe. Justine Shaw's movements on the day of the murder are still subject to investigation. But I told you I'd just met the woman at the reception, I protested. And why would I speak to her there if I was guilty of poisoning her earlier that day? Dwyer's mouth twisted and he looked me up and down. I've been a detective for a long time, and if there's one thing I've learned along the way, it's that murderers are never as rational as they think they are. Some sickos get a real kick out of playing mind games right until the end. I made a strangled sound in my throat at the insult, but he only gave me a deadpan look and turned toward the house. I'll be splitting the team between the house and the grounds. I'll need keys to the shed, too. Even with Sorka's spell in place, I worried about what the team might find inside, and the thought triggered something in the back of my brain. Fine. But make sure you go in and out through the sliding door. The front one is jammed. I left Dwyer in the yard to fetch some regular keys for the shed from a hook inside the pantry. Sorka's skull remained on the dining table, so I scooped it up and shoved it behind some bags of dry pasta. Thinking that the crew wouldn't heed my warnings about the front door, I turned the deadbolt and stalked out to the shed, where Tabitha's old things crowded most of the space, along with a plethora of gardening tools. On the way, I spotted a couple of officers inflating a raft boat and pushed aside a sense of disappointment. I was hoping they'd be stuck on dry land in their search. But beyond the vehicles crowding the driveway, a different kind of van pulled up at the end of the laneway, with bold sign lettering on the side from the local TV station. A sense of horror stopped me in my tracks as a woman in a business suit hopped out of the passenger seat. Reporters? At my house? That was well beyond a joke. Sweat beaded on my brow despite overcast conditions, and I swallowed as I spotted my neighbor Beverly waving the woman over. I wouldn't have accused the woman of alerting the media to the commotion. She was usually the type to gripe about any fuss which disturbed her peace, but I wouldn't put it past her to speak to the reporters about her strange neighbor. Hopefully she spent her energy complaining about the dog which habitually destroyed her garden rather than me. I doubted shredded calla lilies were worthy of primetime television. The pair began chatting over Beverly's picket fence, and when the reporter looked toward me, I felt like a deer in the headlights. Her camera crew were still setting up their gear from the back of the van, but the idea of being filmed and broadcasted as a suspect in a murder investigation made me sick to my stomach. I hightailed it back to the house and pushed past a guy in a PPE suit to draw the curtains in the living room. The space felt claustrophobic, and I sank to the couch to bury my head between my knees. "Kat?" a familiar voice asked. I looked up to see Constable Lewis looming over me. "Are you okay?" An air plant scuttled across the coffee table between us, which the constable appeared oblivious to. At least one thing was going my way. "Are you serious, Chris?" I asked, purposely leaving out his title. "There's a news crew out the front of my house." The lanky officer scratched his nose and twitched the curtains to peer out. "I assure you we didn't invite them. This is all pretty intense. You sure you want to hang around? I promise I'll keep these guys from breaking anything if you want to leave." "Pretty intense?" "You're not launching a nursery at the end of the week. And don't give me that any publicity is good publicity crap." "The timing is awful," the constable conceded. "To be honest with you, I'm just tagging along because I happen to be a local. This kind of homicide case gets attention right at the top of the food chain. My advice to you is to keep your head low and let us find who did it." My face cracked at his kind words despite my hysteria, and my mouth twisted to keep from sobbing. The sound of drawers in the kitchen being opened and rifled through wasn't helping. "Are you just trying to get me out of the way?" I choked, trying to summon a smile. course not, he gave me a lopsided smile. I brought Dwyer's unmarked sedan out here. Let me give you a lift into town, and you can either hang out at the station or go for coffee while this is all sorted out. You can hide in the back from the reporters as we drive past. Even the thought of hightailing it to Kelly's house across the open lawn seemed too prone for my liking, and hanging around while my house was ransacked appealed even less. Getting out for a couple of hours might help me save face. Fine. I'll go get a coffee, and you can make sure at least some of my dignity is spared. I didn't even have time to put my underwear in the washing machine. I might have imagined it, but I was pretty sure Constable Lewis' cheeks colored. A woman's underthings must be too much to bear for a young officer in over his head. He nodded, so I stood to grab my purse and fetch a coat from my bedroom, which had been spared from prying eyes for the moment. When I checked my phone on the way out the back door, I blinked in surprise at a text from Ash. "I've got that laptop ready." It looked like I did have a good reason to make myself scarce. I sent a message to let Ash know I was on my way while I waited for Chris to pull up out of view from the front, and dropped my phone back in my purse. I couldn't spot Gus anywhere close by, but I sent a telepathic message out into the ether to let him know I'd be gone for a little while. A faint acknowledgement reverberated in the back of my brain, and I climbed into the back of a navy blue sedan and curled up on my side like I was a criminal stowaway while pulling my coat over myself. The irony that I was in a police vehicle didn't escape me. "Where to?" Constable Lewis asked as he pulled down the driveway. "Shannon's," I grunted from my hiding place. The cafe was only a few doors down from Ash's computer store. Coffee sounds good, after all. I held my breath as the car gained speed and counted a full 30 seconds before summoning the courage to sit upright. Buckling my seatbelt sheepishly, I met the constable's eyes in the rear view, which looked more amused than anything. "We're going to keep this," I twirled my finger to indicate the back seat. "Quiet now, aren't we?" "Are you kidding?" he snorted. Letting someone off for not wearing a seatbelt while driving would earn me a talking to by my superiors. I laughed, though even to my own ears it sounded unhinged. If only he knew I was about to read the hacked police files for the murder I happened to be implicated in. Chapter 12. Constable Lewis dropped me off with a promise to call when the search was wrapping up, but before I could sneak off to see Ash, I spotted Cheyenne sitting on a park bench in front of the florist shop. She appeared forlorn as she stared out into space with some grocery bags at her feet, and I couldn't in good conscience pass her by without giving her my regards. "Hey." I sat down beside the bride and took a deep breath. "How are you holding up?" Cheyenne stared at me for a moment before taking a shuddery breath. I was okay. Then there were reporters and, she shook her head. "But I should be asking you that question. Mom told me you had the cops sniffing around." I nodded, but I didn't want this to be about me. "Yeah, but it was your wedding. Nobody should have to receive condolences over what should be a happy occasion." Cheyenne's lip trembled, and she stared at the florist shop window. It was happy, that is. Even with the ambulance turning up, I just fobbed it off as food or alcohol poisoning. She shouldn't have been there. I told her explicitly she was uninvited and told Scott she was probably just putting it on like some attention seeker. I didn't know she was going to die. I gave her knee a squeeze and nodded. None of us did. Don't be remorseful for enjoying your own wedding. "Have you had them hassling you?" "The reporters, I mean?" I swallowed and wondered if I should spare Cheyenne the truth. But by all accounts the news would quickly prove me a liar if I didn't fess up. The police are at my house right now doing a search. I agreed to get them off my back, but then a news crew turned up and Chris Lewis got me out of there before the cameras started rolling. Cheyenne's eyes registered with shock before filling with tears. Maybe stopping to chat wasn't a good exercise in tactfulness. A strangled sound escaped her mouth, and I pulled her in for a hug. "Come on, none of this is your fault. They'll figure out who is really behind this, then life can go on as normal." I waited out Cheyenne's sobs, rubbing her shoulder. A few passers-by gave me a sympathetic look, and I wondered, perhaps a little unkindly, if our exchange would fuel the small-town rumor mill fire. But I decided people could think whatever they liked. I would make sure the truth won out in the end. As Cheyenne reined herself in and rummaged in her purse for a tissue, I thought I'd better use the time I had to ask the right questions. "Did you know Justine well?" Cheyenne answered after blowing her nose. We'd known each other for a long time. We weren't exactly best pals, but I had a hand in setting her up with Travis. The mention of the landscaper was like a gut punch, but I held my facade of indifference as best I could. So the breakup came as a bit of a shock? I guess. She dabbed her eyes and sniffed. Travis was tight-lipped about it, but I saw them arguing a week before the wedding out the front of her house. She lived around the corner from me. It looked pretty heated. I mean, Travis is the sort who usually keeps his cool, and when I pulled up he barked at me to keep driving. Whatever broke them up must have been. Well, all breakups are unpleasant, aren't they? Sure, I agreed. And as I understand it, he's in the firing line too? Apparently. Cheyenne shrugged. But I only heard that from Mum. I haven't had the guts to call him. It was my wedding, and I know I shouldn't feel guilty, but... You do anyway, I understand. I paused for a moment to process the information about the fight between Justine and Travis. Do you think anyone else would have it out for Justine? Someone with a good reason to kill her? Cheyenne arched an eyebrow. Before this week, I would have said I've never met anyone capable of something like that. But if Justine had any enemies, I didn't know about it. I sighed. This was not going down like some follow the breadcrumbs detective movie, unless the clues were pointing in the direction I disliked. But Cheyenne didn't appear concerned enough about the fight to consider Travis a suspect. I wondered absently if the police knew that tidbit. What I don't understand is how they think you were involved. Cheyenne cocked her head. Had you even met Justine before the wedding? She couldn't make it to my birthday party. I recalled the 40th birthday dinner marred by a pub brawl between Wayne Walsh and Simon Flagstaff, and Justine's face wasn't among those I remembered attending. I shook my head. No, I only knew of her on account of Kelly's business dealings with the florist shop, but the detective suggested I was in some plot to take her out for business reasons, like a nursery and florist are the same thing or something. I purposely left out the wedding flowers part, thinking Cheyenne had enough guilt on her plate. Then a toot from behind startled us both. Oh, my ride is here. Cheyenne swiveled and raised a hand at a red SUV. Bloody car is in the mechanics, but if you need anything, let me know, okay? I smiled. I should be the one telling you that? The hairdresser and person I counted as a friend stood with her grocery bags and summoned enough cheer to roll her eyes dismissively. I'll be fine. Once this has settled down, you and I should go for a drink sometime. Sure thing. I remained seated and watched Cheyenne load her bags and drive away in the red SUV. She didn't deserve any of this. I hoped she didn't have to keep her salon closed for the duration of the investigation to keep busybodies, and the media, out of her business. After scanning the streets to make sure the coast was clear, I hustled to Ash's shop and slipped inside. Not that it was against the law to be pals with the local tech guy, but reading police files in the shop next to the victim's place of business seemed rather seedy. The shop was its normal dim self without a customer in sight. I was really starting to wonder how Ash made a living. He greeted me from his perch behind the counter. Didn't take you as long this time, he remarked. Yeah, well, any excuse will do when the law is busy tossing your house with a TV crew out front. The way Ash's eyes widened was weirdly gratifying, and I hoped that didn't mean I was getting a penchant for drama and being the center of attention. Life was just weird at the moment, that was all. Did they get a warrant? Ash tapped at the keyboard. I didn't see anything in the file about that. I gave them permission. I held a hand up to halt him interrupting and pulled up a stool. But that was because that Detective Dwyer got me all turned around in the interview, and I figured it was the easiest way to get him off my case. If I'd realized that included making the news report, I'd never have agreed. Ash threw his hands up and his jaw flexed. If you'd gotten yourself a lawyer like I said, I'm sure they would have talked some sense into you. A lawyer sounded like a good idea in retrospect. Perhaps I needed a good dose of the tech illusionist cynicism. You're probably right, and now I'm going to be launching a nursery, either from behind bars or with a crowd of rubberneckers, asking if I have any castor bean plants for sale. Ash blinked. That's this weekend, right? Yup. I smacked my lips, and if things don't start looking up, I think I'll have to cancel. Ash's eyes knitted in concentration as he clicked around on a laptop before swiveling it around for me to see. I don't know if there's anything on here worth looking up about. Want the abridged version? I glanced between the screen with a document folder full of PDFs and Ash's intense stare. I couldn't hold out long enough to pore through all the files just to get the skinny on the investigation. In a nutshell. Then I'll start reading. Ash nodded in approval and took a gulp from an energy drink can. Okay, so I'm no expert on police documents, but from what I can see, there are 3 suspects listed. You, Travis Larkins, who is her ex, and Kelly Walters, your neighbor. I'm still waiting for her interview to be loaded onto the system. My stomach dropped. Nobody else? Not according to the file. But a summary noted that they're trying to piece together Justine's movements in the poisoning time frame, and that Myrtleglen doesn't have anywhere near the amount of CCTV cameras they were hoping for. I glanced to the ceiling corners and pointed to the cameras keeping watch on the inside of the shop. Ash only snorted. There's no way I'd keep digital footage of myself or my business anywhere on the internet. You know how easy that would be to hack? Couple of uniforms came in earlier and I told them the cameras are for show. They'll be back to see you, I warned, then disclosed that Kelly had mentioned him as her witness the morning of the murder while she dropped off her usual order. She must have come by late to catch you here before midday. I open up at 10, he scoffed, hardly late by business standards. I came past earlier on Friday with a new batch of computer shells to unload. Well, good thing for Kelly. I hate that she's messed up in this as well. She seems nice. Ash shrugged. Never really had much to do with her other than bumping into her out the back. So, you're thinking the ex Travis did it? No, I said, a little too forcefully. I mean, he's a customer of mine. He doesn't strike me as the murderous spouse type. Although he hadn't struck me as the type with a girlfriend either, but I didn't need to air my embarrassment on that front. I stared at the screen to save some face, hoping Ash didn't think much of it. He's the ex, and he gave a no-comment statement with a lawyer. You know, like a smart person. A no-comment interview? Really? I frowned. I wouldn't have guessed he'd be the belligerent type with the police. Ash shook his head and gestured at the laptop. No comment isn't belligerent. The police can do their own investigating, and he provided a rock-solid alibi for the day of the poisoning. For someone who works for the secret magic police, you sound strangely anti-authority, I teased. What was the alibi? Stayed at his sister's the night before, who corroborated along with her neighbor, went to the gym, then off to work at a customer's home, who also verified he was there until 1 p.m. There's a window of about 15 minutes either side of that, and then he reported getting ready for the wedding and leaving with the family just before 3 p.m. So, the detective isn't ruling him out because of travel time between those places? Looks like it. The poisoning could have occurred 48 hours before, but they think it's more likely to be 24. They're trying to establish where Justine was at 7 a.m. and 1 p.m. on Friday. Ash nodded toward the shared brick wall with the florist, but I know she was there until at least 2 p.m. I left early that afternoon to head to Melbourne, and her stupid music was still playing when I left. I folded my arms. Looks like they'll get you in for a statement next. Unlikely, he snorted. Even to clear someone's name. Ash raked his too long hair out of his eyes. Depends on who. I'm not getting thrown under the bus as the computer nerd stalker cum murderer for someone I barely know. I reached over the counter to clasp his hand and fixed him with an entreating stare. You'll do it for Kelly though, won't you? The tech illusionist stared at my hand first, then up at me with an expression approaching mortification. You are impossible to help, you know that, right? We need to be exonerating you, not the other suspects. Kelly is a good friend of mine, and if Justine was at the shop at the time Travis doesn't have an alibi, then I will not suggest you stand in the way of justice. Okay then, he pressed his hands together, and tell me again, what was your alibi for the 48 hours leading up to the victim's death? That's around 1 a.m. Thursday, by the way. Is your familiar able to verify you didn't leave the house overnight to police? Of course he can't, I said through clenched teeth, but I'm going to slip this noose fair and square. I'm not about to walk free at the expense of people I care about. Famous last words. Ash puffed out his cheeks. I had nothing to say to that and needed some thinking time to sift through the mess of information bouncing around my head. Taking a deep breath, I rubbed my temples and my eyes settled on the screen and the waiting documents folder full of reports. Looks like it's gonna be a while until I can get my house back. Do you mind if I hang out here to read? Ash shrugged and reached for a set of headphones. So long as you don't mind metal music. I need to be in the zone to get my infiltration on, and the headphones don't do all that much to keep it quiet. I made a face, but my curiosity piqued as he cracked his knuckles and turned to his much larger screen. Okay, what are you doing? Oh, just trying to get ahead of the police on the tracking data with the mobile tower database. Piece of cake kind of stuff, he said dryly. I should really start billing you per hour. I smirked and counted myself lucky to have a friend like Ash. I'm once again going to owe you big time. The next time you're in the market to start a new garden, I'm your gal. Ash rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the goofy grin that settled on his face. I thought I'd have to spare some time to magic up a special 3 a.m. kind of garden to fit with his night owl schedule. Luminescent, perhaps. Chapter 13. Getting home after dusk should have felt like a relief after the day I had. But with everything feeling like it wasn't quite back in its place after the search, it was hard to shake the revulsion tickling the back of my mind. Nobody should have their stuff rifled through like that, but with a warm mug of tea in my hands and my feet up on the coffee table, I felt like I could truly breathe for the first time that day. That was, until the peanut gallery decided I was ready to talk. Did you learn something useful after absconding with the young officer? Gus stretched his front paws out and clawed at the carpet in a too-casual gesture. I'm afraid the one in the suit collected remnants from your dress fire over the weekend. Crap. I sat upright, almost sloshing scalding hot tea over my wrist. He did what now? I feel somewhat responsible. In our haste, we didn't account for every eventuality. I watched him bag a small pink scrap which must have escaped the flames. I just couldn't get a break, and felt stupid for likewise not thinking about my impromptu garment-burning moment. But that was the point of fires, wasn't it? There shouldn't have been anything left to find. Darn synthetic materials these days. I'm sure it would thrill the detective to confirm it was part of my ensemble at the wedding. At least my leg rash had quickly subsided after using the cream the doc had prescribed. If only Sorka's spell had covered that up too, huh? I rubbed my grainy eyes. But that one's my fault. Though you might have pointed out my evidence-burning folly before I lit it up. Perhaps it would be prudent to discuss any steps you take in relation to the investigation from here on out, he sighed. But Sorka's enchantment was indeed well crafted. The constabulary were oblivious to anything with a whiff of magic. In fact, I'm almost certain they didn't see me. I would have likewise praised the nifty piece of sorcery that had saved my bacon, except that it had cost me control of my own body. Maybe that's why the ancient witch was being quiet for once. Well, we need to turn our attention to who did murder Justine. I'm sick and tired of trying to prove I didn't. And how should we? My phone rang, and I fished it out of the purse at my feet with a groan. Unless it was Dwyer calling to let me know they'd caught the killer, and it was nobody I knew, I wasn't interested. That was until I saw the name flash on the screen. Amelia? I answered. My medium contact from the Inquisition wasn't a person I wanted to hear from with everything that was going down. I'd love to say it's great to hear from you, but calls from the Inquisition make me nervous. Amelia chuckled, and I could almost picture her rolling hazel eyes. Are you saying I'm bad at keeping in touch? I keep terrible hours solving crimes. I giggled anxiously, my teeth on edge at the word crime. Saying the first thing that came to my head, I replied, "Oh, you know what they say about the early bird, don't you? They catch the bad worms." I hung my head between my knees. I was in no fit state to hold down a basic conversation, let alone witty banter. I'll try that one day, but I called because I spotted a familiar little old house in the sticks on the news. I see you haven't put trouble aside since that gin problem a few months ago. I exhaled in relief. She wasn't calling officially then. Or if she was, she had a good excuse to keep that part from my attention. I wished I'd have asked Ash if there was any update on what he described as a desktop review of the case by the Inquisition. Gus only gave me a strange look and sat sphinx-like on the carpet in front of me. Trouble has a way of finding me at the moment, I'm afraid. I didn't even know the victim aside from a 5-minute conversation before she collapsed at the wedding. Recent poisoning isn't something you hear about every day. Amelia paused, as though she could gauge my reaction over the phone. How did you come to be at the center of the investigation? I clenched my fist. The Inquisitor knew what was up and was clearly on a fishing expedition. The question was whether I should call her out or play along. But she couldn't find out that Ash was helping me. That would only make things worse. You tell me. Don't you folks run the mundane police these days? But if I had to guess, it's the fact they don't have any answers and need someone under the microscope. Apparently florist and nursery proprietors are supposed to make good enemies. The Inquisition's powers only extend to magical murders. And racin is potent enough not to need magic, right? You're the Green Witch. I'd guess you know better than me in that department. I'm sure someone with your skill wouldn't need someone like Minerva to provide an effective poison. Sure, as long as I didn't care if it was easily detected, I scoffed. The potion's witch who'd provided the potion my great-aunt Tabby had taken her life with had almost escaped notice. That was until I'd made enough noise to insist the Inquisition examine the body. But this wasn't what our conversation was about. So are you calling to help me or to cast your vote on whether I'm guilty? Because to be frank, I really don't have the energy for the latter. There was a pause on the line before Amelia replied. I don't think you're a killer, Kat. I'm just trying to make sense of this. Mundane investigation or no, having a witch on primetime television as a suspect skirts way too close to exposure of our world. Then help me, I pleaded. I've been trying to do my own sleuthing, but it's like fumbling around in the dark. I didn't even know the woman. What do you need? She asked reluctantly. My mind flicked back to my conversation with Sorka and her promise to show me the face of Justine's killer with a spell. Can you get me to the victim's body? Kat, no, Gus butted in. What for? Amelia hissed. I know a charm, I lied, just a small one to see who might have wished Justine harm. I'd need to perform it on Katerina Crowe. Gus stood and arched his back with a hiss. Absolutely not. Amelia cut me off. I would never break magical law to solve a case, and I'm not about to help you do the same. I opened my mouth to protest, but Gus leapt onto my knees and dug his claws through my jeans. I wrestled the ginger off me with a grunt and huffed. If magic could clear this whole thing up, why is that so bad? Are you kidding? Amelia exclaimed. I should ask you just who taught you this little charm. Tampering with the dead has been forbidden as long as necromancy. Imagine what kind of use that could be put to. A couple of fake memories planted in the brain beforehand and voila, your harmless little charm has just put an innocent person behind bars. Oh, I blinked as I considered the picture Amelia painted. But It doesn't matter. There's no way I'm helping you do that. Fine. I threw up a hand and cast an irritated glance at Gus, who was cleaning his paws. You're the Inquisitor. Tell me what I should do then. How would you go about solving this kind of case? I'm also a medium, she replied. Not every murder leaves a ghost behind, but there's a chance the victim's shade is lurking somewhere in that town of yours. So, you'll come up and take a sniff around for me? I felt hope welling inside me for the first time in what felt like forever. No, she said flatly. I can't just step in and start helping you out. But I'm not a medium. I don't think I've ever truly communed with the dead. Our Ouija board is more powerful than you think. I'll send you a couple of incantations even a beginner could pull off, and you can try them out. Normally, ghosts get stuck at the place where there's the most trauma. If it were me, I'd start at the venue where she got sick and go from there. Does it usually work? I mean, what's your success rate chasing ghosts to solve crimes? You might get a ghost to spell out some words. I have them plaguing me in their spectral form until I've found the killer, she said dryly. But they don't always hang around. Unfinished business isn't a certainty, even when they've left a mess behind. It was better than nothing, and I owed the woman my gratitude for steering me in a new direction. I told her as much and she promised to send me an email with some spells I might try, then asked if I had any Ouija boards on hand. As much as it galled me to say it, I knew Jan Thorpe at the post office would have something like that for sale in her shop corner filled with magic quack items like dream catchers and journals. After ending the call, I took a long gulp of tea and gave my familiar a tired smile. Well, that was helpful. You count suggesting necromantic spells to a member of the Inquisition helpful. I probably didn't think that one through, but for the record I still think it's a dumb rule. Surely they could come up with a good way to police that. What I was going to say is that Amelia will send me some spells to see if I can't get Justine's ghost talking. If she's still lingering on this plane, that is. The Inquisitor is a spiritualist, no? That might be helpful, but Sorka cautioned that without the body, the chances are slim. It's better than nothing, and nothing is what we have right now. Besides, were Ouija boards even a thing back in the 1600s? Not until the late 19th century, as I recall. My niece, Anne, had a particular fondness for them when they became the talk of the newspapers. Let's hope they were an innovation. You ever used one? Only observed. Even then it was with the mundane charlatans I played cards with when spiritualism was in vogue. I was pretty certain getting my hands on a board wouldn't be a problem. The real issue would be getting into draft beers and drop bears undetected to perform the spell. I wondered if it would be weird to go there for dinner and strike up an impromptu Ouija party with the other patrons. Probably. But I had more important things to worry about when it came to my reputation in the small town of Myrtleglen. Chapter 14. Carrying out 2 mugs to the counter, I set them down and puffed out my cheeks. Sorry I didn't come by last night. I was just too. Well, it was a rough day. For both of us. Kelly took her mug with a grateful nod and took a sip. I understand. I wanted to crawl up under the sheets and not come out for about a year. My parents are losing their minds over all of this. I could imagine how much worse Kelly had it with all the people she'd grown up with playing spectator and armchair detective. I couldn't even bring myself to look at the Myrtleglen social media group for fear of what people were saying, let alone seek out the news report captured in front of our respective properties. My family doesn't even know yet. I shook my head and sat next to the sheets of barcodes yet to be scanned into the system to prepare for my doomed launch. I just can't bring myself to pick up the phone and have them worry from half a world away, you know? Kelly nodded. That's fair. Mom is on the warpath. She gossips with almost everyone who comes in the op shop and reckons it has to be the landscaper ex who did it. I was getting kinda tired of defending the guy, and as it sat, the evidence was leaning away from his favor. He had a background in environmental science, albeit a dropout, had recently broken up with the victim, and was seen having a heated argument with her the week before she was poisoned. And at the wedding reception. I guess that icy look he gave me was actually directed at Justine, and I was too caught up in my own little world to connect those dots. If he did, the police will figure it out. But my gut tells me it wasn't him. Don't ask me why. As it stands, we know the police didn't find anything incriminating lying around the properties. Aside from my burned dress, I added silently. So, we just have to wait the storm out until they arrest the right person. Yeah, you should see the state of the greenhouse. It'll take me weeks to get the hydroponic system set up right again. I really should be there fixing things up, while the kids are at school. I'm sure you're in the same boat here with the launch. Only a million things to do and counting, I agreed. But if we can't support each other, then who will, huh? I'll give you a hand with the greenhouse next week if you need help to iron out kinks in the system. I've got a delivery of giftware coming tomorrow that'll keep me snowed under until the weekend. I'll pop around tomorrow after my deliveries. It was a statement rather than an offer, which is why Kelly was an awesome friend. Come hell or high water, you're getting this launch. You've worked too hard for this to fall apart at the last minute. Appreciate it, I smiled, but you've got enough on your plate without running around for me. Rubbish. Kelly waved her hand dismissively. I've got people falling over themselves to help me at the moment. I'm sure Mum will be more than happy to pick up the kids from school and have them run around the shop for the afternoon. It'll do me good to have something else to focus on. You really are a saint, you know that, right? Got the halo to prove it. Kelly snorted into her tea as she downed it in a few gulps and set it down with a smack of her lips. But I need to get this last order out to Rutherfield before all my clients cut ties with their murderous supplier. I sighed, though Kelly said the latter with humor rather than despair. We shared a grim smile before I showed her out to the car park, absently brushing my fingers against the leaves in the nursery on the way past. The touch sent the urge to tinker in the soil zinging up my arm, but I chastised myself after Kelly left and turned right back to the office, where paperwork and inventory were waiting for me. Running a nursery should really involve more gardening in my opinion. But if I wanted to finish up in time to check out Jan's collection of magic quack stuff, and hope I didn't have to DIY a Ouija board on the back of a napkin at draft beers and drop bears, I had work to do. Even coding the products before they arrived would not save me much time when I considered the work that would go into unpacking boxes and setting up shelves. It turned out I didn't have to go as far as Jan's looking for the Ouija board. It occurred to me on the trip from work that my great-aunt Tabby had been a fortune teller and had bins of what I'd already categorized as junk stacked up in the shed where I'd been studiously ignoring them. A wooden board marked in charred, fancy calligraphy lurked in the bottom of one such bin, complete with a moon and sun planchette. It totally wouldn't look weird to turn up to a restaurant with something like that tucked under your arm. Nevertheless, I found the biggest tote I owned and slid it in next to a laptop so I could at least feign working while I tried out Amelia's incantation. If only I could have taken Gus with me for some moral support, but I was pretty sure it wasn't a cat-friendly venue. Sorka then, Gus whined. You need the best shot at this you can manage. Oh yeah? I scoffed as I traded my work jeans and shirt for a blouse and culottes. I haven't heard a peep out of her since she got all grabby on the controls, and if she's smart, she'll keep to herself for a while. Time was pressing, she simply. Whose familiar are you? I snapped. You're supposed to be on my side when there's a hostile takeover of my psyche. Besides, the last thing I need is to be caught out in the world with a human skull in my purse. I have enough problems as it is. Shall we practice the incantation again, then? Your pronunciation could use work. I groaned and scrubbed my hands over my face. You're worse than Grandma sometimes, you know that, right? I'm about to head out the door, I'm tired, and it's about time fortune turned my way. And if it doesn't? Well, I happen to know the tapas are amazing and the beer will do nicely to wash it down. Do they have any roasted fowl, by chance? I ground my teeth and stepped into burgundy suede boots. If it wasn't nagging for one thing, it was begging for another. I'll stop by the grocery store on the way home. Billy is running low on beer anyway. The bunyip has been absent. Gus dropped into a ball on the bed and began chewing his claws. I dare say the search has left him flighty. Great. Another thing to worry about. I didn't need Billy making the news next and bringing bus loads of tourists around to gawk. 2 for the price of 1. Come see the mythical Australian creature along with his homicidal keeper. I might make it a point to bring home a few bottles of craft beer by way of apology to the water spirit. Thanks for letting me know. I reached over the bed to scratch my familiar behind the ears. And sorry for being a grouch. This murder stuff brings out the worst in me, apparently. Myself included. A low purr reverberated in his throat. Your grandma would have my hide if anything happened to you. Don't worry. She'd resurrect me if only to have my hide too. Wish me luck, okay? I rounded up my things and carried my oversized tote out to the truck. Ignoring my neighbor Beverly, who was scowling at me from her back garden, I rolled past to keep the dust down, then hit the gas once I was on our shared laneway. Her face reminded me that any public outings came with a risk of people hounding me over the investigation, but that was an inconvenience I had to live with. No fewer than 5 people had moseyed around the store that afternoon with no apparent reason for why they were there, but most had bought a token plant when I gave them a "can I help you" look. I had to let go of frustration and seek a place of calm if I wanted this spell to go off without a hitch. Doubt niggled in my belly, and I wondered if I was better placed to slip in after closing time to perform the séance. But I was almost certain Marcus Stone had rigged the place with security, and I didn't need to explain away a break-in when the doors to the place were open during dining hours. As I pulled into the lot, I reminded myself of the tips Amelia shared in her email. Don't ask frivolous questions of the dead. Speak respectfully and don't give them cause to go all poltergeist. Make sure I was talking to the right person. I supposed in the city, ghost radio was more congested, and I wondered how the medium could stand living there if she spent her time ignoring the nagging of the damned. I supposed it couldn't be that different to living with 3 telepathic beings yammering all the time for this and that, and at least ghosts didn't need feeding. Checking my reflection in the rear view, I ignored the bags under my eyes and grabbed my things before sliding out of the truck. The lot wasn't packed, which I hoped didn't bode ill for the establishment, which had not long opened its doors. I reminded myself it was a Wednesday, and tracking over to the glass sliding doors, I tried to recall the last time I'd been to a fancy restaurant midweek, probably back in California. A young man greeted me at the door, and after letting him know it was just little ol' me after a table, he guided me to a corner by the window. There were 3 other parties seated around larger tables in the room, and already I felt a few surreptitious glances my way. One table with 8 older folks appeared to be holiday makers, or what they termed grey nomads in Australia, or what we'd call snowbirds back home. Sans the snow, they appeared oblivious to my entrance, leaving a table of older women and a couple who I pegged as locals. I sat my tote bag on the table and graciously accepted the menu proffered by the server. He left me to it with a promise to return with mineral water, but Marcus had already spotted me and made a beeline from the bar with a smile. He pulled me in for a hug and sat across the table with an exclamation. "It's good to see you. I've been worried, and after being all out of sorts on Sunday, I felt bad for not getting back in touch." "No problem at all." I waved my hand. "This week has been hard on all of us." "Well, I didn't make it." He glanced around and lowered his voice. "On the news, so far, draft beers and drop bears has been spared from the headlines. Not that it makes much of a difference in a town this size. But you? I can't believe the police are giving you such a hard time." I shrugged. Wrong place, wrong time, maybe. I hadn't met Justine before the night of the reception, but the detective is rather gifted at connecting the wrong dots. I just wish in hindsight Cheyenne had arranged a different florist. But what's done is done. Marcus made a face. I might have been to blame for that. The angle, I mean. When that Dwyer fella started asking more about you when I explained how Justine started vomiting, I said you'd been a real help to get everything set up and had a knack for arranging flowers. He would have found out anyway, I said with a shrug. And it's like they say, no good deed goes unpunished. I'm guessing they didn't find any resin-laced glasses lying around? I knew from the case file they hadn't, but there were a few toxicology reports outstanding. Marcus shook his head. But that doesn't say much. We had the commercial dishwasher going all night in the back. They assured me no traces were found in the kitchen, and I scrubbed the bloody place 3 times with bleach after they were finished to make sure. I grimaced, having not even considered the public health implications. There'd be at least a few people who would skirt the restaurant and bar until a conviction was secured. I'm almost certain whatever she ingested must have happened hours before she arrived here. Absolutely. I just hope they find something definitive in the autopsy. But that's enough grim talk. What brings you here tonight? Pulling my laptop from my tote, I feigned a groan. I've got a pile of work that needs doing and can't get those croquetas out of my brain. I needed a little comfort food and a good drink to get me through it. Marcus' face lit up, and he clapped his hands together. Well, tonight you eat on the house. It's the least I can do after your last dining experience here. I went to protest, but he shushed me and stood to sweep off to the kitchen. I was guessing I had 10 minutes to myself before he started piling small plates on the table. I opened my laptop and faced it toward the patrons to obscure the Ouija board. It was ghost time. Chapter 15. My fingers moved on the keyboard to bring Amelia's email up. Then I noticed Marcus returning. Cursing, I sat the laptop on top of the Ouija board and smiled as he approached with a brown bottle and glass. Can't leave you hanging without a drink. This one's my favorite brew. I took a sip straight from the bottle with a nervous giggle and made an appreciative sound. Nice. Just what I needed. Thanks. Thankfully, he appeared not to notice the board protruding from under the laptop as he left the glass for me. I set the beer aside as he disappeared into the kitchen and read through the incantation once more before shifting the laptop to consider the planchette and board. Taking slow, measured breaths, I banished all thoughts from my mind and let all the people in the background fade away as I sought a place of calm. My magic waited in the center of my being, and I embraced it with due reverence, hoping for a resonance which would transcend any mispronunciations on my part. Placing my fingers lightly on the planchette and nudging it gently to the center of the board, I recited the words Amelia gave me carefully under my breath. My fingers tingled as my veins thrummed with magic, and it might have been my imagination, but I thought I felt a draft of air shift around me. That had to be a good omen. Swallowing, I tried to recall the first of the questions I planned to pose to the ether. Spirit from beyond the veil, do you hear me? As many times as I'd seen movies where shock crossed faces around the table as the token began shifting, nothing prepared me for the subtle force which moved my stationary fingers across the board to the yes side. My heart thudded in my chest, and I held onto my magic like a lifeline. Justine Shaw, is that you? Nothing. I stared at the board in dismay. Who is this? The planchette moved, and I tried to keep up with each letter. I don't remember. I frowned as I pieced the letters together. A ghost with amnesia? You've got to be kidding me. Amelia said nothing about how sharp the average ghost's memory was. Do you remember your death? The planchette moved back to the yes position. Okay, I considered my next move, no frivolous questions or upsetting the spirit on the other end of the line. Who caused your death? My fingers vibrated as the eye of the arrow-shaped token grated across the board, like it was angry. The lights flickered overhead, and just at the edge of my awareness I heard the other patrons exclaim at the shock. Beware those bearing gifts. Beware those bearing gifts? What the heck was that supposed to mean? And was I even speaking with Justine? If the ghost couldn't remember who they were. Were you poisoned? I ventured. The table shook, and all around me I heard cutlery rattling. The lights fizzled, and I blinked in surprise at the glare of the laptop screen. A banishing incantation at the end of the email in bold drew my eye, and I uttered it in haste, almost mechanically. The room stilled, and the lights flicked back on to the relieved sound of patrons. I stashed the Ouija board back in my tote bag and cast around as though I might spot the menacing specter. Apparently asking cause of death questions was just about as rude as asking after the living's age. Cheese. Marcus rushed over, balancing 3 plates on his arms. Was that an earthquake? Felt like it, I managed, catching my breath. He set down an assortment of breaded croquettes, marinated olives, and grilled chorizo before giving me an appraising look. You look as white as a ghost. I flinched at the word ghost but tried to cover it with a shake of my head. I used to live in California. I never got used to tremors. California? Marcus raised an eyebrow. I would have placed you somewhere in the South. Arkansas, I confirmed with a smile. California was just a bad fling in a big city. Marcus nodded to the server, who was placating the patrons at other tables, then turned a goofy grin to me. We're all guilty of 1 or 2 of those. You enjoy, and let me know if you're up for some dessert, okay? I better go check to see if the glassware is intact. I gave him the thumbs up and began anxiety scoffing food and beer in quick succession, so maybe summoning ghosts in public wasn't the greatest of ideas, but if the last question really ticked it off, was that enough to confirm it was Justine's shade I was communing with? I felt like I needed another consultation with Amelia to decide either way, and that I would do out of earshot of regular folks. Beware those bearing gifts. I popped an olive in my mouth and savored the salty brine taste mixed with the heat of chili. Supposing it was Justine, what was that supposed to mean? That the person who gave her the poison had done so in the guise of a friend? Philanthropist? Sugar daddy? Ew, I scratched the last. But if Travis was the one who fed her the poison, did he do so while playing at making up? A box of chocolates and a glass of laced wine, perhaps. I needed to find out the details of what drove those 2 apart, even if it stirred a deep sense of aversion in me to explore the love life of a guy I was salivating over not a week gone past. What I already knew was that it wasn't amicable, which means one party or the other was likely to have messed up. The question was, who had been the one to cut the ties? Finishing my meal and hurrying out to pursue my thoughts in peace, I waved goodbye to Marcus with a promise to speak soon and got back in the truck. With a quick detour past the grocery store to pick up a roasted chicken and a case of beer, I'm sure the clerks there thought I lived like a bachelor, I headed home and left a message on Amelia's cell to call me back. It figured she was out and about just as people were winding up for the night. When I was packing the outdoor refrigerator reserved solely for the resident Bunyip's healthy appetite for beer, it surprised me to see the water spirit's bulk approach the pool of light by the back door. After what Gus had said about him being absent, I'd expected Billy to remain aloof for some days. As a recluse, there were weeks I didn't see him at all while I was busy with work. Hey you, I pulled a couple of chilled beers from the refrigerator and sat them on the patio setting. The new patio setting, because he'd destroyed the old one. I'm glad my mess didn't scare you away for good. Scared? Billy cocked his head, which only drew my attention to his protruding fangs in a way others would describe as disconcerting. This is my territory. I would fight unto death to protect these lands. Then I consider myself especially fortunate to be in your good graces. You didn't have to play ball like that and help me out with my problems. Others would see these waters churned away for the sake of progress. His voice was dismissive. Reaching up with more dexterity than I would have thought possible for a creature which looked stitched from the spare parts of many, he twisted the top off the beer and took it between his teeth to guzzle. I consider you a friend, Kat Crowe. Your troubles are my own. Well, I've got plenty of those. I cracked my beer and pulled up a seat at the small table. Every road seems like it's hitting a dead end right now. You should have seen me at a restaurant calling on the ghost of the victim. If I'd kept pressing, I think I was liable to give someone a heart attack. The dead shouldn't be trifled with. What they leave behind is no longer their concern. I took a sip of beer and considered the water spirit. Is that your problem with Sorka? The necromancy stuff? I assume that rubs against the grain for a being like you. Circle of life and all that. Equilibrium. Billy downed the rest of his beer and made a sound reminiscent of a burp. The land is composed of layers connected by spirit. The dreams which spirits walk shouldn't be sullied by mortals. It only brings ruin. Perhaps you're right, I sighed. I'd much rather find a living solution to solving the murder. It's a shame I can't just conjure some vines to wrap people in for questioning and have the leaves tickle them into a confession. You cannot find those with cause to wish the woman harm. I barely knew her. Other than the fact she recently broke up with her boyfriend, she's a complete mystery to me. And if it was her I talked to tonight, all I got was some bogus words about bewaring those bearing gifts. Billy made a rumbling sound deep in his throat. Perhaps you should seek this gift she spoke of. It might be enlightening. How? I rubbed my eyes. I got to be careful here. Running around as a suspect doing suspect things isn't smart. You are a sorceress in a land of mortals. You've been gifted with the key which opens many locks. Her domicile and business enterprise are likely places to find such a gift. I frowned. Yeah, if it's still there. The police would have searched both. If there was something with reason in it, it would be long gone. Did the spectre say the gift was imbued with poison? No. Then take it as an intimation of the identity of her killer, rather than the instrument of her death. Billy shifted on his haunches. Might you pass me another beer? I opened the refrigerator, which was in arm's reach, and pulled out another bottle to slide across the table. My guardian water spirit might have a point. I had Ash working overtime on my behalf to dredge up this woman's technological inner world, but what if phones and computers had naught to do with it, and there was an answer sitting on her coffee table? Sure, if that were the case, the police should have found it first, but Detective Dwyer seemed too preoccupied with me to entertain other ideas. Okay, I just wish Tabitha had left me a little something to get through those doors undetected. I believe she did. I started in my chair and looked down to see Gus sitting by my feet. You need only ask, and I'm sure Sorka will be amiable to sharing a spell to that effect. Billy growled, and if I could have sounded that menacing, I might well have joined him. I'm not talking to her. Not after last time she helped and forgot to mention the possession part. The sorceress is cunning, it is her wish to. Gus cut Billy short. A squad of police officers searched this house and spotted nary a speck of magic inside. That was thanks to her deft skills and quick thinking. I believe you owe her more than contempt. If she had simply tried to instruct you, failure was a likely outcome. I clenched my jaw, but I knew he had me. I would never have even fathomed that such a spell could work quite like it did. It begged the question of how stunted spellcraft had become with the laws from the Arcane Council restricting its use in the modern age. While Amelia's aversion to the spell performed on Justine's body that Sorka suggested was understandable, I still believed the Council had the means to put fail-safes around that sort of procedure. If a diviner could determine the cause of death, I couldn't see any difference. You think she's got an invisibility spell tucked away in that skull of hers? I scoffed. Grandma said those kinds of spells are fairy tales at best. The Fae are rather gifted with invisibility, a reedy, feminine voice sounded in my mind. But even that is a glamour. They may travel in the fog over a river to pass its turbulent currents and ride the winds like carriages. I set my teeth at the intrusion, reminded that Sorka was listening at all times, even when she was being quiet. Is that a no then? Even I have limits, child, but invisibility is not what you seek. Your magical stores did not become invisible to evade the notice of lawmen. They simply didn't see them. Billy twisted the lid of the beer with a grunt and guzzled it down in great gulps. I watched with my mouth hanging open. It was kind of like staring at the sun when he did stuff like that, and when he finished it and set the bottle neatly on the table, he stood and arched his back in a feline manner. I cannot approve of her methods. But there are answers you must seek. With that, he bounded away into the dark, leaving me with Gus staring up at me and Sorka's offer hanging in the air. But first, Gus turned to the back door. You must bring that succulent chicken inside. The smell is torturous. Leaving my beer on the table, I sighed and followed my familiar inside with the grocery bag in hand, and he was one to lecture me on priorities. Chapter 16. Sorka didn't insist on coming along, and after schooling me on the spell which would make me escape notice, I took a scrap of paper with Justine's address scrawled on it out into the cool Myrtleglen night. It was less about the cover of darkness and more about expecting the delivery at the shop in the morning from Vicky, and the resulting work the order would cause. I had to keep reminding myself that it was only 4 days until the launch of Garden Gate Nursery and supplies, which seemed so imminent yet also a lifetime away in the scheme of things. There was no way to apply the spell to my truck and stay safe on the road, so I parked it a few streets away near the farm supply shop to approach Justine's house on foot. Sorka had cautioned the spell would fade over time, well before sunup, so I pulled the Tupperware container of herbs and oil from the center console and dabbed some on my forehead. The incantation which I'd recited a bunch of times came off my tongue with relative ease, and the oil heated on my skin, which I assumed was a good sign. Right, I muttered. I've got this. Pulling on a pair of gloves and twisting my hair up under a knit cap, to hopefully prevent leaving any trace, I shoved my hands in my pockets and ventured forth. I'd had to grab the address off the USB drive Ash gave me, and hadn't realized Justine lived in such a nice part of town. I wondered if that meant it was duly owned by her and Travis, and whether he still had access to the property. The last thing I needed was to bust in to find him sleeping in the bedroom, but I thought it was likely still treated as a crime scene. Well, hoped, anyway. I didn't pass anyone on the street to test my spellcraft, but that wasn't a bad thing. The fewer people out and about, the better. I was versed in creating undetected illumination from my teenage days while up late in my bedroom on school nights, and had kept my illusionary skills to myself for the same reason. I'd sometimes wondered if illusion was something I had a second untapped affinity for. Witches usually had a second smaller talent up their sleeve, but it had seemed a skill only useful for deception back then. Not that I thought I'd ever get a knack for the new brand of tech illusion, but it would be nice not to rely on Ash so much. On Jensen Street most of the windows were dark, and I had to squint to make out house numbers clearly. Victorian timber plank facades sat generously spaced from one another, most with fresh paint highlighting decorative timber moldings. Justine's home sat midway down the street, and as soon as I saw the front garden, I hardly needed to check the number on the enamel milk and letterbox. Perfect lawns hugged a decorative path to the house, with a wide bed of roses, box hedge, irises and wisteria growing up to the porch guttering. It was everything I could have imagined in a house kept by a florist and landscaper, which put a bitter taste in my mouth. Shaking my head to keep from ogling the greenery, I decided on the compact quartz gravel driveway which led around the side of the house. There was sure to be a back door, which was the prudent place to start. Relieved there were no lights on as I circled round, I stepped into an open sunroom and picked my way across the terracotta tiled floor crowded with decorative pots and wicker furniture. The back door was a freshly painted shade of blue, and I pressed my skeleton key against the tumbler. Checking over my shoulder as if a neighbor might be there watching the door open and close by itself, I slipped inside and uttered the words learned a lifetime ago to cast a soft glow around me. The space was a mudroom of sorts, which led into a well-appointed timber kitchen with polished floorboards and granite bench tops. It was both spacious and homey, which was more than could be said for my 70s-era laminate kitchen wedged between a hallway and a small dining space. It was eerie in that the house appeared to be waiting for Justine to come home. Some envelopes on the counter on closer inspection appeared to be bills to pay, a fruit bowl filled with unspoiled oranges sat by the sink, and a romance novel lay face down on the large dining table to mark the page. Moreover, the house was filled with flowers. Some showed signs of decay from sitting for a week, but others were dried or cleverly made of paper. It shouldn't have been surprising. As a florist, I'd have agreed she was likely to have a flair for interior design, but somehow I pictured the woman living in a more minimalist and sleek setting. I didn't have time to gawk at the house though, so I slipped my phone from my pocket and began taking photos of each room to inspect later. What I was looking for was a gift, preferably with a great big bow and a card reading "Yours truly, from your killer." The living area was impeccably tidy, with nothing left out to admire on the coffee or lamp tables, and after rifling through a grand hutch filled with trinkets and more ordinary things like stationery in the drawers, I ruled the room out. Where would I put a recently received gift in my house? It depended on the gift, really. I tapped my gloved finger against my lips to think it through. People who knew me well would get me something gardening-related, which either stayed outside or in the greenhouse. But other things, the usual soaps, candles, and other scented niceties, I generally shoved out of the way until I could figure out how to make use of it. With that in mind, I searched the cupboards in the hall while studiously ignoring the framed photographs of Travis and Justine hanging on the wall. My curiosity piqued as I checked through the folded linen about why they remained on the wall after the breakup, but there probably weren't any good answers. If he dumped her, she could have been pining for him, and if it was the other way around, she might have been too heartbroken to start the work of erasing him from her surroundings. With no other insights from the cupboard other than the knowledge that Justine bought groceries in bulk and stashed things away in orderly rows among torches, batteries, and light globes, I moved on. The bedroom was my next destination, a person's inner sanctum, where I hoped this gift would make itself known. A gorgeous 4-poster bed awaited me in the master bedroom, complete with a walk-in robe and glamorous en suite, and I was getting more annoyed than jealous. Who on earth had the time and money to make a house look this perfect? Here I was with months-old patches of sample paint all down my hallway, yet to eventuate into a decision on what color scheme I was going with in my redecorating. If there was one thing I could ask Sorka for, it was whether there was a magical means to get some more hours in the day to dedicate to that stuff. A glance under the bed showed not even an empty suitcase stored underneath, and a distinct lack of dust bunnies. It was time to complete the search of the wardrobe and suffer through the lingering scent of Travis's clothes. Except, as I brightened the glow surrounding myself inside the closet, one half was empty, which suggested the breakup was pretty final without a single ill-fitting shirt left behind. Thumbing through the coat hangers yielded nothing, and when I switched to the drawers, I had to quiet the judgy voice in my mind which chastised me for rifling through someone's underwear. It had only been days since I'd been subjected to the same, but in my defense, Justine didn't have any need of things like bras anymore. In an empty drawer at the bottom, a shiny crimson plastic bag caught my attention. The curled font told me everything I needed to know, and I picked it up to peer hesitantly inside. Frothy lace in a shade of lilac was bunched at the bottom, still attached to plastic hangers from the lingerie store. An impulse purchase on the heels of a breakup, or something else. A receipt jutted out from underneath the negligee, and I plucked it out to run my eyes over the particulars. Purchased a week and a half ago, some store in the Melbourne CBD by the looks. The amount was eye-popping, and I snapped a picture of the receipt, making sure it was legible on my phone. Was that the gift Justine was talking about? I'm not sure an ex would sway me to resume a relationship because he bought an outfit the equivalent of body dental floss to wear for him, but maybe that was just me. Either way, the bag appeared to be the newest purchase in the house, and the receipt had a credit card number on it. There was one way to be sure, providing Ash was equally adept at hacking financial records. Searching the rest of the house yielded nothing as interesting as the lingerie. In fact, as a florist, the knickknacks lying around her house all looked remarkably giftish. After snapping a million more photos and looking through the many drawers and cupboards, I stifled a yawn as I let myself out the back. I could leave the closer inspection of the pictures to Gus. The cat was becoming surprisingly adept at handling a laptop in the modern age and could make himself useful while I was at work. The chilly night air had my teeth chattering by the time I climbed back into the truck, wishing for warm sheets and a long sleep. Given it was 2 a.m., the latter would not happen, but I was of a mind to demand radio silence when I got home and curl up in bed right away. I shot a text message off to Ash, unheeding of the hour, with a picture of the receipt attached to ask if he could track down the credit card number. If it was Travis, well, I'd find a way to let Dwyer know about it. After getting home and crawling into bed, I lay staring at the ceiling. Despite being bone-weary, sleep just wouldn't come. The woman who'd left this world too soon had appeared to have it all on the surface. Her own business, a gorgeous house, and until recently an equally gorgeous man in her life. Who murders someone like that? Chapter 17. I hadn't heard from Ash by the time I got to work in the morning and was soon busy enough to take my mind off the case. I got the last of the inventory done in anticipation of the product's arrival and gave the plants out front a good soak before the sun was fully up. Yawning in the small kitchenette out the back as I prepared a sachet coffee, tea wasn't going to cut it in the caffeine department, I glanced at the clock again, hoping Vicky would turn up soon. I'd left Gus in charge of the laptop with all the photos I'd snapped loaded up and instructed him on how to make a video call to me at work if he found anything. It was more of a social experiment than anything else. I figured a tech illusionist probably had the know-how to make telepathy transmit through the internet, but I was interested to know if the proximity of voice and sight made long-distance telepathy possible. If nothing else, it would be entertaining to watch Gus meow at me in frustration. Thrumming my fingers on the counter, I wondered what I should do next. The administrative tasks of running a business were never in short supply, but I always found myself leaving them until the last minute, once the shop was locked up for the night and the bookkeeper was eagerly awaiting my email. My thoughts strayed to Ash, and I recalled my idea to gift him some night-thriving plants. Ideally, I'd work with night-blooming moonflowers, or maybe a queen-of-the-night cactus, but I didn't have that kind of stock on hand. What I had was plenty of jasmine, and I could just picture the delicate white flowers casting an iridescent glow in a room only brightened by the glare of a screen. With that in mind, I wandered out to the front lot and waved to my employee Bill as he made his way to the shed at the back, where he generally holed himself up while he wasn't making deliveries. He detoured with a small cooler in hand, filled with ham sandwiches and a couple of bananas, if I were to make an educated guess, to come and greet me. "You're here early," he remarked, and nodded to the wedded plants surrounding me. "I reckon you'll have a hard time parting with those plants come time to sell them." I chuckled at his friendly jibe. It had surprised me to learn that Bill was not much for gardening at all, and his front lawn spoke for itself. Dry and weedy, with some shrubs hugging the house, which looked like they could survive in the desert. But his man cave out the back was quite the opposite. Sure, there was still a distinct lack of green, but he'd gone to a lot of trouble over the years to build a fire pit, clay oven and retaining walls in an outdoor shrine dedicated to the drinking of beer. Couldn't sleep, so thought I might as well make myself useful. His face sobered a little, and he rubbed at his bristly gray jaw. "It'll be right, you know. All this nonsense will settle down once they figure out who's behind this poison stuff." I nodded. He'd already tried to reassure me that everything would be okay, in the way that older guys tended to assert when there were no good answers and every reason to be worried. I just wish it would happen soon. As it stands, I don't think they're looking all that hard at other options. "You've got the truth on your side," he held up a finger. "And so does Travis. Secrets like that have a way of coming out in the wash, but it'll probably take longer than you'd like to happen." I cocked my head. "Travis said anything to you about it all?" He was rude to me when he came in the other day." "The man's angry," Bill scoffed. "With everyone looking at him like a murderer, I don't blame him. And broken up or not, the woman he loved is dead. If that doesn't get a man out of sorts, I don't know what does." I frowned and thought back to Monday when he'd come past. If I was funny with him, it was because he had been leading me down the garden path with our banter. Well, he should know by now that I'm a suspect, too. Bill waved a hand. "Nobody thinks you did it, Kat. Least of all him." "How can you be so sure?" I chewed my lip. "Well, why would you? You've been in Myrtleglen for less than a year. That's hardly enough time to build a grudge that big, and you're a good sort." High praise indeed from my stoic employee. I felt my cheeks warm at the compliment and asked another question to save myself from embarrassment. "Do you have any running theories? About who did it?" Bill's eyebrows knitted together, and he heaved a deep breath. "I'm not the sort to go making wild assumptions about people. But I reckon there's one possibility people aren't talking about. What if she did it to herself?" "Suicide?" My voice sharpened. I could think of easier ways to achieve that. "Unless you think she wanted to frame someone for it?" "Who knows?" He shrugged. "People do weird things all the time, and I understand she was a little dramatic. I could be right off the mark, though." It was something worth considering, though I suspected there would have been more clues left behind if that were the case. I went to say as much, but the sound of crunching gravel caught my attention. "Look out," Bill grinned. "Is that the order you were waiting on?" I narrowed my eyes and made out Vicky's profile through the tinted glass. "I think it is. Fancy spending the morning unboxing it with me?" Ah, Bill's eyes widened. "Probably shouldn't. Mary reckons I'm all thumbs when it comes to breakables." I snorted and waved toward the shed at the back. "Go on then. I'm sure there's something covered in grease and broken back there that's calling your name." Bill scuttled off, and I looked a little longingly toward the jasmine before putting thoughts of playing with magic aside. When Vicky emerged from the van, I gave her a friendly wave. "Hi," she smiled, but the woman appeared nervous. "Sorry, got caught in traffic out of Melbourne, or I would have been here sooner." "Great. Did my supplier know I was a potential murderer now?" I tracked over with some words which I hoped were placating and helped her with a dolly at the van's back doors to unload plastic-wrapped boxes. "Have you been well?" she ventured, as she hefted a large box and followed me to the office. "Sure, except for the murder on the weekend. I'm guessing you heard?" "Oh." Vicky circled around me to get the door. "Yeah, it's terrible. I did some business with Justine." I pushed the dolly in and dumped the boxes inside the door before turning to head back to the van. Vicky had said she did a fair trade in Myrtleglen with the local gift shops. I supposed it made sense she'd supply the trinkets found in a florist shop. "You have my condolences, then," I said pointedly. "I only ever met the woman once." Vicky paused and considered me for a moment, and I thought she must have taken my meaning, because her shoulders relaxed as she headed back to the van ahead of me. I wasn't about to go around with a big sign on my head which stated for the record, it wasn't me. She said something about Justine being a loss for the town, and we worked in relative silence after that. After another 4 loads, leaving me to wonder just how much bubble wrap I needed to contend with, Vicky closed the back of the van and dusted her hands together. "Well, like I said, I'll be back on Saturday, and, oh wait," she trotted to the front passenger side and reappeared with another box. "The cosmetics I was talking about, I kept to the floral scents, but you can tell people the ingredients are all organic and locally sourced. Cruelty-free, of course." I accepted the box and thought maybe it was an olive branch of sorts. If she was still willing to work the consignment end, she couldn't really believe I had an impending murder charge hanging over my head. My mood softened, and I smiled. "Thank you for this. I'm not sure how well they'll do, but I'll be sure to mention them to folks." Vicky matched my smile and shrugged. Hey, one day I might make a name for myself with my products. I'll remember the people who supported me along the way. After seeing Vicky off with improved spirits, I returned to the office, which now appeared more like a box maze than anything else. I stashed the cosmetics closer to the counter, where I decided to give them pride of place, and turned with my hands on my hips. It was go time. Even when flattening each box and squishing down the inordinate amount of plastic cushioning the stock as I put everything in its place, the office looked like a war zone. Kelly had not long come and gone with a promise to help over the weekend after the school had called with an emergency. Apparently, Ben had fallen from the playground swings and had a sizable egg on his head. After seeing the giftware, she had less objection to it playing a role in the nursery, though she thought I could use a display dedicated solely to gardening gloves in the future. I agreed with her there, and thought she was probably the best person to make recommendations on brands, seeing as though she usually had a pair hanging from her back pocket. I was just reminding myself how grateful I was for a slow Thursday when a people mover van pulled up, and I had a moment of panic wondering if the office posed a public hazard. Kicking the flattened boxes as far into the corner as I could, I set down a rustic candelabra and watched the parking lot. To my surprise, it was Rihanna who emerged, my one-time acquaintance and sister of Travis Larkins. Did that make her Rihanna Larkins, or did she have a married name, I wondered. The woman stopped to look at some tube stock out the front, and I wrangled with whether I should go out to meet her or wait until she made her way inside. From the police file, I knew her brother was staying with her, and presumably was in his confidence when it came to the case. And the news report at the front of my property had made it a certainty that everyone in town knew it was me and Kelly also under the microscope. But standing there staring was probably just creepy, so I left the mess of the office behind to venture out into the sun. "Hi there," I called out. "Good to see you again." Rihanna looked up from her close inspection of a magnolia and smiled. "Hi, Kat. I wasn't sure if you'd be open or not, but I thought I'd try my luck." "Couldn't wait until the nursery launch to get the best pics?" I smirked. "I've had a few people come past already looking for this or that, which is encouraging. Been meaning to get around to fixing up the front yard for years." She hefted the magnolia and rolled her eyes. "But it's been on the back burner. Now seems like as good a time as any to get stuck into a project." I wasn't quite sure, but thought the look in her eye might have been an invitation to broach the subject of her brother. Still, I kept my guard up. I understand things have been tough for the family. Tough's an understatement. Rihanna sighed and set the magnolia down. "More like fighting to keep your baby brother from the outside world, except he can't bloody sit still. He's prowling around the house like a bear with a sore tooth. He needs a shovel in his hand and something to keep him busy." I appreciated her candor, but something niggled in the back of my mind. Travis was after some turf delivered tomorrow. It won't happen until next week, but it sounds like." I bit my lip. "Do you think I should just cancel the order until he, is ready for it?" Rihanna shook her head and gave me a long-suffering look. "I say yes. But him? I don't know. I wouldn't want him coming and grouching at you for a decision I made. Give me a chance to talk with him, and we'll let you know either way." "That sounds fair." I folded my arms. "Would you like a cuppa? If it's a project you want to give him, then you'll need more than plants. I've got plenty of dirt I'd gladly donate to the cause. Might help take out some frustration." Rihanna's eyes twinkled with mischief, and she followed me inside. After rummaging up 2 coffees, I sat her at the counter and began estimating what I had out the back which I could do without. Luckily, Rihanna thought the red mulch would look nice at her place, which seemed out of vogue with the rest of the town, and didn't appear perturbed by my suggestion of hand-mixing compost and clean fill, which I had in abundance. "The more work, the better," she agreed. "Do you have any sleepers I can buy to put together some raised beds?" "Sure, and plenty of hoses and fittings if you wanted to put the groundwork in for a sprinkler system." It took a while for Rihanna to sketch a basic diagram of the yard and what she was looking for, then for me to translate it into a list of items. By the time it was done, I felt a little bad about the price tag, despite the stuff I'd thrown in for free, but Rihanna only laughed it off. "Are you kidding me? You've looked after me big time. I was prepared to spend money on this, especially when I'm getting the labor for free. It'll do my boys good to get some quality time with their uncle learning the ropes." "You sure? Because I'm still gonna make sure I throw some extra plants in." Rihanna shook her head. "Don't worry about it. You look like you've got some money to make back here if the boxes are anything to go by." I thought the woman had simply been kind by not mentioning the mess in the store. But she wasn't blind either, and I snorted and rolled my eyes. "Little bit, yeah. I'm hoping it won't take too long to recoup after the launch. If things go well, that is." "Must be tough for you, too." Rihanna took a sip of coffee. "How'd you get caught up in this anyway?" I blinked, trying to recall if I'd seen Rihanna at the reception. But she might well have been with the wedding party who arrived later. Happened to be talking to Justine at the reception when she went downhill. Only time I ever met her, but I have no way to prove it. Rihanna sucked in a sharp breath through her teeth. "That's rough. Listen, I've been racking my brain trying to figure out who was actually behind all this. I was never Justine's biggest fan, which only means Travis refuses to talk to me about the breakup. But, well, I'm his older sister, yeah? I overheard him on the phone to her a few weeks before he moved out of there. He was out the back of my place, and I overheard, well, she was cheating on him, I'm certain of it." Chapter 18. My jaw dropped. She was what? It was only one end of the phone call, but I know what I heard. That's what broke them up, and as far as I can tell, nobody knows about it. Rihanna gripped her mug in both hands and met my eye. Not even the police. From what he said, Travis didn't answer their questions. I knew for certain he gave them nothing in the interview, but I couldn't say as much. My brain churned in turmoil. Why was Rihanna confiding this to me? It couldn't simply be a turn of good luck in my floundering investigation. My hopes rose, though. Perhaps that credit card number would open a whole new line of inquiry. "Do you know who? And, well, did you tell the police?" Rihanna shook her head. "I panicked when they called to ask about Travis staying with me. Figured Travis would never forgive me for eavesdropping and telling the cops more than he wanted to share. I hoped. I mean, it's a fact. If someone mentioned it to the police, it might clear this whole mess up." She wanted me to tell Dwyer about the affair. Was that the entire reason she'd stopped past? A large order of supplies wasn't the kind of payoff I was looking for, but at the same time it was also the break in the case I was so desperate to discover. I bit my lip and considered my options. Promise the woman to alter my statement to the police to throw this nugget into the mix? I wasn't sure they'd believe me if I also maintained I only just met the woman. Who confided having an affair in that kind of circumstance? But if I could get more substantial information and lead them to it somehow. "I'll make sure they find out. Do you remember anything else from the phone call? Something that might hint at the man's identity?" Rihanna sagged with relief and ran her tongue over her teeth. "Not really. Except I think whoever it was lived in Melbourne. I know she'd been spending a few weekends away with friends over the past few months, and during the call he asked if she had really stayed with Pamela that time. I know that's her cousin in the city. A mystery man in Melbourne somewhere. Well, that at least provided hope of a social media trail to follow. She had to communicate with the guy somehow. So, you think he's some kind of homicidal jilted lover?" "Good a guess as any," Rihanna huffed. "People do all kinds of crazy stuff for love. But I don't know. If it turns out to be a dead end, does that just make my brother look more suspicious?" "Maybe. I couldn't lie. It would look bad if this other man existed and turned out to be innocent, but it's the best shot we have. What if it turns out this guy killed her, and Travis has to endure a trial to acquit himself?" Or I did. But my dread of being pinned as the murderer was diminishing as time went on, and it was looking more likely that the breakup was the catalyst for the crime. I hadn't heard a thing from Chris or Detective Dwyer since the search. "Do you think I should hire an investigator to look into it first?" Rihanna twisted a brown ringlet in her finger, to be sure. I shook my head. That could take weeks for them to come up with proof just to establish there was an affair, let alone digging deep enough to uncover anything more damning. Your best bet is to come clean to your brother about overhearing the conversation and beg him to tell the police about it. Rihanna closed her eyes with a pained expression, like most people did when they received the advice they knew was right, but didn't want to hear. I'm just scared of pushing him away right now. He needs people on his side. And you are, I assured, even if he might not see it like that at first. Rihanna pulled her phone from her purse and glanced at the screen. Bugger. I didn't realize that was the time. I'll think about it, Kat. And thank you for listening. I felt like I was going to explode, keeping that to myself. No trouble at all. You let me know what you want to do, and I'll see what I can come up with on my end. I nudged the receipt for the order over the counter, and I'll have Bill bring this around tomorrow if that suits. Rihanna nodded, and I showed her out, pushing a cute fuchsia into her hands before she could protest. It's on me. Before climbing into her green people mover, the woman surprised me by enveloping me in a big hug. I really didn't know what I was getting myself into coming here, but I'm glad I did. I can see we're going to be great friends. I hugged her right back. Me too. Funny what they say about adversity, yeah? With Rihanna safely gone, my mind did cartwheels. My first instinct was to hunt Ash down and sit on him until he could provide me with proof of the affair, but I couldn't just up and leave the store and boxes, which I'd hardly made a dent in. Besides, I'd only be twiddling my thumbs waiting while he worked his literal magic. Instead, I rushed in to pick up the phone and thrummed my fingers on the counter until he answered. Kat? I haven't finished the script to figure out that credit card. New revelation, I interrupted. Justine was having an affair. Huh. There's nothing I've found that suggests something like that. I relayed what Rihanna told me, not much admittedly, and got to the point I wanted to make, so I'm not sure if that figures into the sorcery you've got going on with the credit card search. If it was this lover buying her lingerie, we might have enough to leave it in front of Dwyer's nose somehow. Sure, but that doesn't mean he killed her. Of course it doesn't. But it puts someone new in the spotlight, right? I paced what little room I had left of clear linoleum in the shop. Even better if we can find anything that suggests they were also on the rocks on account of the breakup. You really want to get this Travis guy off the hook, huh? Ash drew a deep breath. I'll keep looking. But I checked out the mobile tower data like I said I would, and in the days leading up to the poisoning it doesn't look like Justine veered off the trail at all. Pretty boring, really. She was either here at the shop, home, or a couple of places in town. Nothing to write home about. He could have met her in Myrtleglen, I insisted. Particularly if he was trying to get back in her good graces. We just need to find out who this guy is. There was a pause on the line, and I chewed my lip to give Ash some thinking time. It likewise gave me time to consider the fact I had found nothing which backed up Rihanna's claims at the house. But if Justine was keeping secrets from Travis, then... The florist shop, I said. I should have checked there first. Why? Ash asked slowly. Think about it. I picked up a candle from one shelf and moved it closer to a lantern by the window. If you were having an affair, would you keep anything lying around the house where you might be discovered? No. If there's physical evidence, it's at the shop. Well, sure, if you want to do it the old-fashioned way, but I'll put my faith in the stupid way people get caught out. Saucy messages left in their inbox. I snorted, both amused and disgusted. Would the police have found that by now if that were the case? Not necessarily. Depends on how she kept in contact. If she was sneakier than most, then it could be hiding somewhere in her digital footprint. I won't lie, it could take a while to unearth. So, it's not as easy as the stuff you got on Sarah Walsh? Ash's intel on her search history had been instrumental in finding Steve. There are more places to look, he clarified. Every social media platform has a direct message function, or she might have been using an email address she didn't hand out. It would probably be quicker to. To what? I can't believe I'm saying this, he groaned. And I can't believe it's taking you this long to say it, I quipped impatiently. I'm not sure if the police have taken the computer at the florist shop in or not, but if it's still there, it could be as easy as using the password shoved in a drawer somewhere and looking around. Hot dang. My breathing quickened. What do you think the chances are? Slim, he admitted, but they might not have been in a rush to remove the equipment with the shop secured. First, they'd be combing it for physical evidence, and probably be looking at personal equipment like phones and laptops first. But they could well have packed up everything electronic and sent it to Melbourne to be examined. The latter made a lot of sense, but perhaps with Dwyer's attention so focused on me in the first few days, it was something that had fallen down the list of priorities. I imagined his number one mission in those first few days was finding traces of ricin on something that would have directly incriminated someone, and I'm sure I would have heard if that had happened. Okay, if there's a chance of finding something on the premises, I'm there. Is there any security you're aware of that I have to think about? It's not alarmed, no, none of the shops along this strip are. It's a bone of contention with the landlord. Ash's voice was strained. And I'm an illusionist after all. It's not only digital fortresses I can breach. So, you're coming with then? The prospect of an accomplice put things into stark perspective. You've already risked plenty on my part. I can't let you get into a situation like this. Oh? He jibed. You planning on hacking the computer yourself then? I don't know what kind of spell you cast to get into her house, but you need an illusionist to do this job undetected. The cops will never know you were there. I was tempted to correct him on my ability to evade notice with Sorka's spell, but it didn't lessen the fact that I needed him if there was a computer involved. Perhaps being just next door, I could send him on his way quickly if it ended up being another night of picking through drawers and cabinets. I'm guessing midnight won't be a problem for you? I used a box cutter to open a bundle of gnomes in bubble wrap. It'll probably take me that long just to get things fixed up at the shop tonight. I'll be here, Ash promised. Oh, before I go, I wanted to ask you something. I squatted to arrange the gnomes on the bottom shelf among some ceramic fairy doors. This might sound stupid, but I've got my familiar working on the laptop at home going over the pictures I took at Justine's. If I were to do a video conference call, could we communicate effectively? The sound on the other end of the line appeared to consist of muffled curses. I hope those photos are on a stick drive. If you just emailed them to yourself, then you better hand over your passwords so I can clean up your digital mess. Oops. I chastely gave over my passwords and got off the phone with my tail between my legs. He mentioned something about getting my equipment into the shop so he could fix me up with more security, but grunted something about security doing idiots no good when they go and leave doors wide open. It left me without an answer on whether I could contact Gus, but I figured I'd need to eat at some point if I was putting in a late night getting the giftware sorted out. I ducked past home to clue my familiar and while picking up a pizza or something. Pizza. My stomach gurgled appreciatively as I reached for the next box marked as toadstool steaks. This investigating business wasn't doing much for my diet. Perhaps if I ordered the vegetarian, I might be able to satisfy the voice inside which reminded me to eat some greens. As I got back into the rhythm of unpacking, flattening, scanning and positioning, my mind wandered back to Justine's bow. I couldn't help but feel a shred of sympathy for Travis given the situation, and thought perhaps in the time we'd been getting friendly, he'd been aware there was something going on with his cheating girlfriend. It was still messed up, but was it as heinous as trying his luck with a woman while planning to dump another? I needed time to process that, and in any case we were less than friendly now. Chapter 19. Pizza probably hadn't been the wisest idea, I mused as I pulled around the corner from Ash's shop. It was sitting in the bottom of my stomach like a lead weight, which only made me feel sleepy and a touch gross. But the shop was looking a lot closer to done than I'd hoped, with only the empty boxes to contend with tomorrow and some final cleanup to get the place sparkling before Sunday. If the launch still went ahead as planned. Eyeing the alleyway which led to the back of the shop fronts, a wicked thought crossed my mind, and I reached into the console to retrieve the tub of herbs I'd used the night before to get into Justine's house undetected. Dabbing some on my forehead, I recited the spell and pulled on my gloves and knitted cap, hoping it wouldn't produce ridicule from Ash. It took some guesswork to figure out which shop was which from behind, but the familiar crates Kelly used for deliveries gave me my bearings, and I tried the door next to it, which eased open without a creak. As I tiptoed into the darkened space out the back to peer through the opening to the retail floor, I spotted Ash, who lifted his head from his screen. Holding my breath, I froze as he turned in his computer chair and glared into the darkness. "Kat, that better be you." I sighed audibly. I should have known better than to pull the wool over an illusionist's eyes. "How'd you know?" Ash stood with narrowed eyes and stepped toward me, presumably from the sound of my voice. When he got into arm's reach, he waved his hand with a mutter, and the tingling on my forehead flashed hot, causing me to fumble the hold on my magic. "Ow," I complained, rubbing my sleeve over the scorched spot. "Was that necessary?" "You want my spell going in there?" He rubbed his chin. "But that one wasn't bad. Something you had lying around in a grimoire?" "Something like that," I said non-committally. "Well, I'm impressed. I wouldn't have guessed a green witch could pull off something so convincing." It wasn't the time to gush about my talents or asking after some illusionary pointers, so I just shrugged and looked past him to the screen. "Come up with anything yet?" Ash followed my gaze and nodded. "Yeah, but nothing that helps." I followed him to the counter and dragged a stool around to sit next to him, so I could see the screen. I'm all ears. Ash brought up some windows which looked like hieroglyphs to me, but he pointed here and there to illustrate his point as he spoke. The credit card for the underwear was Justine's, so no connection there to anybody. I'm trying to find out if the store had CCTV cameras, but I doubt she had her man come along for a shopping spree, only to pay herself. I've pulled the basic phone records up for her mobile too, nothing glaring there about the numbers she was calling. He was right. It didn't help. You think it's more likely she either used the phone at the shop to keep in touch with whoever he is or some messaging service? Yup. And the phone at the shop will have a lot more numbers to sift through if we can't find a pattern. I felt myself deflate some, but we were breaking into the shop to find a computer. If that came through, then it wouldn't matter that every lead up until then turned out to be fruitless. Okay, well, do we have everything we need for next door? I pulled the skeleton key from my pocket and dangled it in front of Ash. Getting in won't be a problem. Ash smirked as he eyed the relic. I'd wondered about your ability to get behind closed doors. Oh, you know, I shrugged theatrically, family secrets and all. Ash shook his head in bemusement and grabbed some gear from the counter. Well, this hard drive might not look like much, but I've spent the afternoon configuring it to copy and trawl at the same time. I'm hoping by the time we plug it back in here, it's deduced the name of this guy. That clever, huh? I pursed my lips. No wonder you have so much time on your hands to help me. I suppose the freelancing you do with the Inquisition is a cinch for someone with your talents. It's easy money, he agreed, with less chance of ending up behind bars. I thought the guy was probably modest when it came to his talents. Why he lived in a place like Myrtleglen instead of somewhere like Silicon Valley was a mystery to me. Ready? He slid his gear into a bag. You don't need to bother with the gloves. I looked at my hands before shrugging and tugging them off. Let's do it. Following Ash, we headed out the back to the alley, and he turned to hold out a hand. I took it, and he closed his eyes and spoke under his breath. Air pressed down on all sides, encasing us in the illusion he was casting. Then he let go of my hand to gesture toward the shop. For a split second I saw stars in my vision, and after blinking, the dark alley came into focus again. Ash stretched his face and rolled his shoulders. It's been a while since I cast something physical, he explained, as I gave him a puzzled look. And that one was complicated. So, we can see each other, but nobody can see us. I pulled the skeleton key from my pocket. That's neat. Ash snorted. That's the least impressive part of the whole spell. Any trace of us, even a single skin cell, will be concealed inside. I'd say the effects will last months. Let's hope the investigation doesn't run that long, then. I pressed the skeleton key against the lock and smiled at the clicking sound. It was a trick that never got old. Then, putting my faith in Ash's skill, I opened the door without retrieving my gloves from my back pocket. Inside, the shop was pitch black, and with a click of his fingers Ash conjured a ball of light which bobbed above us as we stepped inside. The weird thing about it, I realized as I scanned the back workroom filled with shelves of supplies and a table in the middle, was that it was the kind of light which left not a single shadow. The effect left the room weirdly bright, and I held my hand up to shade my eyes uselessly. "Oh," Ash said. "Let me dull that down a little." The brightness relented, and I blinked a few times to adjust my sight. With everything back into focus, I noted the details of the room. Dry stalks and sticks-filled drums against the back wall, open shelves housed tape, wire, and stacks of paper, and I spotted the end of a roll of stickers jutting out of a set of drawers. A single stool sat at the work table, completely cleared of any tools of the trade except a dustpan and broom. "No PC out here." Ash touched my elbow. "Let's look in the front." The doorway into the retail section led straight to a less meticulous counter strewn with scrappy petals, offcuts of ribbon, and shreds of cellophane. It made sense that the back was less used if Justine was the only person working there. Keeping an eye on the wares while arranging bouquets was the kind of multitasking solopreneurs had to juggle. A rancid smell hung in the air from the decaying bouquets littered around the room, and I wrinkled my nose in distaste. "The least they could have done was toss these into the dumpster," I complained. "If it gets left much longer, it'll stink up your shop too." But Ash wasn't listening. True to form, his focus was on the PC against the brick wall, and the screen which blinked to life as he inserted a stick drive and began typing. I picked up the USB barcode scanner attached to the system, which was the same as mine, and watched with curiosity as Ash brought up a black screen with a green script running a mile a minute. "So, it's here," I mused. "Finally got lucky." Ash grunted an affirmative, and I left him to his work. I guessed he was getting to work on cracking the password. Left idle, I rummaged through drawers and found receipts, invoices, bills, and business cards. I recognized Vicky's card at the bottom of the drawer and looked up to spot a metal-worked frog identical to one I had in the store on the floor by the door. I only had a moment to consider how many of those frogs were littered around Myrtleglen with a price tag attached when Ash made a victorious sound. "You in?" I asked. "Yup." He swapped his stick drive for another cable leading to an external hard drive. "This should only take a few minutes. I'll poke around in it back in the shop." I nodded and began rifling through more drawers for any hint of anything. A pile of Valentine's Day cards sat in the bottom drawer, all empty of course, waiting for their next season on the shelves, and the rest of the cupboards yielded little. The final pile of paperwork I rummaged through, mostly notes for orders, had a single page near the bottom with Justine's scrawl over it. An address in Melbourne, with some dates. The weekend's away perhaps? I pulled out my phone to input the address into Maps, but before I could hit search, Ash interrupted. "You ready?" Sure." I thrust the note and phone into my pocket. "I've got a Melbourne address here, but I'll look it up in a minute." Ash nodded and held a hand to the PC tower with a look of concentration on his face. The screen went dark, and he turned with a nod. We fled the shop, and the light blinked out of existence as we crossed the threshold. Leaving me to lock up, Ash slipped into his shop and left the door open for me. My fingers trembled as I closed the door, the rush of adrenaline from sneaking in some place I shouldn't fading into shakes and jitters. I took calming breaths as I let myself back into the computer store and found Ash by a kettle in the cramped kitchenette, rather than his usual perch. Coffee? He asked. At this hour? I was starting to understand how Ash maintained his schedule, but I could use something warm and soothing. Oh, go on then. Ash whipped up a couple of coffees while I returned to my seat and smoothed the note scrunched in my pocket on the table. I had to enter it a second time into my Maps app, but after searching I gasped as it turned up a result. A hotel. I called out to the kitchenette, and I've got the booking dates too. Ash rushed in, insofar as he could, with 2 hot beverages in hand. Nice. Those records will be easy to lift. Depends on who made the booking, though. True, I agreed. But it's something. Let's hope he flexed his plastic for that one. Ash took a gulp of coffee and sat back at his screen. I couldn't figure out what he had in front of him, but it didn't appear to be good by the puzzled look on his face. Nooped, was all he said. Pardon me? Ash rubbed his chin, then typed furiously for a moment before sitting back in his chair. The computer beeped, and the code halted. The hard drive. It's completely cooked. What do you mean, cooked? Well, Ash laced his fingers over his stomach. It's either Justine had a catastrophic PC failure right before she got poisoned, or her killer wanted to destroy the evidence. I'm guessing the latter. My throat tightened and I held up the note. But we still have this, right? Ash took the note and puffed out his cheeks. Here's hoping. It won't take more than an hour or two. Do you want to stick around or head home and wait for my call? I hadn't spent 2 nights out until the early hours prowling where I shouldn't, to go home empty-handed. I took a sip of coffee and shifted on the stool. Might as well pass the time in good company. Ash barked a laugh and turned his attention back to the screen. Even I don't like my own company when I'm working. He could have been as pleasant as a skunk during spraying season for all I cared. If he came up with the name we were looking for, it would be totally worth it. Chapter 20. At some point I'd swapped the stool for a more comfortable, albeit busted, computer chair and was nodding off, despite the coffee, when Ash slapped my knee. I've got a list. List? I sat up in the chair and blinked my eyes open. Of people with bookings across those dates. For those ones specifically, I've narrowed it to 3 males. I sat dumb for a moment, taking in the glimmer of pride in Ash's smile. 3? Ash pointed to the highlighted cells in a spreadsheet, and I leaned in closer to read the names. Andrew Connor, Vincent Greengrass, and Ben Voigt. I'll have to narrow it down, which will take a bit longer, but I have the names and home addresses which will cut down the time. So, we make some assumptions and rule them in or out? Yep, what do you think? Well, I reasoned. I guess the guy we're looking for is probably around the same age as Justine and lives somewhere in Melbourne. Ash nodded his agreement and tapped the screen. Andrew's address is in Sydney. Business trip, maybe. I couldn't rule out the idea that Justine was seeing someone interstate. Melbourne might have been their rendezvous point, but that was something to worry over later. Okay, so Ben and Vincent are locals? What can we find out about them? Ash clicked over to a new window and plugged in some search terms. I watched as he worked, fidgeting despite having just spoken from my doze. Then he brought up a social media profile of a guy who looked barely old enough to get approved for a credit card. Looks like Benny Boy is about to start uni to become an engineer. Not him, I agreed. So, we're down to Vincent? Vincent Greengrass? I chewed my lip. Why does that name sound familiar? I might have only been hoping, but Ash quirked his eyebrow at me before tapping furiously on his keyboard while I puzzled it over. When he brought up a social media profile, it all clicked into place. A couple stared back at me from the profile picture, and I recognized the significant other, Vicky Greengrass, my giftware supplier. Oh my goodness. I stood and leaned toward the screen to stare. I know her, and she knew Justine too. Wanna clue me in? Ash pushed his chair to the side and I realized I was all up in his personal space. I took a similar sidestep and thrust my finger at the screen. Vicky is my new wholesaler for giftware. As I understand it, she and her husband run the business together. Ash sagged in what appeared to be relief, then he frowned. So, was it Vicky or Vincent? Huh? I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Justine was screwing Vicky's husband. Is she the more likely culprit? Crap! It was like I'd almost caught a snowflake to have it melt right in the palm of my hand. I have no idea. Ash tapped his fingers together. The mobile tower data. If you have her number, I'll run both into the system and see which one made a trip to Myrtleglen. I think I can already tell you that. I turned my mind back to the previous week. I met Vicky last Wednesday at the store. She said she frequents these parts for business. I guess she's the people person and her husband runs the warehouse. So, unless he made the trip, then we're looking at her? I nodded solemnly. Ash told me it would take a while to get the location data back and urged me to go home to get some sleep. But I was only listening with half a mind. The next task was perhaps the bigger one. Finding the known evidence that would convince Detective Dwyer to look into it without incriminating myself for all kinds of privacy breaches, along with breaking and entering. When I arrived at the store that morning, I rushed to the cosmetics stand Vicky had left me. The thought had occurred to me in a lightning bolt moment, and I'd left the house in a blithering mess as I tried to explain my conviction to a confused and sleepy Gus. The lip balm was the first item in reach, and I turned it over to squint at the tiny font which listed the ingredients. Only the finest locally sourced organic ingredients, huh? I said with gritted teeth. Then I spotted what I was looking for on the label and clenched my fist around the tiny aluminum jar. Castor oil. I was tempted to act before Ash could get back to me with the inevitable. What stayed my hand was the kernel of uncertainty that lingered. It wasn't clear if this cosmetics thing was a joint venture with her husband or something Vicky had struck out doing by herself. If she had access to a castor oil supplier, then chances were that her husband did too, and he might even have chosen the byproduct substance which made the poison to implicate his wife in the crime. But when comparing who had more motive to murder Justine, my bets were with Vicky. And what was it people said about women being more inclined to poison as a weapon? Then there was the standoffishness with the woman when she delivered my order, which I'd assumed came from a place of thinking I was a murderer. It was so clear in my mind. All I needed to figure out was how to lead Dwyer to it. The hours passed with agonizing slowness as I cleaned up the office and made sure the plants out front were picture perfect. I should have felt excitement and pride in my business, but instead I was irritable, and every small task made me want to screech in annoyance. The nursery was looking great. The office, I really had to stop calling it that, had scrubbed up nicely and felt cozy and cute with all the products on the shelves. Even the yard was neater than usual, with Bill making an extra effort to keep the mounds of lighter stuff away from where it would blow dust around the front. I'd solved a damn murder case and gotten a dilapidated sand and soil business transformed into a sumptuous nursery. But it wasn't finished yet, not until I got the call and could act. It was almost 2 p.m. when my phone lit up with Ash's number. I pounced on it right away and took rapid breaths to keep up with my racing heartbeat. Well? It was her, was all he said. Vincent? I ventured. Didn't leave the city all week. Vicky, on the other hand, was in Myrtleglen on Friday. I'll bet if we got our hands on their delivery schedule, you'll find she probably went to the florist shop. I don't have any calls logged there, though. What about if Vincent didn't take his phone with him? I'd been worrying over the myriad possible circumstances all morning. He could have been clever enough to know that was a risk. Sure, that'd be smart, he agreed. Except I just sat here watching the stupid bald spot on his head from their warehouse for the entire week to be sure. I really don't know what Justine saw in him, but things must be rocky on the home front. Every night he goes upstairs to the office where I don't have sights and comes down in the morning to start work. He's in the doghouse. No absences to speak of? Only if you include getting takeout. but he mostly had food delivered. No ventures that took enough time for a trip here and back. She did it. It had to be Vicky who poisoned Justine out of revenge. I let that sink in for a moment. We did it, I breathed. Mostly you, though. Seriously, Ash, if it weren't for you, I'd still be turning circles. I can't thank you enough for all the help. Don't worry about it, he said. Honestly, I haven't had a challenge like that in a long time. It was the most excitement I've seen behind a screen in years. I'm not sure how I felt about my misfortune being entertaining for the tech illusionist, but I figured I wasn't in a position to be righteous about it. Besides, I knew deep down he didn't fake his initial anxiety when he told me about the flag in the system. He cared, and that was what mattered. I guess I need to put a plan in motion then, I said. You know, to paint a picture for the right people. That sounds like you've got some ideas. I've been giving it a lot of thought, and I think I've got it covered. I laid out a trail of breadcrumbs for Ash's consideration while turning one of Vicky's tubes of hand cream in my fingers. So, what do you think? Ash didn't reply right away, and I hoped I wasn't missing something obvious, but then he made an appreciative sound. Nice, I like it. Except, well, I thought the police would need to take the same steps as us to verify the affair. So, I've already returned a replica of the note we found to the florist shop, somewhere a little more obvious. The corners of my mouth turned upward into an impish grin. You're the best. There's one thing that's been bugging me though, the hard drive. How did Vicky bust that up, do you think? My best guess is she emailed some software to Justine's business email address, maybe even while she was at the shop, and Justine was too busy to notice. A couple of clicks, and that could have been running in the background wiping everything without Justine even noticing. And all that on the assumption that any damning evidence would be on her work PC and nowhere else. There are a couple of fake cams in the florist shop too. It could have been as simple as wanting to ensure she wasn't filmed giving her the poison. Right. I hadn't spotted the cameras, which was a little embarrassing in hindsight. So you think we're good then? Tied up in a nice bow. Should be anyways. But don't worry, if we need to sow any more seeds later, it won't be a problem. I hoped Ash was right. Dwyer didn't strike me as an idiot, and if the case was as high profile as Constable Lewis made it out to be, then I knew he had resources. Heck, he'd brought an entire squad out to comb my house. I'm sure doing a little recon with the right names shoved under his nose was within the detective's reach. Chapter 21. Jumping out of my truck, I crossed the open green square which sat across the road from the town hall. The lush grass had taken well. Travis had installed the turf only months earlier, and the sun had lured a few outside to enjoy the scenery. I sat on a park bench with my eyes firmly on the doors to the town hall. I was early at 3:50 p.m., but I'd been champing at the bit to get out of the store and put my plan into action. Rihanna emerged from the building wearing gray slacks and a polka-dot blouse right at 4 p.m. when she'd agreed to meet. I waved to her, and when she spotted me, she quickened her step. "Hey," she said as she hugged me briefly before sitting. "You found something." "Yup," I nodded. "But I'm going to need your help with it." Rihanna took a shaky breath. "Anything for my brother." I told her the carefully revised story, which included a tech friend from back home who'd discovered the identity of the man Justine was having an affair with. Then I explained what I knew about Vicky and the cosmetic products she'd given me on consignment. She was in Myrtleglen on the day of the murder, had motive and access to the substance. But I can't go to the police with this, you understand, right? So, you want me to? I clasped Rihanna's hand and met her eye. Listen, I know you don't want to betray Travis's trust, but someone credible has to come forward with Vincent's name. I've already told the police I only met Justine at the wedding reception, and I doubt they'd take me seriously if I went back on my statement to tell them Justine confided something like that to me. You overheard that phone call. All you have to do is say you overheard the name Vincent Greengrass. Rihanna bit her lip as she mulled it over, and I waited as patiently as I could for her answer. "You're sure?" "I'm certain. Phil, the devised name for my tech friend, is a pro with this stuff. His methods aren't above board, you understand, but he can get into all sorts of places online. He located a hotel booking with Vincent's name on it, and connected the pair there. But once the police get hold of this, they can do their own investigation to verify it." Sounds like a handy friend to have. The words didn't match the disapproval which was clear in her eyes, but I could tell I'd made the argument compelling enough. "So, you'll do it?" Rihanna dragged her hands across her face but nodded. "He's going to be wild with me for this. Once Vicky is in custody, I'm sure Travis will see reason. Besides, split up or not, I'm sure he'd still prefer to see Justine's killer behind bars." Rihanna took a deep breath and cast her eyes around the park. "So how do we do this?" I stood and jerked my thumb over my shoulder. "Easy. Let's head to the police station right now. I've got the cosmetics with me, and we can explain this together. Stick to your story. You panicked when you spoke to them last and didn't mention the phone call for fear of upsetting your brother. You confided in me, and I connected the dots." "What about Travis?" Rihanna cocked her head. "He said nothing about this Vincent guy. I doubt he even knows the name. He also gave a no-comment interview. So long as he keeps his mouth shut, it won't be a problem. I'm sure the police will come up with more concrete evidence anyway. We just need to show them where to look." Rihanna shouldered her purse and stood, her expression a little more certain, but her posture remained rigid with anxiety. "I'm a mess. I hate speaking to the police." I gave the woman a hug. "Your brother is lucky to have someone like you on his team. And don't worry, I'm sure they'd expect you to be shaken up about this." The police station was only a couple of blocks away, and I was betting on the fact that the detective was still in residence and would see us right away. When we got inside to the counter, though, Constable Lewis told us the guy had gone out for coffee. "This is urgent. I know who killed Justine Shaw," I insisted. The door had opened behind me just as I said it, and I turned to see the surly detective with a coffee in one hand and a to-go sandwich pack in the other. His mouth hung open, and before he could speak, I gestured toward the sandwich. "I'm afraid this'll have to be a working lunch, Detective. We've got information you're gonna want to hear. A bit late in the day to stop for a bite, isn't it?" The detective's jaw worked, but I turned to usher Rihanna down the hallway without another word. The sound of wordless protest came from behind me, but it only gratified me to finally put the detective in his place. Constable Lewis closed the door behind us after we sat, and Dwyer left his sandwich sitting in front of him as he fixed us both with a glare. "You mind explaining what this is about?" he grunted. "Go on," I nodded to Rihanna. The woman wrung her hands in her lap and kept her eyes lowered as she gave a halting account of the phone call along with Vincent's name. I didn't know what to do. I thought it would just make things worse and figured Travis was the one to tell you about it. It was Kat here who convinced me to come forward. She did some digging herself. It was my turn to take over, and I reached over to give Rihanna's clammy hand a squeeze. It wasn't much, really. When I looked up the name on social media, I recognized Vincent's wife in the profile picture immediately. Vicky Greengrass is my new wholesale supplier of giftware, and I know from the brief conversation I had with Justine that she also worked with the woman. Now, as I'm just launching my business, Vicky made me a deal to provide some stock on consignment, some of which comes from her own line of cosmetics. I stopped to grab some hand cream, lip balm, and moisturizer from my purse and sat them next to Dwyer's sandwich with a pointed look. "And?" The detective curled his lip. "Well, you see, she spent some time bragging about how every ingredient she uses is organic and locally grown. Why don't you check the label?" I tried to keep my amusement at the sight of Dwyer and Constable Lewis squinting at the products in check. But it was Dwyer who found it first. I could tell from the way his eyes widened. "She was in Myrtleglen on the day of the wedding," I held up my finger to keep him from cutting in to provide my final white lie. I know this, because I was also trying to schedule a delivery with her on Wednesday, and she told me she was in town all the time, and in fact, was stopping past on Friday that week. I was proud of the story and expected to revel in a little glory. Goodness knows I'd deserved it after the week I'd had. But the sour look on the detective's face told me glory wouldn't be forthcoming. "Thank you, Miss Crowe," he said flatly. "We'll take things from here and look into your claims." "You have less than 24 hours, I replied tartly. I couldn't help the smugness which bubbled to the surface as Dwyer's eyes snapped up to me with indignant outrage etched all over them. "Come again?" I shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I assume you'd rather not have to locate her out on the road someplace or call her in and risk her going underground. I know exactly where she's going to be tomorrow. I've got a delivery organized with her ahead of the launch of Garden Gate Nursery and supplies." I could see that tick over in the detective's mind. He was just as hungry for an outcome as I was. He had to have his superiors breathing down his neck to come up with something after his efforts that week had yielded nothing. "Put her off if you can until later in the day and keep me updated." He slid a card over the table with his number. "I'll have people look it over. If it stacks up, be prepared to have her arrested on your premises. If you flake out on me, I'll make it my business to have you both charged with obstruction of justice." Threat or no, it felt like victory, and I shooed Rihanna out of the room with a promise to Dwyer to be in touch. We hurried out of sight of the station before stopping, and Rihanna threw her arms around me in a crushing hug. "It worked," she cried. "It actually worked. I thought that'd get turned around on us for sure." Rihanna's emotions triggered my own, and tears stung my eyes as my body erupted in sobs of relief. I'd kept it together all week, and it was like my body knew I could finally break down. We held each other for a few minutes until we'd both calmed. Then I scrounged in my purse for an old napkin to blow my nose with. "It's done." I used my sleeve to dab at my eyes. Rihanna blew her nose with a loud honk. "What should I tell Travis?" she asked. "The truth," I said simply. "He's already angry at me anyway. You came to tell me about the phone call, and I figured out who the guy was and convinced you to come forward with it." "Maybe I'll wait." Rihanna chewed her lip. "I don't want to get his hopes up until this woman is arrested." I took Rihanna's hand, knowing what I was about to say would make me the worst kind of hypocrite. No more lies. They ruin relationships. And lies is how Justine ended up in this mess to begin with. The woman nodded slowly, then checked her phone. "I really need to get going. The kids will be wondering what's held me up." "Go," I said with a smile. "I'll keep you posted, I promise." After departing Rihanna's company, I tracked back to the truck looking forward to sharing my victory with Gus and Billy. And Kelly too, for that matter. She deserved to hear about this without delay, but first thing was first. I'd have to call Vicky and see if I could come up with something plausible enough to delay the delivery by a couple of hours. Chapter 22. The entire morning felt like I'd been sitting on my hands, but at least Kelly had come over with homemade banana muffins to keep me company in the hour before I was due to meet Vicky at the store. I'm certain Gus sprawled in my lap just to keep my restless legs still. Not long now. Kelly checked her watch. "Are you sure Detective Dwyer will come through?" He said he would. Not that he told me what he'd found to corroborate the affair. It had wounded me to keep up the lie to Kelly, but it was the burden witches had to bear to keep magic from bleeding into the mundane world. I chose to leave Tumbling Springs, where magic was a poorly kept secret among folks who were mostly magical and held no regrets. There were those who were too snooty to mix with the real world, but there was no way I'd ever count myself above people like Kelly and Rihanna. It annoys me you had to bring it to their attention. Isn't this what they get paid to do? And someone with a laptop and one name can achieve what they can't? Kelly took a bite of her muffin, then gave me a sheepish look. Not that I'm saying you shouldn't have been able to figure this out, But really, it's not your job. I held up a hand. I get it. Really, I would have preferred to sit back and let them solve the case. But the bigger question is, what would have happened if they didn't find out about Vincent? Which of us do you think would have been charged with the murder? The ex, I imagine, Kelly said. Not that I know much about the guy or the breakup, but it makes more sense than you or me. Over flowers? Yeah, it was stupid, I agreed. Still, it had me shaking in my boots for a while. Kelly chuckled and took our plates out to the kitchen. Me too. For a minute I wondered if someone had crammed some castor bean plants in the back of my greenhouse. I was so sure they wouldn't find anything. I agreed to the search right away. I didn't even think to check until right before those vans pulled up. Stroking Gus's fur idly, my mind wandered, not for the first time, to how Travis was holding up. Had Rihanna told him like she said she would? Did he despise me even more now for having his sister lie to the police? So, are you sure everything is ready? Kelly called out. I heard the tap shut off, and she ducked her head back into the room. There isn't a lot of time to crank out the streamers and balloons, but if you're up to it this afternoon, I should have some time to help. I still feel bad about leaving you high and dry on Thursday. An injured child is hardly leaving someone high and dry. I'm guessing the arrest won't take long, I said flatly, and it'll be a nervous wait until we hear if she ends up charged with murder. If it even happens yet. Either way, the arrest comes too late to make it into the news before the launch. I just wish they had set the record straight before I threw a public party. You don't think people really believe you did it? Kelly frowned quizzically. I mean, I hate the gossiping that happens in this town, but I never seriously thought people had me pegged as a murderer. You just wait. There'll be plenty of friendly faces at the nursery tomorrow. My lips quirked in a small smile. I really hoped what Kelly said was true, and it was people like her who'd welcomed me into the town with open arms who made it feel like home. Some days I felt like I'd won the lottery to find a place like this where there were already plenty of people I could count on. We'll see tomorrow, I guess, but I can't sit here any longer. I shifted Gus from my lap and stood. I think it's time to get going. My familiar sprang off the couch, and Kelly hugged her arms. I wish I could come with you. You sure you don't want me in the background just to make sure things are okay? I need to do this alone, I repeated after having the same conversation earlier. The last thing I want is for her to get suspicious and run. I have to keep her there long enough for Dwyer to arrive, and I feel more confident doing that by myself. Kelly kept from arguing, which I appreciated, and saw me out to the truck. To my surprise, Gus jumped in as soon as I opened the door, which elicited a laugh from Kelly. I think he wants to come with you, she snorted. I am coming, my familiar insisted. I refuse to let you act as bait for a murderess on your own. I think he is, I agreed with Kelly. He's not bad for an emotional support cat. Gus harumphed and jumped over to the passenger seat and turned circles to curl into a ball. I have watched over you since you could barely cast a spell. At least you'll have someone there. Kelly tapped the side of the truck. Just keep your eye on the cat grass. Gus began muttering about something to do with cat stereotypes, and I hopped into the truck with a promise to call Kelly as soon as it was done. Glancing at the clock, I noted I was still early, but 15 minutes at the store to get my game face on wasn't a bad thing. On a Saturday, the businesses adjacent to mine, a fabrication shop and a lumber yard, were eerily quiet. I pulled into the front lot of Garden Gate Nursery and Supplies rather than unlocking the tall chain mesh gate which led to the back, and paused to consider the changes I'd made since taking over ownership. The dumpster bins which had led me to the place way back when I'd arrived, on account of Billy busting Great Aunt Tabby's patio set, were tucked out of sight. Sure, Bill grumbled about how people were supposed to know about the service, but with a little investment in social media, I'd kept the bookings coming in. The front of the lot was now hemmed in with lattice fencing, and a potato vine was growing voraciously to give the nursery a secret garden feeling. The green sign on the office was bright and gave the right vibe, and the greenery of the stalk threw the industrial estate around it into contrast. All in all, it was everything I'd hoped it would be. Gus followed me into the office, and despite the giftware making it look like a proper store, I couldn't help but feel a sense of creepiness about it. It wasn't the giftware's fault that it had passed through the hands of a murderer, but once it was sold, I'd be looking for a new wholesaler. Maybe one that also dealt in gardening gloves. "This is better than your last place of business," Gus remarked as he sniffed at a wooden bucket filled with decorative wicker balls. "Smells better too." I barked a laugh. Gus had never been a fan of the hydroponics shop. Way too many chemicals for his tastes, and the damp wall at the back had been pungent at times. "I like it better as well," I agreed. "Except maybe when we get a fresh delivery of manure." I let Gus get acquainted with the smells of the store and opened my laptop at the counter with shaky hands. She'd be here soon. I'd given Dwyer the ETA but had agreed to text the minute she arrived. I slid out my phone to prepare the message so I could hit send when the time came. It could only be a matter of minutes that I'd have to keep her talking before it was all over. But could I keep a straight face with the person who'd had the gall to pretend sympathy over Justine's death while knowing I was under investigation? Would she have cheerily waved me off to prison for the crime she committed? I tried to banish the speculation as a shiver ran up my spine. I needed to be sunshine and roses right now. Wrath could come later. It was a few minutes after 2 p.m. when I heard a vehicle out on the road. I swallowed and waited for the white van to pull into the lot. "It's time," I said to Gus. My familiar jumped onto a stand and jostled some ceramics as he climbed over to the windowsill. I liked Sorka's idea of magicking her into a toad. I would have too, except nobody would ever know justice had been served. I was sure Justine's family would prefer the closure of seeing the woman responsible for her death behind bars. My heart leaped into my throat as the van appeared and pulled up. With numb fingers, I fired off the text to Dwyer. "Okay," I took measured breaths to keep my voice even. "Here we go." Vicky Greengrass had her usual dark shades on as she climbed out of the van and was sporting a flowing dress embroidered with sunflowers. An idle thought crossed my mind of what a mug shot in that ensemble would look like as I went to meet her in the parking lot. "Hey," I called out with a wave and forced a smile on my face. "Thanks for changing the time. The truck has been giving me a hard time lately." Vicky flashed a smile and cast a sideways look at my busted-up truck. The excuse of needing to take it to the mechanic was hardly unfeasible. "No trouble at all. I'm on my way over the border anyway. It gave me some extra time to do some packing." "Packing?" I tilted my head and kept my features schooled. "Vacation?" "Oh, she strode to the back of the van to open the doors, just visiting my sister up in Sydney for a bit. It's been a while since we caught up." My mind went in two directions at once. Skipping over state lines was one thing, but unloading the items on consignment was something I wanted to avoid. I didn't need the hassle of following up directly with those suppliers to explain that I'd just helped the police to put their business associate behind bars. "Oh, that sounds nice, but why don't you come in first and take a look? I'd like your advice on whether I've set things up okay before we add anything else." "Ah, sure." Vicky pulled the dolly down from the back of the van and sat it up next to the door. "But won't it be easier to get these by the door?" "Oh, it's really just too cluttered." I snatched a hand to my chest. "I'm really not sure I'm the decorating type. It's a real mess in there. I could use a little vision." Before she could protest, I turned to walk briskly back into the store, leaving her little choice but to follow. Of course it was anything other than cluttered inside, and the displays were hardly crowded. I thought as I unpacked it that I could have ordered twice as much and still found space for all of it. "Oh," Vicky exclaimed from behind me. "But this is fine, Kat. You've got plenty of room, and the mosaic pots will do great over there. If they take up too much floor space, you can just nest them, so long as you keep some foam in between." I turned then and dropped the pretense. I knew I should have just let the police handle it all, but I didn't have it in me to play nice for a moment longer. Meeting her eye with a fire burning in my belly, I held up a finger and curled my lip. "I know what you did, Vicky. And believe me, you're gonna be spending a long time behind bars for poisoning Justine." Chapter 23. Vicky's face blanched in contrast with the red marks on the bridge of her nose from the oversized sunglasses which were now perched on her head. I wasn't sure what I expected to come of an accusation like that, but it sure felt good to get it off my chest. "I know, Vicky," I continued as I reached for one of her lip balms on the counter. "Castor oil, did your supplier help you out with a little resin, or did you take what you needed to cook that up yourself?" Vicky shook her head frantically, and her mouth worked in a repeated, silent no. "Must have hurt like hellfire to find out one of your customers was having an affair with your husband, huh? What I don't understand is why he's still sleeping at the warehouse now that you've taken care of his little indiscretion. You got what you wanted. Justine's dead and the police never even suspected you. Until now, that is." It was then that Vicky unfroze and turned to stare out the window like she thought the police were about to bang down the door, which they weren't, much to my annoyance. How long did it take to get across town in the middle of a Saturday for Pete's sake? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving." Crap. My victory speech was starting to feel sour. I couldn't apprehend the woman forcibly. Vicky made for the door and I followed, at a loss of what to do. If only I could keep her talking. "Wait, why, Vicky? Did you really think you'd get away with something like this? Do you really think Justine deserved to die because your husband betrayed you?" The woman kept walking, and with a distinct lack of police vehicles out front, I didn't have many options. Sidestepping to the lattice fence, I grabbed a handful of potato vine and sent as much magic as I could muster through the creeper to extend a slithering vine down the garden path. It caught Vicky around the ankle and I yanked, tripping her over. Crying out as she hit the ground, I let go of the vine and dashed past her to get to the van first. She'd left it running, so I cut the engine and snatched the keys out of the ignition. "Not so fast," I snarled as I whirled back to the woman. Blood stained her cheek where she'd grazed her face on the gravel, and she reached to tear at the vine which was still winding its way up her leg. Vicky gibbered a string of insensible words at the impossible sight of a magical plant snaring her, so I reached toward another section of vine and ran my fingers across the leaves to calm the enchantment. It was poorly done on my part to use the plant so badly. I'd need to take particular care of it over the coming weeks to keep it from shock. But as Vicky tore away the last of the creeper holding her, I planted my fists on my hips. "You still haven't answered my questions." "Of course she betrayed me," Vicky spat, her face now an ugly, mottled red. "She'd been a loyal customer for years. She met Vince through me when I invited her to my birthday party. Then she goes and sleeps with him? She didn't deserve to die, and nobody deserves to be charged with a murder you committed." I looked over my shoulder and was relieved to see an unmarked blue sedan pulling up. "You're done, Vicky. Looks like your ride's here now." Vicky didn't answer, and instead watched from her horizontal position as Dwyer and Constable Lewis jumped out of the car with hands on their sidearms. We must have made quite the sight, with Vicky sporting injuries on the ground in a shredded mess of leaves. "Vicky Greengrass?" Dwyer approached and pulled a pair of cuffs from his belt. "You're under arrest for the murder of Justine Shaw." From there I stood back and watched on with no small amount of satisfaction as Vicky was helped to her feet and cuffed while Dwyer stated her rights. Constable Lewis took her over to the car, and Dwyer fixed me with a puzzled look. "Was there an altercation?" he demanded. "No, of course not," I said. "She just tripped, is all. A good thing really, seeing as she was about to get in the van and flee across the border." Dwyer's eyes glinted. He had to know I'd provoked her. "You agreed to let us handle this. And here you are." I shrugged. "No harm done. Let's just hope you've got enough to hold her until the trial. I'd hate for my next cup of coffee to be my last, if you get what I'm saying." I'll have Constable Lewis be in touch with the outcome." He glanced at the car. "Did she say anything we could use in court?" "Not in so many words." I pressed my lips together and tossed him the keys to the van. "Have her call someone to pick that up, or I'll report it as abandoned on my property." Dwyer caught the keys and grunted something that sounded like agreement before heading back to the car. I watched as they rolled off the parking lot and onto the road and met Vicky's glassy eyes as they pulled away. "The vines were a bit much," Gus remarked, and I startled to find him at my feet. "Good thing there weren't any witnesses." "Hey, I probably would have been in the back of that car too, if I'd tackled her to the ground and sat on her until the police arrived. Besides, that woman deserved it after the week I've had." Sinking to the bench seat by the lattice wall, I felt the anxiety drain out of my body. The week of worry, sleepless nights, and readying the nursery for tomorrow had finally come to a happy conclusion, and all I could think about was a hot cup of tea with my feet up. I texted Kelly. I texted Rihanna. I texted Ash. Heck, I even texted Mom to ask her to call me once she woke up in the US morning. It felt surreal that I'd spoken to her just last week before all this nonsense blew up. What would I even begin to tell her about what happened? Should I confide in her about Sorka, or would that only make her worry? I sat in my own green oasis for a while, straightening out my thoughts while Gus sunned his belly in a spot by the lone wine barrel water feature I'd splurged on to house water plants. The sounds and smells soothed my soul like a balm, the non-castor oil kind. And I promised myself that when I was feeling up to it, I would inquire after how to put Justine's ghost to rest at draft beers and drop bears with Amelia Ward. Beware those bearing gifts. Huh. I blinked as it clicked. Giftware. Justine was trying to tell me it was Vicky all along. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes, glad I wasn't a medium. It would have been much simpler if Justine had used her psychic energy to spell out the name of her killer instead. After fetching a rake to clean up the potato vine mess, I heard a familiar vehicle turn onto the road. Stopping, I peered around the lattice fence, and my breath caught in my throat at the sight of Travis Larkin's metallic green pickup truck. There was something large strapped down and protruding from the back, which held my attention as he pulled in and cut the engine. To my surprise, it was only him in the car, and I folded my arms expecting a similarly hostile conversation as last time. I'd put his sister in a precarious position, and even if I was glad of the outcome, I'd always bear a sense of guilt over that. But his face didn't bear the same icy mask as before, and I felt my arms drop at my sides. "I was hoping you were still here," he said as he approached. "Rihanna told me everything, and I think I owe you a big apology." That I wasn't expecting, and my mouth worked as I tried to respond. He held up a hand to cut me short. "The way I spoke to you the other day was terrible. I don't want to offer excuses, but I really haven't been myself this last week, and I thought everyone was looking at me funny, like I did it. I recalled the same notion offered by Bill and thought I could understand, even if it was too awkward to say that I'd been upset over our not flirting." I licked my lips and took a deep breath. "I saw you at the reception," I said slowly. "I suppose I didn't realize it at the time, not knowing you and Justine had been a thing, but I thought that dirty look was aimed at me." Travis scrubbed a hand over his face, and it was hard to say if the emotion in his eye was more to do with Justine or my hint about us. "I'm so sorry, Kat. Really, I am. I guess you know things were bad for a while with Justine. I never expected to see her there. At that point I never wanted to see her again." I nodded. It was enough, for now. Well, apology accepted. So long as my little gift shop doesn't offend your sensibilities too much, you're always welcome in my store. Travis chuckled and gave me a lopsided smile, causing his dreamy green eyes to twinkle with mischief. I promised to wipe my muddy boots before coming in. "But I've got something for you. I thought a nursery named Garden Gate needed an actual gate to be legit." Following Travis to the back of his truck, I slapped a hand against my mouth. Strapped down was an ornate cast-iron gate folded over to fit in the tray. As Travis began unstrapping it, I noted the rust adorning the fancy scrollwork, which only gave it a weathered charm. A customer had me pull these out of his property a while ago, and I haven't really had a use for them since then. They're too nice to go to scrap, but they'll mostly be for show. Travis propped the double gates against the lattice fence, and I ran fingers over the fleur-de-lis capping pieces. They were beautiful, and just what Garden Gate Nursery and Supply needed to welcome customers through the, gate. "They're amazing," I exclaimed, "but surely you could fetch a decent price for them?" "I already have." Travis's eyes darted. "I'd say my freedom is worth it. Now, can I put these in this afternoon? The concrete will be dry enough by morning so long as people don't swing off them." My jaw dropped, having assumed I'd stick them somewhere where I could prop them up with plants purely for show. "You'd do that for me?" "And still owe you a debt of gratitude afterward." Travis shifted on his feet and ran a hand through his hair. "Maybe sometime I can buy you a drink to make a start on the repayments? Maybe after things settle down?" I offered, and perhaps against my better judgment, I answered without thinking, "I'd like that." We shared an equally awkward look before Travis cleared his throat and jerked a thumb toward the gates. "So, where would you like them?" In a dream, I followed Travis around to look for the perfect spot by the entrance to install the gates. As a landscaper, he had an eye for design, and I agreed with his assessment of nestling them beside the old palm tree by the parking lot with a mind to scout out another to hem the gates in. He told me customers asked him to pull out palms from time to time and would keep an eye out for me. "This one's looking a lot better since you took the place over," he said, eyeing the tree. "It's amazing what a little water and some fertilizer can do," I said hurriedly. The tree had been in appalling condition when I'd bought the place. It had taken no small amount of magic to return it to health so quickly. "People say I have a green thumb." I'd have to agree with them. He gave me an amused look. "Someday you'll have to tell me your secrets." Oh my, how I'd like to do just that. Chapter 24. While I thought the launch of Garden Gate Nursery and Supply wouldn't be a total bust, I never expected it to be a raging success. But even with Kelly helping me with customers out the front, I remained glued to the counter with the steady stream of folks approaching with armfuls of plants and giftware in equal measure. Even Travis was talking to people by the barbecue which Bill manned, and I'd long since run out of his business cards to hand out with purchases. It was the least I could do after the effort he'd put in with the gates. Every other customer I spoke to had something to say about them. I was looking forward to the end of the day and letting Bill know about the orders for soil that would keep him busy for the next few weeks. And if business kept up at a fraction of the turnover I saw that day, I might even be able to put an extra pair of hands on deck. I didn't want to get ahead of myself, though. I'd learned that morning that the Gossip Mill, which was the social media group for Myrtleglen, had learned about a new suspect under arrest for the murder in their town. I wasn't sure how they got their hands on that one, but I was grateful for both myself and Travis. Whether some busybody had spotted Vicky being led into the station in cuffs and spread the word, or perhaps Constable Lewis had let something slip, I'd been heartened by the people who lowered their voice as they paid for their purchases to tell me they knew it had to be someone else. And from Travis's body language, I assumed he was hearing the same thing. The traffic slowed by 2 p.m. and I was grateful to see the last customer through the gate half an hour later. It was Auntie May with a pot of mixed succulents which I'd refused to let her pay for, and I walked her back to Rihanna's People Mover where Travis's sister was sorting out an argument between two of her boys. "That's enough out of you lot." Auntie May thumped the side of the car with her walking stick and gave a satisfied nod when the argument was silenced. "Bloody kids. Good turnout today, was it?" "Better than I expected," I beamed. "Much better." "Well, you deserved it after all you did." Auntie May emphasized her point with her walking stick. "The family owes you its thanks." Rihanna wound down her window. She's right. If it weren't for you, I don't know what would have happened. I fobbed the pair off with a wave. It was nothing. And I was saving my own skin, too. Auntie May gave me a hug with firm instructions to leave the mess until tomorrow and go home and put my feet up. It was unlikely, but I agreed nonetheless and saw them off with a wave. The crunching of gravel behind me caused me to turn, and Kelly leaned her arm on my shoulder with a theatrical sigh. Never worked so hard a day in my life, she grinned. That was bloody busy. You just make sure to give your mother my thanks. I'd seen Diane earlier keeping Kelly's kids from running amok, but hadn't had a chance to speak with her. I knew she'd been talking up the launch in her not inconsiderable network. And I owe you one. After the wedding flowers? Nah, I'd say we're even. But if you're okay, I'll get going. No problem. I scratched my head to consider the damage as I scanned the nursery. I'd need to put a call into my plant wholesaler in the morning to stock up and secure a new giftware supplier pronto. There wasn't too much by way of mess, and Bill was already packing the barbecue away. We had mostly given the leftover bread out along with blackened sausages, which I wasn't sure were fit for purpose, and plastic tubs of equipment sat by the door ready to be taken to the truck so I could clean everything up at home. Inside could wait until the morning, and I got a plastic bag to grab the few bits of litter on the gravel. Need these moved? Travis called out, gesturing to the boxes. I pointed to my truck, he nodded in the affirmative, and I walked around the side of the building to seek Bill. He was just locking up the back shed as I approached. Busy day, huh? I think I owe you a slab of beer. The quintessential thank you card for any red-blooded Aussie bloke. Bill turned with a grin and held up a six-pack. Already ahead of you. I made a face as he yanked a bottle from its plastic wrap and handed it to me, but used my shirt to twist the cap off before taking a healthy gulp. I still don't think my insurance covers drinking on site. Bill rolled his eyes and walked with me to the front while opening his own beer. Nothing wrong with a frothy at knockoff time. Thank you so much for today. I never thought it would get this busy. Good, wasn't it? He agreed. I think the plants and knickknacks were a good idea after all. And Travis did a number on those gates. Soon this'll be too fancy for the likes of me. Never, I said and slapped his arm. Some days I don't know what I'd do without you around here. And Mary. Getting a proper bookkeeper has made all the difference. Bill smiled at the mention of his wife, then his face sobered. Shame Alfie couldn't see it. The previous owner of the business had sadly passed a few months back. I'd attended the funeral a little awkwardly given our brief acquaintance, but had felt compelled to pay my respects to the man who'd given me a start in the town. Bill had worked for him for years, and I clapped him on the back in sympathy. The computers doing the work would surely horrify him. Not to mention the dumpster bins being kept out of sight. Bill chuckled and rubbed at his eyes, then pulled out another beer to hand to Travis as he returned from my truck. You're probably right. Still, I reckon he'd think it cleaned up well. It was high praise from Bill, and I let myself enjoy the sentiment. My vision of the place had borne fruit, and it was thanks to the people around me who had helped to make it happen. We all done here, gentlemen? I asked, because the way I see it, I've got a long hot bath and a nap waiting for me at home. Bill nodded and hefted his beer. I'll see that this gets a good home. Travis only smiled into his beer and shrugged. Guess I'll have to go home and figure out my calendar over the next couple of weeks. The job I'm working on is behind schedule, and someone gave my sister big ideas about redoing her front yard. My cheeks warmed at the subtle accusation, but I was sure Rihanna would cut him some slack. We finished our beers while chatting about the folks who'd come through that morning, then parted ways, with the guys heading out to the parking lot while I slipped inside to get my things. Oh, there you are. I thought I'd be looking up and down for you all afternoon. Gus lifted his head from his hidey hole under a stand filled with hand-painted vases. I just returned. There's a rogue tomcat marking your land as his own. It will take some time to remedy. I snorted. Are you saying you want to hang out here with me now? Gus crawled out from his position under the stand and arched his back in a stretch. I am. The house is. Less restful than it used to be. Sorka? I narrowed my eyes. Is she giving you a hard time? The woman is relentless, my familiar complained. Nothing untoward, she just chatters all the time. It makes it hard to get an adequate amount of naps into a day. I giggled at that. Sorka was still cautious around me since her unwanted possession of my body, and I was still unsure of what to make of her. I was sure in time the answer for what I should do with her would become clear. I just wished Aunt Tabby had offered some advice in that regard in her parting letter. Well, I'd be happy to have you here. Just be nice to the customers, huh? Gus grumbled something about refusing to be prodded by random strangers, and I closed my laptop and grabbed my purse. I was about to follow Gus out the door when I got the feeling I was forgetting something. Tapping my finger against my lips, I tried to recall just what that something was. Aha! I went around to the small storage room by the kitchen to collect a jasmine specially enchanted to open its luminescent flowers in the early hours of the morning. I'd worked on it until the early hours of the night before, and the reward of seeing the faint blue glow in my darkened living room had been totally worth it. Strange. I hadn't seen Ash at the launch and had planned on giving this to him, by way of a long string of thanks I owed him. The tech illusionist had promised to come along when I'd texted him the day before, and I couldn't imagine what would keep him from his word. Tucking the jasmine under my elbow, I fished my phone from my purse and dialed his number. No answer. Are we leaving? Gus projected telepathically from the front. I spotted him at the vegetable seedlings table. I guessed I'd have to take the plant home and wait until tomorrow to deliver it to the computer store. Being a Sunday, I doubted he would be there. Come to think of it, I didn't even know where the guy lived. Is there a problem? Gus called out. I swallowed, unsure how to respond. Calling a second time and going straight through to voicemail, I dropped my phone back in my purse and locked up the shop before stepping into the sun. Ash was probably sleeping the day away after an eventful week being at my beck and call. That had to be it. I tried to shake the sense of heebie-jeebies which flooded my mind. After all that life had thrown at me, a hangover of paranoia was normal, right? I'd take the plant over in the morning and he'd be at his shop, same as usual. Nothing to worry about. I hoped not, anyway. Perhaps the sleepy town of Myrtleglen's deep currents of mystery was starting to color my perceptions of the world around me. Ever since I arrived, it seemed to be one thing after the other. I don't know why trouble seemed to find me so often, a lone green witch far away from home. But I'd had about enough of trouble for 1 week. Surely it was about time the fates let me enjoy calm waters and a long hot bath without the threat of catastrophe hanging over my head. I shivered and muttered a blessing under my breath. What was it folks said about tempting fate? As a witch, I should be more careful not to earn their ire and have my mortal thread spun into a dubious destiny. Thanks for listening to Draft Beers and Drop Bears, Book 3 in the Trouble Down Under series. If you enjoyed this audiobook, consider subscribing to PA Mason's channel to make sure you keep up to date with new books as they're published. Until then, happy reading.